Hello everyone and welcome along to the next round of the Virtual Endurance Championship. It is time for the 6 hours of Interlagos and we are going to get qualifying underway very soon. I'm Josh Anderson, I'll be taking to the action here in room 1 today, and alongside me is my good old VMLS Core-Comms chappie himself, Neil Heatley.
Indeed, the 6 hours of Interlagos, a fantastic race we've got for you today. Second last race. And indeed, that is Jimmy Allison, our race director, just announcing that GT qualifying is go. 20 minutes for them. But indeed, a fantastic race we've got here for you today. The second last round of the VEC for now. And of course, the next round is the big 24 Hours of Le Mans. All the cars looking forward to that at the moment. But their mind will be on Interlagos at the moment.
Yeah, 6 hours of this race going to come up today. The prelude to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but everyone's mind's focused solely on this race today as the GT cars start to go out for qualifying. And it's looking to me, it's currently going to be Arne Schoenfleet is going to be the first driver to set a lap time. Well, actually, he's going to be one of the first. There is another car ahead of him there, and I'm just trying to find out which one that is. Apologies, by the way, if I'm slightly rusty with the names and drivers and teams here. I'm not used to room 1, but I should pick it up. That is actually Daniele Canestracci there in the number 68, who will probably be the first driver to set a lap here.
Indeed, Canestracci in that very easy to spot American liveried Texas Squadron Corsa car, the 68 car, one of the many Corvettes we've got on the grid.
Yeah, lots of Corvettes on the grid in room 1. You got plenty of them. Ferraris are quite a common sight too. If you look hard enough, we've got some Aston Martins as well. Quite a bit of a car variety as well. Not quite as much as you might expect. There is obviously lots of Corvettes, but in LMP1 we have the Nissans at least, so you've got that to look forward to. And, well, it may be Corvette City in the GT field, but it is nice to see them out there.
Indeed, out of the 17 GT cars, we've got 13 are Corvettes, we've got a couple of Ferrari F458s, a singular Porsche 991, and a singular Aston Martin Vantage. So the vast majority of the cars you're going to be seeing here in Room 1 of the Virtual Endurance Championship are Corvettes, but you will be able to spot those few odd one out cars, if you will.
Yeah, there are a couple of odds ones out, and they're all there to be seen. I do believe Canestracci has now started his lap, so we'll be keeping an eye on him as he goes throughout this lap here. And I'm sure Neil Heatley will be on hand with sector times if anyone's gone really quickly. But of course, these first couple of laps in qualifying, you can never really get a full representation of who's the quickest because everyone's trying to get a lap in at once, and the track's not fully rubbing in yet.
Indeed, often if Canestracci goes a little bit wide there to Interlagos in the exit of turn 4. Indeed, with these GT cars, it takes a little bit longer for them to warm up their tyres than the prototypes. You may see their fastest laps on the second flying lap as opposed to the first, as we will with the prototypes.
Yeah, these GT cars take a little bit of time to heat up, and Canestracci knows that he's going to need a good result for his team, and they are going to need a good result as a team today. Currently standing 13th in the LMGT standings on just 32 points. He had a 16-pointer in Indianapolis, but they haven't really kept up with that form since. They've had less points scored. They've had a 3-3, a 7-3, and of course no points in Istanbul. But it's going to be interesting to see how they do at Interlagos. You'd think they need a good result here to try and boost them up the table, Neil.
Indeed, but it's very close for that 13th place in the championship. So there's 3 cars equal on 32 points. The car ahead is the SimHQ car on 34, then the SRVN car on 42, the Rare on 44. All of them are easily within sight if they just get a good race today, as Canestracci comes across the line and sets a 29.977 for that Texas Squadron course. But Arne Schoenfleet goes immediately faster.
Yeah, time's starting to come in. As we say, there'll be a swathe of them to start with. Probably not even worth trying to keep up with. Or Nuno Pinto has now gone pole position in that number 84 Corvette there. So Pinto taking provisional pole as it stands, and then coming out and going out again, taking the prototype strategy when it comes to qualifying. Schoenfleet, though, has stayed out, so maybe he thinks there's still pace in that Corvette to do another lap, as we've got other cars setting up. Cito Vaiga there, third at the moment, setting that lap time in the 54 Porsche. Then, of course, Canestracci's been dumped down to 4th at this point because drivers such as Machado, Nobs, Vitala, Bryson, Nathan, all behind, as I think someone else has gone up as well there, but I couldn't quite catch who it was.
Indeed, the first two in GTs at the moment, remember only one lap has been set, are Pinto and Schoenfleet, the 84 and the 94. Dark Racing and Vele SimSport, they've been battling all season long for that top spot. Dark Racing is currently 10 points to the good in the championship. However, these two have been battling all season long, and that will no doubt continue today.
Yeah, all season long they've been battling, and I assume that will continue. And, well, it's a long way to, maybe a long way to the leaders. Dark Racing, the number 84 car, where they're on 103 points, but Vele SimSport and on the 94 aren't that far behind. So there is still a championship battle going on in GT, even though Dark Racing have picked up so many points here. And you could argue that there's been two results, Sebring and Silverstone, 6 and 9 points, 9 and 6 points respectively, that have let them down, because Veles, with the exception of a 0-pointer at Sebring, have scored pretty much consistently, you know, 10, 20, 25 points.
Indeed, and endurance racing, it is all about consistency, as opposed to just getting those odd results. It's all about consistency in endurance racing, so perhaps that may well help the Vele SimSport team in the next two races.
Yep, and of course, well, the status quo really being resumed here at Interlagos, because Dark and Velas are 1 and 2 at the moment. The 84 and 94 Corvettes, Pinto from Schoenfleet there. So it's, you know, the battle continues between those as we got battles up and down the grid. There's even a battle for last going on at the moment. We've got Satellite Racing and Scuderia GT Italia, the 64 and 85 battling it out. So no matter where you look in the VEC, there's always a battle going on between teams.
Indeed, and the gap for this is for fourth position at the moment is extremely close. We have Vire in the 54 Atlantic Porsche, one of the only Porsche we have on the grid, with a 29930. Behind him is Barros in the 89 Vele SimSport car with a 29947. Behind him is Canistracci in that Texas Scorcher Corsa car with a 29977. Extremely close between those three cars.
Yeah, really close between them. And that, I guess, you know, it's just one of the perks of VEC. We get such close qualifying. We never know who's going to come out on pole till the end of the session. Even in Room 2, you know, it's close there as well. And I'm sure Room 1 is going to be as close because, well, it's just the quality of the field these days. We have such good drivers, such good teams, all duking it out for the crown and the opportunity to call themselves VEC champion. And, well, speaking of champions, I'm looking up and down the field here, Jimmy, and I don't see, sorry, not Jimmy, Jimmy Allison, well, I was looking at Jimmy Broadbent, that's why I called him Jimmy. Neil, I'm going to call you Jimmy from now on, Neil, is that alright?
Not
No,
sure.
it's not.
Anyway.
It's not, is it? No. I was looking at Jimmy Broadbent, but looking up and down the prototypes, I can't see our reigning champions.
Indeed, it appears that the feeder Ragnar Simulator car and the Audi R18, the number 1 car, of course, with the number 1 having won last season, I don't appear to see them here.
Yeah, they haven't turned up for qualifying, and that is a shame because we do like to see them. Not having the best season at the moment off feeder Ragnar Simulator. They are quite down the LMP1 order. They're in 7th place, and they haven't had a win all season, so they're not having a very good title defense here. They have pretty much half the points of Team Virus who are leading that championship, and it's quite closely contested at the top. We still have a lot of teams in LMP1 who could go for the title, as we do in LMP2, but it's still GT qualifying at the moment. And, well, Nuno Pinto still leads up from Canistracci, who's gone up into 2nd, so Anna Schoenfleet and Vele SimSport have been deposed.
Indeed, at the moment, but it's still extremely close between those cars. Only a 10th between those two cars at the moment. So that could easily be overcome by Arne Schoenfleet in that 94 Vele SimSport Corvette C7R. Half black, half white, you know, it can sometimes fade into the background if you're not careful, but it's certainly one to be watching out for today.
Yeah, always one we have to look out for. Very
and he goes pole. He goes provisional pole. A 28.894 for Schoenfleet in that car. 2/10 ahead of Nuno Pinto.
Well, if that isn't a statement from Vele SimSport that they're still going for the championship here, I don't know what is. I mean, Nuno Pinto now 2/10 down, and Dark Racing, you'd think, have to go for this, but you know, they are the championship leaders. I wouldn't put it past them. They were so impressive last year in the Ferrari as well in Season 8, so it follows that Season 9 they should be just as competitive, and they've shown that by leading the championship. Pinto crosses the line and doesn't improve, but there's still a fair amount of time left to go in this qualifying session for these GT cars.
Indeed, we've still got 11.5 minutes to go in this qualification session, not even a half over, and the laps here do turn over pretty quickly. We can see the pole at the moment at 28.8, so 1 minute 28.8 I should say, so you can get around and start on your lap within 90 seconds, so an extremely quick turnover of laps here as opposed to the previous round we had at Sebring.
Yeah, very quick turnover and a very short circuit in the grand scheme of things. 28.8 for the GTs means we'll probably be seeing even quicker times from the prototypes. And I'd imagine we'll be seeing 24s, 23s and quicker from them because, well, prototypes are obviously naturally faster than GTs, but on short circuit there's not as much difference.
Indeed, and just having a look through the field, Nuno Pinto's going back out in lap kind of stretchy is, but there's not Christian Fege in that No Limit Motorsports 88 cars up into 7th. That's yet another one of these Corvette C7Rs. It's half black, half white, half black, half red, I should say, sorry, with some little white accents. A very nice livery car, I must say, from the No Limit car.
Yeah, it is a very nice little car, actually. I really like it. And yeah, you can see, you know, the black, the white, the red. It's a very striking colour combination, but one that really works in that 88 Corvette. And Christian Fege at the moment in P4, he's right up there with the likes of Schumfleet and Pinto. It's going to be a good start from them in their class, even though they are 8 tenths down. But then again, Interlagos in its own right, a very difficult track to get right. So mistakes will come out here, and you will see them, and they will cost you more time.
Interlagos is a very difficult track to set up for, actually, because the first and the third sectors are extremely fast, almost flat out for both of them. But that central sector, that middle sector, is extremely technical. So you've got to determine what you really want from your car. It's difficult to get perfectly right, Interlagos.
It is. It kind of reminds me of the old Hockenheim in that sense, because you have the first and second sectors, which are pretty much flat out through the forests. Then you have the stadium section in sector 3, and you had to come to a compromise scenario, because you take your car up for the maximum amount of speed, but then you'd have not as nearly as much grip in the stadium.
Indeed, and that's just one of the quirks of Interlagos, which has made it an absolutely classic track over the years.
Yeah, it is, and well, we're very happy to have it in the VEC, of course. It provides some very interesting racing, and well, it might provide some even more interesting racing if rain comes about. There was a bit before, wasn't there, Neil?
Indeed, there has been a little bit of rain in the air the past couple of days. At the moment, according to the weather that we use, there's an 84% chance of rain during the qualification session. It does not look moist to me out there. The race start has a 76% chance of rain, and it just goes down from there till the end of the race.
I was about to say, there's practically not a cloud in the sky. It's very light, so I don't think we'll be seeing rain in this qualifying session unless it happens, like, now. And, well, it's going to cause havoc with the prototypes if that happens.
Indeed, we saw you and I both commentated on the Road Atlanta race in the VLMS, when it was absolutely tipping it down for the intent of the race, and the prototypes had an extremely hard time making it stick onto the track. And that's something that we may well see again here today, but I think it's slightly fair to say that the calibre of driver here in the VEC Room 1 is slightly higher than it is in the VLMS, so hopefully we won't see that same sort of carnage.
Yeah, hopefully we won't, but, you know, between you and me, I think it would be, it would just throw a spanner in the works if we had rain between the prototype qualifying, the GT qualifying and the prototype qualifying. We'd probably see a GT on pole position then, but I think for logistical purposes, we're kind of hoping it doesn't.
Indeed, we saw Interlagos last VLMS race 2 weeks ago. Rain halfway through a race can really cause havoc, and it created a really interesting race for us.
It did ultimately. It created a fantastically interesting race, but obviously VEC is completely different. We have prototype ones, and well, they'll throw spanners in the works for the P2 and GT drivers. That'll feel like a VLMS race to them, but they're being lapped more.
Indeed, and that's something that you've always got to be careful as a GT car, is about the cars lapping you. Interlagos is slightly more tricky to be lapped on. It's one of the harder tracks to be lapped on, because you can't really pass in that central section between, say, turns 6 and 11. You can't really overtake there, so you're going to have to wait for the straights, and it's just going to be something, as I always say in multi-class racing, just be careful, do not take risks.
Yeah, you don't want to be risking anything in a multi-class race, and well, I've had multi-class racing experience myself, and it's just it's so difficult to get used to if you've never done it before. But that's why we have the things like the Sim Racing Club Academy. We have VLMS. These are all designed to get people into VEC, and I think definitely looking at some of the field, that we've got down there, we'll be probably seeing some of those guys in VEC someday.
Indeed, and we've got some teams do indeed run dual campaigns in both series. Just looking here in the GT class, Atlantic Motorsport, they've got 2 cars here. They also run LMP2s and LMP2s both here and in VLMS, and a GT car in VLMS as well. Texas Squadron Corsa run cars in VLMS, as does PRL Logitech and No Limit. And SimHQ, I should say, as well. So a lot of cars do run a lot of teams do run double duty.
Yeah, oh, there's just been a bit of a spin on track. I was just seeing in front of Nuno Pinto there. I can't quite see who it was, but someone's lap has not gone well. Looked like a very green car to me, and I'm just going to pause the replay.
The only green car, I think, is Flatline Racing with Boyd Bryson at the wheel.
Yeah, that could be them. Bryson's just coming out of the pit, so it may well be. But Pinto has still not overhauled Fleet in this qualifying session yet, and he knows if he wants to get that Dark Racing Corvette on pole position, he's going to have to do just that. He's got 2/10 of a second to find, and he's hugging the inside line as he comes round the start-finish straight. Is this going to be improved? Well, I think no, there's no improvement from Pinto.
There was an improvement. I think it was by 0.005 of a second.
Oh, well, it was a tiny one then. Not nearly enough to get him on pole position to Fleet then, but he'll try. He will try again with 5 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Time is starting to run out, but there's more and more rubber on the track, so if anyone's going to go pole, now is the time to do it.
Indeed, it may well just be a case of last man across the line, last driver across the line, I should say, gets pole. We've seen it so many times in so many different racing series. It's just all about that track timing. Can you cross the line last?
That's exactly it, because then you have the most rubber to deal with. You have the best chance of getting yourself in a pole position, and ultimately, you know, it can be very beneficial to the actual end of qualifying.
Indeed, it can be, and you will just have to wait another 4 minutes it is now to see if that indeed does happen. But indeed, Fleet in that 94 Vela SimSport car still on pole, 0.204 of a second ahead of Nuno Pinto in the Dark Racing car, and third at the moment is Daniele Canestracci in that Texas Squadron Corsa number 68 car.
Yeah, so yeah, as we say, only 4 minutes to go in qualifying, and well, it's starting to heat up a bit now because, you know, drivers, if they haven't done their best lap yet, this is your best time to do it, and unsurprisingly, everyone's on the soft tyre for qualifying, but when it comes to the actual race, they might choose a different strategy because, well, we've seen GT cars on hard compounds and soft compounds and medium compounds before, but yeah, it's obviously, it makes sense to use the soft tyre in qualifying, but then you can change for the race. So strategy-wise, what do you think some of the teams will be looking for here if they don't qualify as well as they think they might have done, Neil?
For fuel, it's a pretty simple 5-stop race, to be honest, because these GT cars can do about 60 to 65 minutes on a tank. So it's going to be a straightforward 5-stop race, but it's just going to be, it's just going to use those tire compounds. Will you use soft and change more often than say if you use the mediums or the hards? Also, if we have a code 80 partway through, or indeed rain, you may go into a different strategy. You may see if you can win with the alternate strategy. So that's going to be something we need to see through the race, see if weather does indeed come.
We'll have to see if it does. Yeah, I think time again is not of a big resource at the moment for these drivers in qualifying. But you know, for teams like looking further down the field, for teams like SRVN and for Rare Endurance Team, these guys are right at the back of the field. And they might be thinking of going with an alternative strategy to try and force themselves back up the field, you know, so this is all very relevant to these teams. You know, we could find these teams actually going for these strategies.
Indeed, just looking slightly further down the field, a 4th place in the championship, the 52 Sim Racing for Holland car, they're only 17 points ahead, 17 points off the lead, I should say, rather. They're in 8th place at the moment with Knops at the wheel, so Knops will certainly want to be doing a better job to try and vault them up that field.
Yeah, so, you know, it might be that they can vault themselves up the field by taking advantage of others' mistakes and just being on a little strategy. Pinto goes pole by 0.08 of a second. He has jumped the Vela SimSport car at the last possible moment when I say that. But there's still 1 minute and 44 of the Vela's car to get around and do maybe 1 or 2 more laps. Probably only going to get 1 more in his Fleet, so he's taking his time on this one, make sure the tyres are perfectly warmed, and Pinto is not going to have much time to go out and do another lap. I think he's probably actually run out.
Indeed, it's a minute 29, the fast lap round here, so it's only a minute 20 to go in the session. That is him. He's decided that's a day, and he's just got to have the nerves and just wait out, see if that time is good enough.
Yeah, it's not like he has enough time now to go on and do another lap. This could be a bit of a blunder, actually, because Schoenfliet is going to get another lap in this qualifying session, but Pinto's not. So all he has to do is focus on his own lap and then go quicker. He doesn't have to worry about Nuno going quicker. All he has to do is go quicker himself.
A bit of a lock-up coming into turn 1 there, and maybe turned in slightly too early into turn 1 at the very beginning of the lap there for Schoenfliet. So we're just going to see how that impacts on the rest of his time.
Yep, and if it has cost him a couple of tenths, it's a couple of tenths he'll have to find somewhere else on track as he comes down through Interlagos now. He has got to make sure that this lap is the one, otherwise it'll be a Dark Racing pole position and VEC Sim Sports second. And, well, after the no point at Sebring, that's not what they're going to want. As he gets old, you can see the tyre smoke coming off that Corvette. He is pushing these tyres to their absolute limits here, and he'd argue that's not helping anything.
Indeed, the more rubber you spend on the roads means less rubber used for traction.
Yep, and well, time is about to elapse in this qualifying session as the moment for the GTs. As, well, Jimmy Allison confirms that for us. And the Schoenfliet then, as he comes round into the last couple of corners, first round Young Cow, then into the next 3 after that. This is going to be a crucial lap for the VEC car. Schoenfliet knows this has got to be pole. He's got to gain 800ths of a second. It sounds easy, but it's far from it in a track like Interlagos. Round the final turn. Is this going to be pole for VEC Sim Sports? No, not pole. Not even an improvement. He does not go quicker. And now you've got to think, Neil, if Daniele Canestracci can find 4/10ths of a second or more, he's going to be right in contention, but I haven't seen his sector times.
Indeed, that last lap from Schoenfliet was a 29.1. Certainly not what he wanted for his Canestracci comes up through speed of the boxes, across, and he's just come straight into the pit, so not continuing that lap. I'm just seeing Dennis Hadlack in the PRL Logitech car in 7th place is also out, coming up through speed of the boxes. Let's see what he's doing. He's continuing his lap. Let's see if he's only 200ths of a second behind the car in front, but stays 7th to 30.1 that last lap from Hadlack. Not good enough for an improvement, but indeed that is all cars now in, and that is the GT qualification session done.
And that means that, of course, it is Dark Racing on pole position in the Chevy Corvette, the number 84, Nuno Pinto. That one lap he did was enough to put the pressure on Schoenfliet, and he did not get pole position. But second for Velas is all right, but they'll have wanted pole position. Then it is the Texas Quadricorsa car, the 68 of Daniele Canestracci in third. Then the second Velas car, the 89, Gergely Barros in fourth. Then it's Cito Vige in the number 54, Porsche Atlantic Motorsport. Then Christian Fager in the No Limits. Then it is Dennis Hadlack in the 75. Then Daniele Pizzo in the 91. Then the Sim Racing for Holland 52 with Bet Knobs. And your top 10 is rounded out by Matthias Machado in the 71. Talking Door Racing Aston Martin.
Indeed, that Talking to a Racing car was actually doing very well at Sebring last time round, until, if I remember correctly, I think it had a little bit of a run-in with the Virus P1 car at Sunset. If I remember correctly, I might be misremembering that, but it was doing very well until that incident. They've definitely got pace in that car.
Yeah, they have pace and they have potential, and I'm sure that we will see what exactly is going to go on here in this qualifying session, especially for the prototypes as well. Because now the track is rubbered in, they are going to have the chance to set their potentially fastest lap times.
Indeed, but you've got to remember this qualification session, we've got 2 classes, we've got LMP1 and LMP2, so those LMP1 cars have really got to watch their spacing when they come out onto track.
Yeah, because I'm actually already seeing some of the prototypes go out already. I can see that the GNS Endurance car, Jimmy Broadbent, is going to be in the first one, probably to get a lap in. Of course, we all love it. We all love Jimmy, don't we? Can't get enough of the Broadbent and enough of GNS in general in that Nissan LMP1. But directly behind them is James Johnson in the VOD Bull Racing LMP1, the Porsche 919. And that car, at the moment, right in contention for the championship. They are in 4th place, I believe. third actually, sorry, 98 points. So only 13 behind Team Virus and only 6 behind TEAMSPEAK number 21.
I think it's just a good tribute to this championship to show that these championships, all 3 championships here, are all so close. Even with 7 rounds gone, 2 to go, the fact that still you've got 3 or 4 cars in every championship that have a good chance of winning it.
Yeah, everyone in those potential positions still could have a chance, and well, it's going to be very interesting to see how this session goes. Still a whole minute left to go. That shows you how quickly Broadbent has gotten out here. Must be desperate to get a lap in that Nissan, and of course, well, we all know it's straight, don't we? Very quick in a straight line. Struggles a bit in the corners with that front-wheel drive drivetrain and the engine being at the front as well. Rear tyres, really not something you need to be changing on those cars. We'll be focusing solely on the front in that Nissan. And, well, it's going to be interesting to see how they fare here at Interlagos on a track which can be demanding on tyres at times.
Indeed, Interlagos, especially that Senna S, is extremely fast and can really wear the tyres, and that central section as well has so much corner turning and braking as Nicky Jakovic is trying to cheekily get ahead of Broadbent in the pit lane.
Oh, Jimmy's not having it. He's edging forward. Jimmy's not having this. He's saying,
Neither
oh, you
is
want to go?
James Johnson in the vodka
James
car.
Johnson.
Neither of them are having it. We might
It's
see an
gonna be
incident in the pit lane before qualifying even begins.
There's going to be a fight on, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare yourselves. It's prototype qualifying time. And oh no, Jakovic has jumped him. Jakovic and Broadbent's collide with the wall. Well, it was going to be a fight out the pro pits there. That was interesting in its own right, but Jakovic edged ahead. Jimmy was like, oi mate, you want to go through? No, that's not happening. But unfortunately for him, Jakovic got his way, and it will be the Bossian who probably gets the first lap in for Team Virus.
It will indeed be the number 4 Team Virus car. Our current leaders of the championship in the LMP1 class with 111 points will be the first car to make a lap time. But indeed, that was rather cheeky from Jakovic there.
Yeah, I'm not certain about the legality of it. I haven't checked the rule books to say you cannot go side by side with the GNS in the pit lane. But basically, Jakovic is going to get... Oh, wow. There you go. That is your question answered. I wasn't sure about the legality, but Jakovic is going to go through the pit lane. He will not be allowed to complete this, start this qualifying lap as it stands, and he's going to have to go. He's going to have to start this lap with recourse to the pit lane. So it was all for naught in the end. He is going to go into this. It's not going to be him who gets the first lap in. I'm now going to readjust and find out who it is going to be.
It's going to be James Johnson in the vaudeville car, the number 14 in that lovely bright red Porsche 919 is going to be the first car out.
Well, when GNS and Team Virus score at the wall, one assure Vodbull will score as the song does not go, as James Johnson will be the first car to get himself in the qualifying session, and well, it might not mean much, but he's going to be the benchmark. He is going to be the goalpost for every other team here.
Indeed, it is going to be the goalpost for every team, but you've got to think that LMP1 championship is so close at the moment. That with Jakovic having the clean air there, that could have meant he could have set out. The cleaner obviously means a faster car, which means he could have been able to set the pole time. But if he's not on pole, that could severely hamper their chances today.
Yeah, it's not going to help them, certainly, and Jakovic won't be happy about that. Broadbent won't be happy either, but ultimately, it hasn't stopped them from qualifying, so everyone's still going to get the chance to do the laps. And remember, we have 2 classes of prototypes in qualifying here at the VEC. P1 and P2 go out at the same time, so there's always that to negotiate as well. Johnson coming around the final corner. He will set the goalpost lap here, and the rest will flow in after that. 1:16.5 goes JJ. So that is a good time for him to start, but we won't know who's going to go where until the laps actually start to come in.
Indeed, looking down at the P2 class at the moment, I believe Enzo Fazzi is going to be in the number 33 TEAMSPEAK car is going to be the first P2 to set a lap time. And indeed, it's the 38 car is on pole at the moment. That's the 38 car is the champion racing car. They're currently second in class in the championship.
Yep, so it looks like Johnson has a seemingly strong hold on pole at the moment, 16.5. Ricardo Azevedo in the Simage Q Audi is 0.666. Behind Broadbent goes pole, and he goes pole by a significant margin of 15.7 in the Nissan. That is a great lap from him. Michelle goes just behind on a 16.2. Kieran Parkin's gone up there as well. The number 2 DHR car is up in second on a 1:16.099. And that is still not enough to overhaul the Nissan, though.
And then looking down at the P2 class, it's Probadnik in the Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car. The 46 car is indeed in provisional pole at the moment, followed by Diego Carenza in the Atlantic Motorsport car, Campbell in the Champion Racing car, and there's Hillebrand in the Magenta Warriors is the top 4 there. But the LP2 class we've got here in the VEC is it's essentially a spec class. They're all driving Oracle 05 Nissans.
Everyone driving the same car, yeah, and well, that means more competition per driver skill and setup ability, but you know, I do love a bit of competition and diversity in terms of car specs, so it's lovely to see the LMP ones out there as well. A lot of Audis out there, only a couple of Nissans and Porsches, so very Audi-dominated class, and well, you can argue that's because it's a diesel and it's got the most torque as a result. The Porsche does not have as much, but James Johnson doesn't seem to be that letting him stop in the fact that his car is down on torque.
Indeed, and it's very easy to tell the Nissans from the other two cars because of that massive front end the Nissan has got. But you can also tell the difference between the Porsche and the Audi as well. The Porsche's got a slightly more vertical front end than the Audi as well. It's a subtle difference, but once you see it a few times, you begin to recognise it. That Porsche definitely has a more vertical front end than the Audi.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing Johnson is coming around the final couple of turns again. If he can improve here, it's going to be good for him, obviously. He's got a while to go before he catches Broadbent. 7 tenths to the Nissan. Johnson, though, coming around the start finish now, and he's improved to a C. Well, he's improved a bit, but not much. And that is crucial for him because, well, he'll have wanted to improve, but it's not quite happened for him yet. So still Broadbent, the top man in qualifying at the moment. And, well, with the likes of Parkin and Michelle behind, that's going to be a crucial gap to have 3 tenths.
Indeed, and that 22 car was leading Sebring for the vast majority of the first 4 hours or so until it got caught up by someone just not a GT car just not seeing it and taking it off the track on the run down to Big Bend.
Yeah, very unfortunate incident that to be involved in, and of course, well, we'll be hoping they're going to have better luck this time out as he's coming around the final couple of corners again, Broadbent, and I think this is going to be an improvement well, he'll need an improvement, but is it going to be an improvement? Yeah, he is by a mile! He's now a whole second faster than Parkin!
And you're a 15-point knot. That, I have no idea where he's pulled that lap time from.
Wow. That is a pretty good lap from Jimmy Broadbent there. That was quite something. I'd like to know how he does it myself. So we'll keep an eye on him for exactly what he does in this qualifying session. It's pretty awesome, that. I mean, the 1 lap pace of the Nissan we've seen throughout the season, pretty good at points, but it's staggering really how quick it can be. But then again, it's got its own drawbacks in terms of the fact that it uses the front tyres. Basically, it eats them for breakfast, lunch and dinner, and then doesn't have room for the rears.
Indeed, as Parkin comes up across the line, sets a faster lap time for himself as Jakovic goes second in that number 4 Virus car.
Yeah, Jakovic has gone up now and it's a whole 8 tenths behind JB, but yeah, interesting to see how this is going to go. You know what? I think I'd like to have an onboard lap with Jimmy Broadbent as he comes round, not quite yet, but it would be interesting to see an onboard lap from the Nissan because it's so different and he's so quick at the moment. I'd like to see how he does it. So it's coming around the final couple of corners now, and we'll see if we can get an onboard with Jimmy Broadbent as he comes around the young cow. Oh, we got it, says Jimmy Allison. Here we go then. So this is what it's like if you're a Nissan driver to go round Interlagos. Jimmy Broadbent then going to take us round on an onboard lap of the Interlagos circuit round the 15th and final turn. It's a long run into the centre S. He's charging down in that Nissan. Fastest car in a straight line by the while. And he's going to come through the centre S last turn 2. Clips that nicely. Goes onto the grass a bit there. Nothing you're not allowed to do though. And he goes round, clips the outside apex. He charges down, only 5 gears in this Nissan, but it doesn't stop him from doing 310 kilometers an hour into Interlagos. And Broadbent's coming up to the Seawolf Net Race car there. He's flashing these lights at him, telling him get out the way, there's a Nissan coming through. And then as Broadbent comes through the next couple of turns as well, he's got 6, then he's got 7, then he's got 8. And then directly after 8 comes 9. And, well, very tricky to get right this one as well. Never mind if you're in a front-wheel drive LMP1. Then Vigo de Pato is turn 10. It starts off as a slight right, then tightens to a sharp right. He's got another prototype out the way. He'll be flashing them out the way, but they're not. Well, they do get out the way, but slightly later on Miguelo. And then finally, oh, nice off there. But, oh, he's always sliding it round like a madman, but he's gone off a young cow. And that is going to unfortunately abort that lap. But that just shows you how hard that Nissan is pushing.
I think while you're on that lap there, I think it's something extraordinary has happened in the LMP2 class. The first 4, Probotnik, Carenza, Capella and Fatsi, are under half a tenth between the 4 of them.
I didn't notice that. It's true, actually.
Absolutely extraordinarily close battle there. And again, it just goes to show that indeed this LMP2 class is a spec class and unbelievably close between that LMP2 field.
That is actually true. I didn't notice that. There's not even a tenth of a second separating our LMP2 cars. As well, Enzo Farzi's just assumed. Well, it's been a double whammy there for Pobadnik. Farzi and Carantha have both gone through on him, and well, Carantha now on a 21.9. So yeah, I think that's broken the illusion a bit. But yeah, Carantha now on a 21.949. Then Enzo Farzi on a 22 dead. And when I say 22 dead, I mean 22 dead. That is a 122.000.
Indeed, the provisional pole sitter LP2 Diego Carranza in that Atlantic Motorsport car is currently leading the LP2 championships as well. 16 points ahead, the biggest gap that we've got in the 3 classes here. Got to remember that a win here is worth 25 points. So it hasn't got a win in hand. However, that 16-point gap is certainly going to be handy in the next 2 races, with of course Le Mans being a double points race.
God, it's so satisfying to see a car on an exact second lap. Sorry, I can't help myself. But yeah, big important points here coming through for all teams. And Enzo Farzi, well, he'll want to get himself onto pole position, but he's got to break his perfect lap to do that. But Carantha currently leading for Atlantic Motorsport in the 32 LMP2 in the P2 class. Broadbent, you'd imagine he's probably trying to break the 15 barrier, actually, with the pace he's showing. He's only 12.012 off of breaking the 15 barrier.
Indeed, but if I was indeed Jimmy Broadbent, I'd be questioning whether I wanted to go out again. Just let everyone chase that lap time, and they might not be able to do it, because that is 8.5 tenths ahead of Nicky Jakovic, and an entire second ahead of Kieran Parkin, the number 2 DHR car.
Well, it's not exactly that this is Formula 1. He got the handed tyres back. He's got unlimited sets of tyres and fuel. Why doesn't he? I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't. I mean, if it were me, I'd try and go out and break the 115 barrier, but then again, I'm not going to get anywhere near the 115 barrier. I'd be looking to do a 125.
Something that should be said right now, just while we've got it, is that Azevedo in the number 19 Sim HQ and James Johnson in the Vaudeville car have exactly the same lap time of 16.23 knot.
Yep, and that'll be because Azevedo will be just a fraction of a second ahead. He'll be like 0.0001 ahead. And they may register at the same time because rFactor only shows the last 3 digits, but it times to more. So, yeah, Azevedo and Johnson on the pretty much exact same time, bar a little bit, and Azevedo only marginally ahead. Johnson is going to have to improve if he wants to go ahead, but at present, it doesn't look like he's going out on track. But then again, there is still it's hard to believe there's still 8 minutes of qualifying left to go.
I must say, barring Jimmy Broadbent and that Nissan GTR LM, the rest of the P1 field is within 4 tenths of each other, so extremely close in that LMP1 field as well.
Yeah, it just goes to show you get close racing wherever you go, and well, apart from the standout Nissan, it is very close in LMP1. This is such the quality of field that we have in VEC. It's brilliant.
Indeed, a fantastically close between all of these cars, and that should translate into the race, as we've got 7.5 minutes to go in this qualification session.
Yep, 7.5 minutes to go, and yeah. Let's see if anyone can get remotely closer than Nissan's time. Harsh as that sounds, it may be true. Jakovic, though, has improved, but it's still 7 tenths out. That is how quick Broadbent is. He's done it! Into the 14s he goes. 14.889. Doesn't even need to go quicker, but he's just done it anyway.
Indeed, that's something quite extraordinary from that GTR LM. We've got to remember that Nissan is extremely quick in the straights, and quite a bit of this track is flat out.
Yeah, it's a very flat out track, and that's why I was saying he's getting to 310 kilometers an hour just going down the back straight. But, you know, down the front as well, we've got all sorts of things. Just Jimmy Allison saying he loves how into this we're getting, and, well, I just love my motorsport, you know? Hey, God, right, Boy Milan, let's see what Monaco can do. They've just got into P2. They've gone into in the 7 car. They are now second place, and Boya, well, aptly named sometimes by them the Taco, they are very much second at the moment, but...
Indeed, the one Acco ECR car, that orange and black, which you can see in VLMS as well, that P2 car is the P2 car there is coloured very similarly. Very striking livery, extremely easy to pick out. But indeed, they have gone in second place overall with a 15.479.
Yep, and oh boy, Milan actually did a bit of a fancy reversing jig there, getting out of the pits again. But nonetheless, they are going to go out again. But yeah, look at this, only 8,000 Team Virus. I mean, Nicky Jakovic won't be best pleased with the fact that they've just been overhauled.
Indeed, Jakovic will most certainly not be pleased and will be absolutely at it trying to beat that lap time.
You know what it is? I think that's exactly it. He's going to be absolutely at it. But yeah, Jimmy Broadbent, I think, has given up now. I think he thinks there's no point in going any quicker. 14.889 is all he wants to do. But yeah, I'm just looking at the people who are qualifying here. Martin Furman is all the way down in 35th on a 147.081 and last.
Indeed, it seems like they're not qualifying, although that 9 car, that 3x Motorsports car, the entire car has been on probation for this race and the next one, so perhaps they're not going to cause an instant qualifying. But of course, if you're at the back of the GT field, that's more likely to cause an incident, having to try and pass all those GTs and LMP2 cars.
Yeah, and well, it's going to cause problems for them trying to come out, but they are absolutely dead last at the moment. And well, if there was a 107% rule, I don't think they'll be within it at the moment, but I don't think there is. So interesting to see how it's going to end up. It is slightly daft to not actually try and qualify. Like, but from my perspective, I wouldn't even do qualifying now if you're going to be that much further. I see Jakovic has just improved to, well, within 6.67. He has gone further up the order, gone past Milan again. So Virus on the charge, regardless of what's going on with other teams.
Indeed, that is now a 2/10, well, essentially 2/10 gap between the Virus and Milan. I told you Jakovic would be at it trying to improve his lap time, and indeed he has, as we've got 3 minutes 45 left in this session. The last few laps for these LMP cars.
Yeah, and last couple of chances for these P1 cars and P2 cars, all just trying to improve any further, and well, in the case of the P1s, get remotely close to the GNS car, but in the case of P2s, this is a direct battle with each other for pole position, and Diego Carranza leading that at the moment at that 121.949.
With Carranza in that Atlantic Motorsport car, as I said before, leading that P2 championship. He gets an October start finish line actually, but that's just actually him on his out lap. He's starting his flying lap round now, right behind, I believe that's Dindegard. Dindegard in the 50 car, if memory serves me correctly, and it indeed is in that undercover sim racing car, and Carranza has abandoned that lap.
Yeah, and yeah, Diego Carranza has abandoned that lap. He was stuck behind Dindegard there. Well, Carsten was on had as much right to a lap as him, honestly, and well, couldn't really do anything about it. Just hit him at the wrong time, I think.
Indeed, just the wrong time, and again, it's all about timing, as I was saying before. But 2.5 minutes to go. You've got to start being out of the pits now, otherwise you're not going to be getting lap times anymore.
Yeah, you've really got to start picking the pace up at this point, and well, while it may be a battle for the best of the rest in LMP1, LMP2 is still very close, so we may see some surprises coming out of this session now, and final couple of lap times is going to be put in, and you know, drivers really starting to turn up the wick, so to speak, in these LMP2s and LMP1s.
Indeed, just watching Nico Jakovic coming out of Shanghai, up the massive uphill straight. You really need the power to bring that car up the hill. And you've got to make sure your gearing's correct as well for that long stretch up the hill.
You have to as well, because, you know, the gearing's got to be right, otherwise you're going to lose vital acceleration, and that's going to cost you time. So you've got to make sure the gears are short enough so you get the full power of your prototype or GT car, so you can climb up with the maximum possible speed. And, well, it's a tricky one to set up for, as we said before, very tricky circuit as, you know, these drivers got to go around. It is not an easy track to negotiate, but that's why we like it.
Indeed, and since last time I checked the LP2 class, Capella in the Scuderia GT Italia number 40 car has snatched provisional pole away from the Atlantic car, but indeed there's only 0.06 of a second between the two, easily overcame by Diego Carranza.
Look at this though in LP1. James Johnson has gone from first to last in class. He is now 1.341 seconds behind Broadbent. He has barely not improved, but he's on the same time as Azevedo.
Indeed, and it's down to those even smaller decimal places that we it's down to even those smaller decimal places that we can't exactly see what that lap time is. As Diego Carranza coming through Shankau at the moment, I do believe this may well be a time lap, as he's got Kieran Parkin right behind him in that number 2 GHR car trying to overtake him, and Carranza lets him through cleanly coming up the straight.
Well, that DHR Audi got an acceleration bonus, possibly even more because of the draft parking, and he's not going to improve on his lap. Neither is Diego Carranza. But yeah, 20 seconds left to go in qualifying, so these will be the final laps for the prototypes, if not starting them.
Indeed, it might well be again a case of the last man across the line. Diego Carranza looking for that little bit of time, as is Enzo Fazzi, the number 33 Vela Simsport car, also looking for a little bit of time as well. But Probadnik in the Seawolf car is in the pits now, 4th in class, 0.06 of a second behind Enzo Fazzi, but could not go any faster. Campbell in the Champion Racing car is not going any faster. He's in 13th overall in that 38 car.
Carranza's not going to do a lap. He's pulled to the side of the track. He's probably just going to abort that and go back to the pit. So it's going to be Capella if he doesn't improve further, and Fazzi if he can't get it. It's still going to be very close though, because there's practically nothing in it. But at the front though, it looks pretty much like the results are sorted though. We can still watch for changes in position. Enzo Fazzi's the real danger man here as he comes around the start-finish straight. Will it be Velas on pole? No, but oh my goodness, look how close it is. Only 0.18 of a second, I believe, in it.
It is so close for that MP2 class as Kieran Parkin comes across the start-finish line and does not go faster. It's a 16 not as last time. His best lap is a 15.5, I should say. And I do believe that is everyone have set their laps, and indeed it is. Everyone is now in the pits, so that is it for qualification for the Virtual Endurance Championship 6 Hours of Interlagos.
So, here we go then. Your qualifying rundown. Jimmy Broadbent gets pole position for GNS Endurance in that mighty Nissan GTR LM Nismo. And hopefully they'll get some good luck this race. Oh, the only car on the whole grid to break the 115 barrier. Next was Nicky Jakovic, then Boy Milan, then Kieran Park and Christian Michel. And they were all in the 15s. So, you know, serious stuff going on here. But yeah, Jakovic second in the Team Virus car. Then it is the number 7 Monaco Boy Milan. Then the number 2 DHR. Then the number 21 Velas. And then in 6th place is Adam Hodkinson in the number 3 DHR. Then it's the 19 Sim HQ and the 14 Vod Bull. In LMP2, Vincenzo Capella takes it in the number 40 car. And then it is Enzo Fazzi, the 33 Velas, followed by the 32 Atlantic car of Diego Carranza, the 46 driven by Nicholas Pobadnik, and your top 5 in that class is rounded out by Sean Campbell in the Champion Racing. So it's this point where we have the nice little 10-minute warm-up where we get to discuss what the drivers are going to be thinking going into this race. So Neil, 6 hours of racing ahead. Everyone has just been absolutely floored by GNS Endurance. It's going to come down to strategy for the rest of them, surely, if this pace is anything to go by.
Indeed, but you've got to remember that GNS Endurance car is not nice on tyres. I think they have to change tyres possibly every time they come into the pits, especially around this extremely abrasive track, while the other cars may not have to. So the other LMP1 cars may make up time in the pits as opposed to on the track.
Yeah, that might be where everyone makes the time up, because there's practically no way that, you know, with the amount of tyre wear they're going to get, they'll be able to double stint anything without recourse to using the hard tyres, which I can already see Broadbent is doing at the start.
Indeed, but you've got to see what sort of fuel levels they have, what sort of what sort of tyres they've got on, which compound they've got on. This will be all very interesting to see in the opening parts of this race. But indeed, that LMP2 class that you're talking about is essentially a spec series, so they're probably not going to see much variation in strategy for the LMP2 cars.
Well, in all fairness, I mean, let's look. We can actually see what tyres people are going to use at the start of the race now, because we can look through. We can see the GNS cars on the hards, as is the Team Virus car, as is the number 2 DHR, as is the 21 Velis, as is the number 3, as is the number 19. So every single team in LMP1, with the exception of Warmup, will be starting on the hards.
Very interesting. Perhaps Wanako, Borja Milan at the wheel, of course. It's looking to make up ground in the starting parts of the race, but of course, the beginning part of the race is where all the cars are closest.
In LMP2, it's a completely different story. I mean, there's only the soft tyre is the dominant one there. We've got the 40 on the softs, the 33 on the softs, the 32, the 46, the 38, as well as the 47 and the 31. Only the 48, the 50, and, well, it's only the 40 and the 50 who've deviated and gone the mediums.
Indeed, so perhaps those two cars that you've talked about, perhaps their setup is slightly harder in tyres. You've got to remember, because rain was forecast, especially for the beginning of this race, some cars may have gone for a wet setup, or at least a mixed setup. So that might be something to look for later on in the race as well.
I'm just looking through this field here, and I can't help but notice that there are some penalties to be served, and well, I can't see any teams in LMP1 who have any penalties to serve, which is always a good thing. It means the LMP1s are going to get away nice and cleanly here. The 1 and the 9 both have penalties, but I don't believe either is here. But apart from that, looking through the rest of the field, just going through the LMP2s alone, we have the 38 that has an avoidable contact drive-through penalty, as does, well, the 24 has one. That's the only LMP1 I can see that has one, though. But yeah, even then, it seems to be we only have the 47 in LMP2, as well as the 38 and the 46 that have penalties.
Indeed, 24 isn't here today at Magenta Warriors Racing Team. The second of the San GTR LM cars aren't here today at Interlagos. But indeed, you said through the rest of the LMP2s, there's not that many penalties, only the 3. So we're going to see a quite pure race here today.
Well, I say no LMP1s have penalties, but actually the Vodbull does, the 19. That is a stop and hold for 60 seconds with James Johnson in the car to start the race. So they're going to have to serve that. But it is mostly GT cars that have the penalties. Out of the P2s, definitely the Champion car and the Seawolf car both have penalties to serve. But it is, as we say, mostly GTs. We have the 68, which has 2 to serve. We have the 94, which has a stop hold to serve. We have the 53, which has a stop and hold to serve, and the 68, which has a stop and hold 60. And then we got the 54 with the drive-through, the 84 with 2 drive-throughs, and the 52 with a stop and hold as well.
Indeed, many penalties from last time round at Sebring. Because remember, last time at Sebring it was a double-length race. It was 12 hours, so naturally you're probably going to get more incidents from that.
Oh, hang on a minute. The 9's the 3 wide. That's what I was saying. I thought they weren't here, but they've actually qualified right at the back. That's what we were saying. The 9 is the 3 wide, so they are the ones which have the stop and hold 60, as well as starting last.
Indeed, perhaps they're just going to run round the back of the GT pack at the first, for the first couple of laps, and take that penalty as soon as you can.
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be as soon as it's applied, they're going to want to get it out the way and just focus on climbing back through the rest of this race. It's not like they're going to have damage to start. Well, you know, it's not like a team that might crash and have damage and then they're going to go several laps down. They are just going to be maybe 1 lap down. And 1 lap in a 6-hour endurance race does not mean as much as you think it does.
Indeed, we saw last time round at Sebring, the Atlantic P2 car, that number 32, they won by something ridiculous, like 9 or 10 or 11 laps, didn't they? In room 1 at least.
Yeah, so it just goes to show it can mean nothing in the grand scheme of things. 1 lap.
Indeed, in Sebring last time round, it really appeared to be last car standing, as we saw in the LMP2 class.
Yep, and it's going to be interesting to see how it goes then. To see, in other words, how they're going to, you know, if you go down by a lap in an LMP1 car, it's not really so much as a difficulty or a problem, but, you know, it's going to be a case of, let's just absolutely go for this and see if we can get more of a time or we can make this lap up. You know, it's in the scale of 6 hours, you can afford to go a lap down. You probably go a lap down making a pit stop.
Indeed, especially with this track, it's a very long pit lane actually, and the lap is very short. So even in normal racing, it will be about a lap, a pit stop, and you've got to be careful to not get caught out by an unlucky code 80, because that might mean you may be racing with someone, but if you pit at the wrong time, you could be somewhere in the region of like a minute down, just suddenly by just pitting at the wrong time.
Yeah, so that's what it can do really, and that's the effect that it can have. So, you know, 3 minutes to go in the race, Neil. What are these guys going to be thinking about? What do you think is going to be coursing through their heads at this point?
The old adage in endurance racing is you can't win a race in the first corner, but you certainly can lose it. So you've just got to keep that first half hour or so completely clean, then just see what you can do from there.
That's exactly what's got to be done, and well, just keep it nice and clean, nice and sensible. Don't really worry too much. Try and keep it calm, and the worst thing that you can do as an endurance driver, and I've had this before at the 12 hours of Bathurst, the worst thing that it can happen is for you to be nervous at the start, because it's just going to feel like you're being swamped by everyone.
And you say that being swamped by everyone at the 12 hours of Bathurst, I qualified the Realish Racing Beta car, the GT4, and I qualified plumb last, so I didn't have to worry about being swamped.
That's exactly it. He just managed to qualify. I think I ended last after the first lap, and that was in a GT3.
But indeed, it's just thinking about what are you going to do if you're in the midfield of any of these classes. You've got to watch behind and in front to make sure that you don't get caught up in anything in the first few laps. But if you're towards the back of these fields, you can certainly, because the differences in classes are so big, you can certainly perhaps hold off a little bit and just see what happens in front of you. But of course, if you're in the lead of any of these, you want to bolt away as fast as possible.
Yeah, and speaking of bolting up... Oh, dearie me. Jimmy Allison just pointed out Kieran Parkin's ping is very low. It's going down to 0 as we see. So that might be a problem. I mean, I've had really high ping before for my standards, but then again, it's been for everybody, so it's never caused problems. Like in an actual connection, like it's not just me who has high ping. Everybody does.
Yeah, I'm just looking through my own copy of RFactor to the moment. Kieran Parkin does have a very low ping, but it's not 0. It's about half as much as everyone else, but it's certainly not anything to worry about, I would believe, at the moment.
I'm wondering if he actually lives inside British Telecom.
Lives inside Jimmy's house, where of course he does all these servers from.
Perhaps so. Is there something you're not telling us, Mr. Allison? Yeah, well, it's fine, apparently. Well, there you go. So, unless we have Ein Deutscher and Kieran Parkin, he does not actually live inside the server. So, let's just think about the start here, because we're gonna get the green flag called out of Young Car, which is turn 12, between there and the start finish. But speaking of launching off the line, that's going to be the dream for the GNS car, because they're going to have a mile of lead if the qualifying pace is anything to go by turn 1.
Indeed, but you've got to be extremely careful because there are multiple passing opportunities here on this track. Turn 1 and Turn 4, the biggest passing opportunities on this track. But you can also pass at Turn 8 and Turn 10, the two hairpin right-handers in the infield, and Young Cow, the left-hander. You can all really pass there. You have to compromise a little bit to make it work. But indeed, you can pass it. So there are multiple passing opportunities here at Interlagos. So that's just something that perhaps Mr. Broadbent has to be careful of.
Yeah, gotta be careful. All the drivers really gotta be careful, I think, in this race, because it's such a difficult track at times, as we're about to get the race underway, I believe, here at the not the 12 hours of anything. What it is the 6 hours of Interlagos of the 2017 VEC season.
Season 9 of the Virtual Endurance Championship is coming to its conclusion. Only 2 rounds to go. This will be an extremely important round in all 3 championships.
It will be, yes. I think I'm looking forward too far to the 12 hours of Le Mans in the Virtual Le Mans series. But nonetheless, this is VEC, this is Interlagos. We've got 6 hours of racing coming up, and it should be an absolute cracker of a race. So, drivers lining up on the field now, as I've just seen the One Aqua team have actually gone to the hards. They've changed strategy, so we're going to have all the LMP1s on the hard tyres as we start this first lap. So, here we go then. may not seem like it, but we are racing. As Nicky Jakovic just had a stormer of a start. He's got ahead of Jimmy Broadbent. He'll drop back. Maybe forgot to engage the pit limiter. And, well, he's gone ahead. But Broadbent has resumed pole position for GNS Endurance. Then it will be Nicky Jakovic in second place for Team Virus in the number 4. Then the number 7 car of Boyer Alan. Then the number 2 DHR in 4th place. Then it is going to be Velas Simsport, DHR's number 3, the Sim HQ 19, the Vodball 14, all behind, all waiting for their chance to strike.
Indeed, in the LMP2 class, we've got Capello on pole in number 40 Scuderia GT Italia. Right behind him in second is Enzo Fazzi in the number 33 Val Simsport. Then it's Carenta in the number 32 Atlantic. Probadnik in the number 46 Seawolf Net Race Motorsports car. In 5th place is Campbell in the number 38 Champion Racing car. 6th is Dindegard in the number 50 Undercover Racing car. Then it's Hillebrand in the Magenta Warriors number 48. Then Rodriguez in the MVD Racing Team number 47. Then rounding out the LMP2 field is Fuller in the number 31 Flatline Racing car.
Yeah, then our field of GTs, it's Corvette City here in Interlagos. We got the 84 Dark Racing car, then the 94 Velas Simsport, then the 68 Texas Squadra Corte Daniele Canestrecci driving at, then Barros in the 89, then the 54 Atlantic car, then the 88, then the 75 driven by Dennis Hadlack, then the 91 car, then the 26th place 71 Talking Door Aston Martin. I think it's the only Aston Martin on the grid as well, so keep an eye out for them. It's Sim Racing for Holland then in the 52. Burton Ups follows. Then Reinhard Berger, no relation to Gerhard maybe, but either way he's in the 95 car. Then it is Alex Vital in the 77, 3 wide afterwards. Then we've got the 64, then the 53 Flatline, then the 72, then the 66, and then finally out of the GTs we have the 76 Rare Endurance team in 34th, but they're not last. That goes to the number 9 3 wide car. We got a prototype 1 in last place at the start of the race. This is going to be interesting.
Indeed, it's going to be extremely interesting. Just looking through, there seems to be a rather large gap between Daniele Pizzo and Bernd Knops on track. So perhaps he may want to try and close that down before the beginning of the race. But indeed, going towards the front of the pack with Broadbent coming out of Young Cow now.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the flag to drop. It's about to go. Gracie racy time here in VEC Room 1. Broadbent's going to lead them away. His advantage being eked away as he waits for the time to elapse before we can go racing. He's going to be begging Jimmy Allison to drop the flag at this point. But it's not happening. He can't wait. We got to wait until the time is ripe for the green flag to drop. It's just not happening. More time elapses and Broadbent's going to be seething. He can't get his lead. Just gotta wait and wait and wait and finally gets it out of turn 15. It did not happen. We had to wait for the 3-minute signal, but Broadbent goes through. He will start the first lap in the lead, but he hasn't got nearly as much of a lead as he wanted. Jakovic in second, Milan, then Park, and then Michelle all follow through turn 1, then 2, then 3. And we got the LMP2s battling back as well. The Magenta car of Hillebrand battling with Campbell and the Champion car. And all the GTs as well. We got Canestrecci, Barros, Viger, Fager, Hadlack all giving each other serious chase. But watch out for Martin Furman, who immediately goes into the pit lane for some reason.
If he's got an idea to try and serve a stop hold 60 now, you can't do it because I don't believe the penalties have been assigned yet.
Yeah, you gotta wait for the penalties, Martin, mate. You've tried to outfox yourself and it's not worked. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to serve it anyway. So Jimmy Broadbent is leading by a country mile from Nicky Jakovic at the moment. But Jakovic under threat from Milan in the opening stages of this race. That Warmup car has got out the line and it's got out the line well.
And you're looking back at the LMP2 class, Capella in the number 40 car has got a little bit of a lead, but nothing to be happy of. It's only about 2 car lengths over Enzo Fazzi, but right across the rear wing of Fazzi is Carenta in that number 32 Atlantic Motorsport car.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. And, well, Jimmy Broadbent, of course, leading this first lap, but going to be crucial to see the battles of this race so far. We've got a battle for 7th going on already. Johnson's on the back of Azevedo in the Porsche there, as he's going to chase him down into the first 2 turns. Dives down the inside. Thank you very much, says James Johnson. I'll have that 7th place if you're not going to defend it.
A classic move into this NAS there. As I said, one of the prime passing opportunities here at Interlagos is that first corner.
Yeah, prime opportunity, primed and used by James Johnson to get into 7th. And the young man's on a charge. He's going for a Hodgkinson already. Look at this. I mean, fair play to them. They didn't qualify that well, but in a race scenario, Vodbull really proving the danger man here and really could be ones to watch. I mean, Milan's still chasing Jakovic and all, but Johnson's already on the back of Hodgkinson.
Indeed, that we've seen that Vodbull car has been extremely quick over the course of the season.
Yeah, Johnson's just doing a great job. He's trying to catch up with Hodge at every opportunity. We've got battle in P2 for 13, 14 and 15 that's close. Even for the lead of P2, we got Capella, Fazi, Carantha and Pavadnik not very far from each other. Keep an eye on that for me, please, Neil Heatley. As James Johnson, can he make it 2 overtakes in 2 laps at turn 1? He's going to have a run on Hodgkinson down through the final couple of corners. Hopefully for him, he'll have the speed. Maybe he'll be able to dive from Hodge. But we're going to see whether Johnson, he's very far back. I don't think he's going to make it 2 from 2 actually. But no, he's not nearly close enough. He can't get it done.
Indian Dindigard in the number 50 undercover sim racing car, 5th in class at the moment. It's for 5th, 6th and 7th in class this LMP2 battle. These 3 LMP2s nose to tail. Let's see if Hillebrand makes a move in turn 1. No, just shows his nose, just make sure that Dindigard knows that he's there.
Yeah, I've just seen actually the 3 wide cars now out of the pits, so I don't know whether they were trying to manually serve the penalty or what, but I don't think they can do that. They've got to wait for it to be applied before they can serve it, so it's all going to be for nothing, I think.
Indeed, Hillebrand having a cheeky little look into the Interlagos there, turn 4, but deciding not to make the most of it. But because of that tighter line, it's allowed Sean Campbell in the Champion Racing car to be right on the rear wing of the Magenta Warriors car.
Yeah, but oh, hang on, they're coming in again. 3 wide are coming in again to do another pit stop. And
oh, indeed, that's Sean Campbell up the inside at turn 8. A fantastic move there from the Champion Racing car. But they're side by side coming through turn 9. And indeed, Hillebrand gets that position back. This has just allowed Dindigard to get further away from these 2 battling. But fantastic battle through the central sector there. How you look, Sean Campbell right behind Hillebrand and Nicola Hillebrand coming into Shunkau. Too far back to make a move though, perhaps getting the toe up the hill into turn 1.
Yep, and Campbell him and Champion Racing have had a fantastic season. They were in LMP1 last season, moved down to P2 for this season, and it's done them the world of good in terms of championship standings. They're much more competitive this year. They are in 2nd place and fighting versus the championship leaders, but at the moment they've got Nicholas Hillebrand and Magenta Warriors to worry about.
Indeed, and of course every point counts, especially when you're second in the championship. And Atlantic, your prime rivals, are ahead of you, as is Scuderia GT Italia. They are ahead of you, and the Seawolf car. All of them are ahead of him, so they're just trying to gain as many points to try and not lose those vital positions.
That's what they're trying to do. Meanwhile, we got a big battle going on for an LMP1. We got 5, we got 6, we got 7, all battling each other. Johnson on the back of Hodgkinson, Hodgkinson on the back of Michelle, Velas versus DHR versus Vodbull. All 3 teams really want this position. Johnson has already gone for 1 car to turn 1. I imagine he's a bit far away, maybe to go for Hodgkinson. Hodgkinson may be a bit far away on Michelle, but James Johnson, yeah, he's not going to get this done, I don't think, this turn either, but we saw how he outbraked. Well, he's so good at the braking in that Porsche.
See that Porsche, they seem to have got that Porsche set up for the brakes. Of course, brakes are extremely important here because of so many massive braking zones. 1, 5, 8 and 10 are all big braking zones, so that brake setup is vitally important here. So they've got Sean Campbell right behind Hillebrand, coming up through speed of the boxes. Coming through turn 15, that is. Campbell having a look towards the outside, Hillebrand covering the inside. Campbell looking to go around the outside, no overlap there, no room at the end there for the Champion Racing car.
Nope, no overlap for Campbell whatsoever. He's going to have to try and get Hillebrand into Interlagos, you believe. And, well, he's got the draft in that Champion LMP2, and he's going to try looking down the inside here. No, he's not nearly ready to go for a move on the German whatsoever. So Hillebrand will retain the place. And here come the penalties. And, well, looking through the penalties, as I imagined, it's done nothing for 3 wide. They still got theirs to deal with. But not Pinto, Vija, Rodriguez, Canistrati, Bryson, Schoenfleet, Machado, Campbell, Azevedo, Pavadnik, all have penalties to serve for some form.
Indeed, all these cars have penalties to serve, so we won't really see the true complex of the race until about 5 minutes time or so, once all these cars have served the penalties. So you do have 5 laps to serve these penalties here in the Virtual Endurance Championship.
Yeah, you've got 5 laps, and well, the 3 wide car now seems to be stuck in the pits with the engine off. This is this is weird stuff happening in Interlagos. I want to keep half an eye on this because it's really weird goings on. But it looks to me like there's still a battle going on for 3rd place because Parkin is on the back of the line in the traffic.
Indeed, Sean Campbell has came into the pits to serve that car's penalty. And indeed, all these cars are trying to serve these penalties. But indeed, Kieran Parkin, that number 2 DHR car, this GT traffic is hampering Warrior Milan badly, just catching them in all the wrong places.
Yeah, really hampering at the moment, and well, not helping in any way. And Parkin, well, we know in that DHR number 2, he can do some seriously good stuff. Milan, though, with the advantage of Machado there, can be dealt with, and well, Jimmy Broadbent's doing a great job of traffic at the moment. He's just slicing and dicing. Through he goes, no problems whatsoever, goes JB, and he's absolutely flying.
Indeed, that Nissan GTR LM seems to be hooked up around this Interlagos circuit.
He's got 4.3 seconds at the start-finish line over Jakovic, who's now stuck behind 2 GT cars and is letting Milan catch up on him. And Parkin is having a go as well, as is Michelle, as is Johnson. This is how close the racing is in these opening couple of minutes of the VEC. I mean, even in the GT class, we've got battles somewhere. I mean, we've got Viger and Barros.
Indeed, extremely. Still lots of battles, because remember, we're only 8.5 minutes into this race.
You'd imagine it's all going to settle down then, but it's always the most fun bit of an endurance race. The opening couple of minutes as Pabandit comes in to serve his penalty. Fair play to him for that. And Johnson is on the back of Michelle now. He's used the traffic too. And Michelle's catching up on Parkin.
Indeed, Michelle is catching up on Parkin extremely close to all these cars. But they're passing around Hadlack and Fish at the moment. And those two are battling for position themselves. 23rd and 24th overall. That is 5th and 6th in class.
It is, and they are having a battle between each other as, well, we've got Barros and Viger battling, we've got Johnson and Michelle battling. 5 and 6 seems to be the lucky numbers at the moment for people, but Azevedo wants a crack at the action too. This is just brilliant, these opening couple of laps so far.
Indeed, these opening few laps are always the most exciting, mainly because the cars are always so close together. But you have to say that you can have some exciting duels in the 9 minutes of the race as Viger, that number 54 Atlantic, comes into the pits to serve his penalty.
Yep, he's coming into the pits to serve that, and fair play to him for it. You know, serve it soon, get it out the way. As what's Martin Furman doing? He's now travelling around in 7th gear at a reasonably slow speed. He's only doing 250 down the back straight. I don't know what's going on with this 3 wide car.
Very, very interesting. I'm not sure at all what that 3 wide car is doing, but it's terrible news for Probodnik and that Seawolf Netrace Motorsports car. He's behind so many GT cars, and of course he won't get the blue flag because he's not lapping them.
Yeah, he won't get the blue flag. They're all entitled to the battle for position. I don't like the look of this, I'll be honest, Neil. It's very weird that we see a P1 going around at this pace, and it just seems, something seems off. It's just like we know Henning Vollet from that team has a race ban, but something just doesn't seem right here. Nonetheless, we'll keep an eye on developments at the front because that's where the racing is at the moment. And while Hodgkinson is not directly involved in any battles, but he's just overtaken Nuno Pinto in the dark racing. So the leader in P1 has now been overtaken and lapped by the top 8 in LMP1. So that's all the prototype ones, past them with the exception of the one in last.
Indeed, and pardon me. Indeed, and just having the Broadbent is still pulling streaks ahead out of the cars behind him. It's Nicky Drakovic in number 4 Team Virus car, your current championship leaders. But that GNS car has only got 39 points compared to Virus's 111. There's 75 points left in the championship, so I believe, theoretically, they could still win the championship, but it's extremely unlikely for them to do so.
Yeah, some teams at this point just so far back, and the teams are unlikely, but bigger comebacks have been staged, you know, so we could full well see a surprise winner in the championship yet. Endurance racing is not fixed. Anything can happen.
Indeed, anything can happen in endurance racing, and indeed it can happen.
Yeah, and sometimes it has happened before, and well, we'll see what does happen in this race. Jimmy Broadbent completes his 10th lap of the race, 14 minutes down, many more to go. But you know, importantly, he's got a 5-second gap within those minutes over Nicky Jakovic in the Team Virus car, and that's what's really going to count here, as the 3-wide car has now retired from the race. Well, that's unfortunate, but, you know, I don't know what the heck they were doing anyway.
You say that about Broadbent and Jakovic though. In that last lap, Jakovic brought in 9/10 of a second over Broadbent. But I think the last lap, I don't think Broadbent had that much traffic, to be honest. I think they passed all the GT traffic, so it could have just been a small mistake somewhere.
Broadbent's pace is such, he's now about to lap Sean Campbell, who's in 15th overall. He's getting past the P2s already.
But you've got to remember that this Interlagos circuit is so short. One of the shortest we visit here in the VEC schedule.
Yeah, so they're all going to get a lap back when he pits, but, you know, hard tyres on that Nissan, they're going to get as much life as they possibly can out of them. And, well, he's just going to go straight through on the inside. There you go. Can't even compete in a straight line with a glorious Nissan. But then again, their problems lie in cornering, because front-wheel drive cars are inherently slower sometimes in corners, and they're more demanding on the tyres, for certain.
Indeed, and they've both had relatively clean laps this time around. Let's see what happens. Broadbent's last lap was an 18.2. Jakovic's last lap was a 17.7. Again, half a second out of out of Broadbent, I should say, that last lap. Perhaps that Nissan is extremely good at one-lap pace and extremely good through traffic, but when it comes to just raw lap pace, that R18 Virus car could indeed be the fastest out there.
It could full well be overall the fastest. I mean, I keep saying the Nissan front-wheel drive is not truly front-wheel drive. About 70% of the power goes to the front and 30% to the back, but they can't adjust that, unlike the teams and the Audis and the Porsches. They can adjust their power-torque ratios, but the Nissans is fixed.
Indeed, that Nissan is fixed at 70/30, I do believe. So they can't adjust anything for any corners. So they're stuck with what power ratio they've got.
Whereas, you know, the teams and the Audis and the Porsches, it's more likely they can have some play in theirs. They can go fully four-wheel drive to fully rear-wheel drive to somewhere in the middle, 70/30, maybe in the opposite direction. And that can help in some circumstances, but sometimes it is actually, GNS can come off well, and especially on the fast tracks, they have straight line speed. As, oh, what's this?
Indeed, that straight line speed of the Nissan is absolutely extraordinary. It's about 30 kilometers an hour faster in straights. It certainly was at Sebring, and it probably is something similar here at Interlagos.
Yeah, and Daniel Canstratis has been applied a drive-through penalty. Now, I'm not sure what that's for. I'm going to look back and see if he was involved in any incidents, but... Oh, it was from last race. Well, that's just one then. Fair enough. Well, you know, the cardinal will be applied at once perhaps, but one penalty comes through for Canstratis, and he does still have to serve that.
Oh, and that's contacting White Bryson and Carranza, I believe.
Well, I'll go have a look at that.
That was just a little bit of contact coming through turn 8, which has no name actually on this track. It appears that perhaps White Bryson was just caught out a little bit by where Carranza braked and just ran into the back of him.
Yeah, it wasn't much contact.
Oh,
anyway.
there's a massive incident. Hillenbrand's involved, as is one of the other LP2 cars, I believe.
Well, where is Nick? Oh yeah, that would look big.
That's Dintegard and Hillenbrand. They were fighting each other for position.
Yeah,
and that's coming out of. That's in turn 10, I believe. That's at Pico de Pato.
Yeah, Hillenbrand had practically no space, and he tried to come on the inside. Dintegard was there, contact between the two, crossed off again, and then Dintegard loses his front bumper, and Mark Fuller goes through. So Hillenbrand won't be happy about that. Neither will Carsten Dintegard, who now has to crawl back to the pits, although he's already there, to be honest. So fair play to Carsten for getting that car round, but Sebastian Rodriguez will go through. Dintegard will not be happy about that.
Indeed, it's again, in these opening minutes of an endurance race, you just have to be careful. You really can't take any risks.
Yeah, well, that was not really good. We don't like to see incidents. Oh, there's a car stop. That is Schenkels. Tom Schenkels has spun in the SRVN. He's just trying to let everyone through. Oh, well, that's fair enough if he's letting people through then. I thought he'd had a mechanical issue, but there's no... Yep, he's getting it going again. There's no bonnet on that Ferrari, as he's just trying to get it going. As,
that's the exit of turn 3.
Oh, God, there is serious suspension damage below the looks of it. Indeed. Unsurprisingly, there's a code 81st of the race. Jimmy Allison calls it in. Schenkels has suspension damage. And, well, look at that. He's forcing the wheel 90 degrees to the left just to get it to go in a straight line.
An absolutely heroic job from Schenkels there, but that was on the exit of Interlagos. Turn 3, an extremely fast corner, flattering all these cars. It's where we saw Mark's.
And while he doesn't actually realise that the code 80's been called for him. He's had to slow down, and well, he may have sped under code 80, but which he may have inadvertently brought out. But when he realises it now, he's slowed down. Fair play to him. And Jimmy Broadbent now just trying to negotiate his way around this track while staying side by side with GT traffic.
Indeed, Schenkels on the outside of Carlo
actually,
there,
looks
but
like
we
he's
saw
coming
that
in.
fantastic overtake from Verstappen on Rosberg last year in the extremely wet Brazilian Grand Prix. Extremely flat corner, but indeed, it's horrific damage for that SRVN car. And of course, they've perhaps not had the best of seasons this time round. They've got 42 points, which is compared to Dark Racing, who's in the lead, they've got 103, so only about 40% of the points that Dark Racing has.
Yeah, Broadbent in the pits then from the lead. Djakovic would assume the lead of this race, wants probably new front tyres, and well, I can't blame him. It is effectively a free pit stop. Well, not free, but less expensive pit stop. Pit stops on discount sale here at VEC, as Boyer Milan does the same, and Broadbent will exit the pit lane under code 80. He will have lost time to Djakovic, but now he's got the pace, now he's got fresh rubber, and he can start to catch up. So basically, he's got new tyres for free.
Rodriguez and the MVT racing team LMP2 car is doing the same thing as well. They're in 15th place overall, third last in the LMP2 class. They're doing the same thing as well, coming in. I believe Sean Campbell is also doing it as well, because I don't think he was involved in that P2 incident earlier, was he? As
well,
Dindegard leaves the pits after obviously damage repair from the incident with Hildebrand.
That'll be good for him, and it means he's lost less time in the pits as Schenkels comes into the pit lane now. And I assume with that he's going to end the code 80 sooner rather than later as Schenkels enters the pit lane. So,
indeed, so that should be the code 80 away within the next 10 seconds or so. So everyone should start to be getting ready to go back to green again.
we should do at least, and yeah, we're just waiting now for the call to be made, I guess. And here we go. Green flag racing in 10 seconds. We will be going back to with the new race leader. And the green flag drop once again. We have a new race leader in Nicky Djakovic, but he's got a Broadbent bearing down on him. And that Nissan will be getting bigger and bigger in the rearview mirror of the Virus car. And this could be an interesting battle. We saw the little bit of a collision between Djakovic and Broadbent in the pit lane. And guess who's there to make advantage of it? It's deja vu all over again. We've just seen this situation before. James Johnson right behind them.
Indeed, that vaudeville car, James Johnson, seems to be a fantastic driver, just unbelievably consistent. Just there to pick up the pieces, that vaudeville car always seems to be.
Yeah, it is exactly how we saw it before. Djakovic jumps Broadbent off the start, then Johnson's there to pick up the pieces. We saw it in qualifying. Will we see it again in the race? Hopefully not. We don't like to see drama. But either way, Broadbent is catching, and well, it doesn't take a genius to tell you that 4 seconds is not as much as the 2.2 now. Well, 4 seconds is more than the 2.2 they have now. The gap has gone down.
Indeed, the gap has gone down, but that was just coming off code 80 last lap, so perhaps not a real representation. We just have to see next time round to see what the gap between the times are.
Maybe he's just topped up on fuel as, oh, he just narrowly misses Gergely Barros there on lapping him just Broadbent, but yeah, this could be interesting because Djakovic has had an incident, he's had a slide, and Broadbent all of a sudden has gone from being 2 seconds behind to half a second behind.
Indeed, Nicky Djakovic and the Virus Audi R8 is going to be under fire from Broadbent, the Nissan GT-R LM. Got to be really careful on the straight. They're stuck behind Diego Caranta in the number 32 Atlantic P2 car at the moment. Djakovic goes up the inside of turn 11, that's Mugello. But indeed, Broadbent's not going to be able to get the launch out of Junkao because he's going to be stuck behind the P2 car.
Remember how much speed the Nissan has in the straight line, though. This gap should eradicate itself soon enough. Broadbent's going to have a massive advantage. Look, he's catching Djakovic like he's in another class. He can't dive into turn 1, though, because there's not enough room. And now he's got to wait for the next bigger straight.
Indeed, the left and the right of the Senna S back into the old circuit goes the wrong way, if you will, the old circuit for the reprofile bit. Through the curve into stall, the left-hander flat out and Broadbent isn't far enough for a nice dive bomb into Interlagos.
Yeah, Broadbent will be doing 300 plus kilometers an hour. Djakovic only 291. These cars really quick through here. And, well, of course, the Nissan has the straight line speed advantage, but it is the cornering. Oh, I've just seen Enzo Farsi go off in the Vallis Simsport, and he's taken to the grass, and he's rejoined in a fairly safe way. I guess it was quite quick. I would have slowed down a bit more myself, but whatever. Wonderful full team board, Enzo. That didn't cause an incident, so I guess it's safe.
I suppose it's safe within reason, I presume. But looking back at GT class, the 89 car, the Velis Sim Sport car, is indeed in the lead of GT class. That's the second Velis Sim Sport car, not the one that's currently in the fighting for the championship.
Big traffic for Broadbent and Djakovic. Jimmy's gonna get it here, you imagine. He's gonna dive down the outside of Djakovic. Nicky has no defense for the sheer speed of the Nissan, but can he dive bomb him into turn one? No, he can't. Jimmy Broadbent retakes the lead on the turn there. He's going to have more of an advantage going into the next straight as well. This looks like his for the time being.
Indeed, it does look like Broadbent's for the time being. We just got to see what sort of time that Djakovic can make up in the twisty parts of this track.
Yeah, well, I have to say, I mean, to go back to the Enzo Farsi thing, he did nothing wrong, really. It's just I would have taken a bit slow if I were me, but, you know, perfectly legal, nothing done wrong, and it was actually quite a good rejoin, to be fair. I mean, he's still leading out, he's still second in LMP2, and very competitive, so he must have done something right.
Indeed, but you've still got James Johnson being there in the background, the 14 car, 014 on the front, and these three cars are nose to tail for the lead of the race overall.
Well, he is going to be absolutely on the edge here, because if these two, if Djakovic and Broadbent get caught up enough with each other, James Johnson might be within a shout of the race lead. I mean, I'm not saying via incident, but what I'm saying is, via maybe battling each other, Broadbent just goes straight to the inside. He's going to use his Nissan's power there, but it's more Johnson versus Djakovic we should be looking at here, I think.
Indeed, it appears that Johnson might have slightly more weight on that Porsche 919, but of course we've got all three classes in LMP1 being represented here, the Nissan, the Audi and the Porsche, so every car will have its strengths and weaknesses. Perhaps the Porsche is slightly better in the twisty bits than the Audi.
Perhaps it is, and we'll see the advantages of each car as the race goes on, and we'll see the advantages of who can get what as the race goes on as well, but ultimately, for now, it's still a three-way duel, which doesn't really make it a duel for LMP1, but still, English, while it may be my language, not a strong point, but I can manipulate it in ways that make it seem like I know what I'm talking about. Someone who knows that they've got to get a foot down, though, really, is Gergely Barros, because he's under threat from Dennis Hadlack in the GTs.
Yeah, Hadlack in that Corvette, the bright light blue and the yellow car with the Logitech branding all over it. As Djakovic and, well, all three of them actually have to go around the outside of Pinto at turn 10. Very interesting move there, and it's allowed Djakovic to get away ever so slightly, but it's put Broadbent in towards Djakovic.
Yeah, and he's just going to pull further away on the straight, of course. But Johnson is so close to Nicky Djakovic here. It's Vodball versus Virus for second place. James Johnson's got a slight toe. But, oh, look at the speed of Djakovic down the straight there. Again, the whole other class thing comes into play. Maybe running left swing, maybe the Audi's quicker on the straight line. But Johnson gets it all done under braking again.
Indeed, that Porsche 919. With James Johnson on the wheel, that Vodpool car, the solid block red car, seems to be absolutely extraordinary under the brakes.
Yeah, he just really is not having any difficulty in the braking here as James Johnson. He's got Djakovic absolutely banged to rights here. He's not giving him a breather in any sense, and it is very much... Well, actually, it's two Porsches, sorry, I didn't think I thought the Virus was an Audi, it's a Porsche. Well, evidently I can't speak English or see. So,
I've got it written down in my notes in front of me. I obviously can't read either.
So we've got Neil Heatley who can't read, me who can't see. We got Keanu Evil. Well, ultimately we only need Jimmy. God, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I must not be able. Someone, please stop us immediately.
Please English, Josh. Please English better.
Right.
Anyway, Djakovic seems to have gained a little bit of time on Broadbent this last lap. Again, we're just going to have to wait till they come across the start-finish line, see what their last laps are, see what the time differential is. Broadbent's last lap was a 17.649. Jakovic's was the 17.631. So these two cars are essentially creating identical lap times at the moment. It's just that Broadbent can pull away on the straights where it's easiest to pass.
And that's his problem, Jakovic. He needs to outpace Broadbent and then stay ahead. This is a really, really good track for the Nissan because it's so quick in places. But Jakovic's best chance is going to be in the twisty Sector 2, and he's not got enough of a Sector 2 to catch up there.
Indeed, but that front-wheel drive Nissan seems to be hurting badly in the central section of this track. As they're coming into GT traffic again, having just passed Joe Nathan in the number 72 Atlantic Motorsport car, and indeed passing this GT traffic again. Oh, very close to the back of Boyd Bryson in the flatline car there.
Jakovic gets through easier though, but the problem is he's already hit the straight, and this is where the Nissan's quicker, so there's not even any point in trying to overtake.
Indeed, up the inside of Walker, I should say.
Yeah, up the inside of Ryan Walker there.
But indeed, in the LP2 class, Capella, Fazzi and Carenta, the top three there, seem to be about equidistant from each other. Hillebrand a long way behind, Fuller not that far behind him, say about 10 car lengths or so, and Campbell about 15 car lengths behind him.
Yeah, and right indeed there at the moment, and I can't help but look at the two DHR cars in 6th and 7th at the moment. Those two having a decent race so far, chasing the likes of Michelle and Milan. Obviously all of the B2s have been lapped at this point, all of the P1s are still on the lead lap, bar Azevedo with 8. That said, Azevedo and Hodgkinson having a go at each other. Well, Hodgkinson must have been lapped as well, because I don't see Broadbent in front, near behind him.
Indeed, just looking towards the GT class actually, Barros in the 89 Vel Simsport car and Hadlack in the 75 PRL Logitech car. Both these cars really, they're joint 13th in the championship, these two, so really not fighting for overall championship honours, just fighting for pride at this moment in time. That's really important for the Dark car and the number 94 Velas car and the Scuderia GT Italia and the Sim Racing for Holland car. All four of those cars are still in with a good chance of winning this championship, but it's taking points away from them.
It is, yeah, and that's not going to help them in any capacity, and well, we've still got this battle on between Azevedo and Hodgkinson for 7th in LMP1. Hodgkinson's got to deal with two cars in one corner, which he does, and Azevedo can't do. Martin Furman has left the race. Confirmation that the 3-wide team are out. They've been out for a while. But Azevedo, that traffic did not help him. He's had to yield to Hodgkinson, and he's lost position. Now he's going to have to do the hard work all over again.
Indeed, and that's just what can happen in traffic sometimes, is that you can just catch them at the wrong point and lose all of your time as Broadbent comes through the GT lead battle.
Yeah, and this is not something the GT leaders are going to want to see, the fact that they've got to let a prototype through, but they do so well enough that they can continue battling as they were, and just let's just focus on that, I think, actually. We haven't given Gergely, Barras and Dennis Hadlack enough love here, really. These two are battling out with the top battle of GTs, and they are going at it really well. They're both duking it out here, and while it may be true that Dennis Hadlack in that number 75 car is not directly involved with the championship fight. They're having a good race here. Although Gergely Barros in the 89 Venice needs this, you imagine, to, well actually, even then, that's the other Venice car.
Indeed, it is the other Velas car sitting there, but indeed, Hadlack and Barros are very close to each other, coming up the front straight through the final turn, turn 15. Very short track here. It's only 4,309 metres. Hadlack goes up the inside into turn 1 into the Senna S. Lovely move there. There's now PRL Logitech to the top of the GT class.
Well played indeed, Dennis. That puts you in the lead of the race, and Gergely Barros down to second, and even then these aren't the cars that are fighting for the lead of the championship. They're further back in the field, but Hadlack and Barros here, this is not an over battle. It's the other Venice car versus the PRL Logitech for the battle of the lead of GT. And this is a great battle in its own right.
Absolutely cracking battle in the GT class. But indeed, having a look, Carenta is in third place, is looking through traffic. But indeed, Capella is losing ground to Fazzi. It's 1.2 seconds that last lap Capella lost to Fazzi. Yeah,
Enzo Fazzi is really giving it full beans here in that Velas P2. And he knows as much as anybody else he's going to try and catch Capella for the lead of this race. but he's not doing it just yet. Djakovic's gap to Broadbent is 1.2. That actually looked like it's come down a bit since I last checked. But remember, he can't overtake in the right places. The speed lies with the Nissan.
Indeed, speed does indeed lie with the Nissan, but these prototypes extremely close together. They're still very close together, and you're getting James Johnson in the background ready to pick up any pieces.
Well, there's another battle going on, you know. We're not short of action today, Neil. Christian Michel and Boy Milan for 4th in LMP1. It is Monaco versus Velas Simsport, and, well, Velas Simsport, as the current second placers in the championship, you'd imagine, needs to do well here because they're going to drop even more points to Team Virus, and Vodbull are going to catch them.
Indeed, just doing my quick math, the gap between 2nd and that is 5th, isn't it? That's a 6-point gap, so they're going to lose. They're going to be behind Velas. Sorry, Velas are going to lose 6 points to Virus, which means they're going to be. That is 13 points behind. But you got to remember, Le Mans is a double points race.
So realistically, at this moment, anyone up to 7th is capable of winning the championship. Even the reigning champions, I doubt they will after this race. But for the likes of Monaco, for the 3 and the 2 of Doug Ensign Racing, it's going to take nigh on a miracle. That said, though, the 2 is a lot more in contention than the 3 is at the moment.
Indeed, it's still mathematically possible for that GNS car to win the championship at the moment, at least, because they're only 72 points behind Virus, and there's 75 available in the two races left, so they can theoretically win the championship, but they're going to need a whole load of miracles for that to happen.
Basically, they'll need every LMP1 to not finish for them to win both races. That's what it's going to take. But I think
well,
at this
if all the
point,
LMP1 cars don't finish, of course they're going to win.
Yeah, so of course. But I think, to be honest, I think at this point, JNS are probably not looking at the championship. I think they're just looking to take wins now. Because, well, they haven't had one all season. The best they've had is 12 points twice in races 2 and 3.
Indeed, only races 2 and 3, they've not had the best of luck, as we saw at Room 1 at the 12 Hours of Sebring last time round, so perhaps luck will come their way.
Maybe luck will come their way, but I see clouds forming over the skies, Neil.
Oh my, goodness gracious. I'm sorry, I'm just slightly distracted because the horse that I bet on just won the Grand National here in the UK, so I'm in some money. But anyway, there are clouds starting to come over the track. Perhaps that rain is starting to come. Perhaps that rain is gathering over the circuit.
Well, you lucky man, Neil Heatley. Well done. And yeah, I've just seen which one that is. I didn't bet on it, unfortunately. But yeah. Well, that is a shame that, well, I didn't win, but anyone who did, well done.
Yep, I've just got a Skype message from my mother screaming because she's just won £50 in it. Unfortunately, hopefully she'll give some of that to me. But anyway, Christian Michel appears to have lost a little bit of ground in Borja Milan.
Well, actually, yes, he does. That is further away now. Monaco is further away from Borja Milan. Well, I say that. Borja Milan is with Monaco. He's not getting any further away from Monaco. But they are putting away from the Velas car of Christian Michel. I got there in the end, and maybe Christian Michel will get back up the front towards Milan in the end of this race. But for now, he's losing ground, and that's not good news.
Djakovic and Johnson are battling each other at the moment, but they are still catching Broadbent. So it seems like these three are just rubber banding between themselves.
Yeah, the gap goes up and down and up and down, and it's like a blooming pogo stick VEC at the moment. Djakovic keeps increasing and decreasing. It's gone up to 1.1 seconds again. We can't tell who's got the advantage. We can only look at average lap times at this rate.
Indeed, essentially we are having to look at average lap times. It's so close between all three of them at the moment.
It is. I mean, it is so close between these cars at the moment. We can't tell who's going to get more of a lead than the other. I mean, take that sector. They just lost another half a second, but it's a quick sector. Sector 2, it might be the Team Virus go back up again. They might get it to win for half a second again. And Broadbent's just going to take it back on the front straight. It's like, just throw some dice in a dice ball and roll it, and whoever comes out trumps wins.
Indeed, but you've got side by side between Walker and Schenkels behind them. That's going to bog the LP1 so badly coming through turn 9. That's a Pinarino, that's Little Pine Tree if you don't speak Portuguese. But there we go. But again, Jack Fish appears to have pulled a little bit of gap over Johnson, but he's lost so much time to Broadbent.
Well, James Johnson's gained some time as a result of traffic, and he'll be having another cheeky little look, but I doubt he's going to get through this time around, to be honest, because we all know that Nicky Jakovic has got the straight line speed in the battle of the non-Nissans. And, well, Johnson's got the braking, but the braking's not enough in this scenario, as we've seen with the Nissan and the other cars.
Indeed, but you've got to... Oh, as Jakovic gets hauled up badly by Machetan talking to a racing car. The only Aston Martin we've got on the grid here in the LMGT class. But indeed, Johnson is extremely close. We're just going to see if he can do anything on the brakes down into turn 4. But it appears that he's too far away to do so. And indeed he is. There's nothing there. As we have a yellow flag in the first sector. That is a car off on the inside of turn 1. It looked like a prototype. Sorry, it's the outside turn 1 is Fuller in the flatline racing car.
Well, he's back on the way now, which is good for him, of course. And while it is unfortunate he had that incident, it's going to cost him a bit of track position. Look how close James Johnson is to Jakovic. I'd like to go on board if it's possible, because it is such a close run fight at the moment between Johnson and Jakovic. These two giving it. Look how close he gets on the brake. And again, he's got the brakes as Johnson, but the problem he's got is he can't get the speed on the straights.
Indeed, it's a straight line speed for Johnson, but the Audi, they're very similar in acceleration, but the Audi, sorry, they're both Porsches. Why do I keep on thinking Jakovic is in an Audi?
I think they were last season.
Anyway, they're equal cars, but it just appears that Jakovic, that Porsche, has a little bit less wing on it.
Must be last wing for Jakovic, significantly so, but then Johnson just gets it all on the brake, and you see, back in with contention, and, well, this is the problem. Interlagos kind of favours a high-speed setup.
Indeed, the high-speed setup, but no, sure, I probably don't. If I was driving, not knowing nothing about setup, my setups are always horrific. But no, if I was going to set up a car, I'd be more inclined to put a sort of medium downforce for this track.
Yeah, it's a sort of compromise strategy, isn't it? You could go medium, and I guess it would work in that same sense as, well, Jakovic has had problems with Gurgly. Barros didn't get through till now, and Johnson's close again, but he won't probably get through again. This is the problem. Jakovic has got the straight line speed.
But James Johnson is oh so good on the brakes. He just needs to be close enough, and he can certainly have a good look into the Senna S at the beginning of the next lap.
He could, I guess, but it's going to be difficult for him. It's not going to be easy. He's on the back of Jakovic, though. He needs a good exit here. Looks like he's got it, so he's going to have the draft, which will neutralise the pain he's about to feel on the straight. And I'm going to compare the speed for yourself as we go down the start-finish. Jakovic is going to cross the start-finish line. He's doing 290 something. He's doing 298, and Johnson is 292, I believe. He's 6k down.
Indeed, just having a look at the last lap, Johnson pulled in a quarter of a second in the last lap onto Jakovic. But yeah, and Jakovic lost 7/10 to Broadbent. So Jakovic perhaps waning ever so slightly, lap 30 of this race.
He's got to watch because he's not battling Jimmy anymore. Now he's defending from James, and that can have an effect on pace. You're faster if you're attacking sometimes, and slower if you're defending sometimes, and you got traffic to deal with, and Johnson's on the outside if you're trying to go do the turn, but it doesn't work.
Indeed, but they're still side by side through turn 9. Oh, so close. There's a prototype off on the right hand side, a blue and yellow P2, I believe it was. But they're stuck behind Daniel Strachey in that Texas Squadron Corsa. They're going to try and split him round there. That's not going to work. Johnson has to yield.
Is this prototype racing a touring cars? It's so close, you'd imagine it's the latter. But Johnson is sticking with Jakovic like glue on that car. And he's, well, I imagine again, he's not really going to get through on the straight here. And they've got Enzo Farsi and Diego Carranza ahead, both battling for track position in their own right. Farsi looks round the something of, well, he didn't even, he's pretty far behind now. Jakovic is, oh, closey, don't be too impatient now. Johnson's going to get through as well, mind. And Nicky Jakovic is getting stuck behind the GT, goes on the inside, just finds space. Manages to get through. Oh, Sean Fleet moves over on Johnson. Didn't anticipate that now.
You've got to remember Carranza and Fatsi are fighting for each other. that's for second place in class, so that's a pretty important battle for those two as well.
Well, on his shin flight, he just seemed to move over on Johnson, maybe trying to get out of the way of all the cars. I've had 5 cars come out of the laps at once. It's not a nice thing to have happen to you. Pretty scary, so I understand that mistakes can be made. But Johnson has not benefited from that. He's dropped loads of time to Djakovic.
Eddie Johnson has dropped a whole heap of time to Djakovic. That's not gone well at that lapping stage, but again, it will come back to you. You've just got to wait. The pendulum will swing both ways. It will be swings and roundabouts. It will be to's and fro's. You've just got to wait, and that time will eventually come back to you via traffic.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the speeds, because apparently Vodball are running 5 on the front wing, and Velas are obviously running lower. I'm watching the speeds, and Djakovic is going to 298, 299, 300 on the straight, and Johnson's 10k down. It is a massive differential, so they must be running significantly lower wing.
Perhaps they were anticipating rain. They're anticipating rain that never came.
Yeah, this is weird. I mean, they're losing time, but they need rain for it to really work, I think.
William Milan goes wide at turn 1, allows Christian Michel a little look up the inside. No, it doesn't work, but 4th and 5th overall in the race, and indeed for LMP1 class. Extremely close between the two at the moment, coming down the Reto Oposto. And William Milan defends the inside as they go around the GT car. That's the 94 with Schoenfleet on the wheel a bit. But indeed, these two cars absolutely nose to tail coming back up the hill. Of course, this track built on the side of a hill. Oh, and Michel forced ever so slightly wide onto the grass.
Yeah, Christian Michel, of course, was part of the championship winning outfit that went into Season 8 as champions. That means they were Season 7 champions, of course, if you know logical progression. But, of course, TXL did not win the championship in Season 8. Then he joined what was then Revolution Racing, what is now Velas Sim Sport. And Christian Michel with them now, Jason Delboy will land in the Monaco.
But right behind these two cars is Kieran Parkin, that number 2 car. We know how fast that number 2 DHR car is. Parkin will be coming up and trying to pass these two as fast as possible to keep those championship aspirations alive.
That's what they're going to have to do ultimately, and Parkin is really going to be focusing on that. I see Carantha and Fazi both in the pits here. And, well, Diego and Enzo are both in, gonna both pit, gonna both stick with each other like glue in its own right. Both, look how close they are in the pit boxes.
Indeed, the P2 cars can roughly do 45 minutes in the tank. You've got to anticipate the formation lap and the lap or so of code 80 that we had. That's about on time for the LMP2 cars. These cars it's going to be a 7-stop race for possibly these and the LMP1 cars today.
But I imagine that might be the case as, well, I just can't help but think when these prototype 1s are going to come into the pits, if the P2s can do that much on fuel, maybe the prototype 1s can do a little bit more, maybe an hour, maybe we'll see a 6-stop race, 5-6 stop from them. Broadband flashing these lights at Ryan Walker as he comes down the start finish. And he now leads by a healthy margin over Djakovic. Look how much of his speed he's got. Oh, just narrowly misses Vitala there. Jumps out of the way at the last possible moment, but gets through to Djakovic. You can tell he's on a mission.
Indeed, that was an interesting noise you made there, Josh, but indeed, Johnson appears to have lost a little bit more time to Djakovic, actually. And indeed, I believe he has. No, that's a lie. He gained 3/10 on him the last lap, but it's just that traffic has hampered the Vodbull car so terribly.
Yeah, traffic has not helped Johnson whatsoever, and he's dropping back now from Djakovic, so it's spreading out in that sense. But Milan Michel still reasonably close, parking on the back of Michel as well. This 4-5-6 battle for LMP1 is definitely kicking up.
Indeed, and we have Fuller and Fatsy nose to tail in the LMP2 class, but of course Fuller is yet to pit.
Yep, and Fuller obviously got to come into the pits, and well, Capella and Hillebrand also in the pits now, so really it is open window time for the P2 cars, you'd imagine. As we say, 45 minutes on the tank, but Kieran Parkin trying to tank his way through Christian Michel at the moment. He's charging like a real...
Oh, James Johnson's crashed!
Oh, dear God, that is a bad one for Johnson! It's gone terribly wrong for the Vodbull driver. Went into the wall, crashed it, engine dead, and I do believe that is Vodbull out because there's no front left wheel. That's it, they're gone!
Indeed, just having a look at what happened to him coming into turn Let's have a look. That's coming into turn 10 actually, at the top of the hill, the second right-hander. That's very interesting. It seems the rear's locked up and just slid into the barriers on the outside and hit a very sharp bit of tyre barrier. Left wheel, front wheel off. The front tyre work off. That's an absolute disaster for Vodbull, and I do believe that is them out of the race, and indeed it is.
Wow, it was all going so well for Vodbull, and now it's all come to a crushing end, and well, that is so tragic. It's so easy to do as well. So in qualifying, a team just locked the rears. In fact, you know what it was? It was when Jimmy Broadbent got Nicky Jakovic. It was that same corner. Jakovic locked the rears. He lost the time. Broadbent got through. This time, the same thing has happened to the Vodbull, but it's been terminal for them.
Absolutely terminal for Vodbull. They were third in the championship. They had 98 points only. That's only 13 behind Virus. It's not gone well for them. That they're going to have to hope for a miracle at Le Mans to have a chance of winning this championship.
It is going to mean that this is actually the first DNF of the season as well. They've been so consistent, always finishing, and this is the first time this season they've DNF, and that could be the one that costs them the championship.
Indeed, you were saying about consistency earlier on, how Vodbull had been so consistent. That consistency appears to have run out.
Well, apparently, according to Dawei Tapper in the comments, it was a game lag for him. And, well, that is so unfortunate. Again, it can just happen. Sometimes you can just have a bit of a connection problem. You can freeze, your graphics can go wrong, you can disconnect, anything can go wrong, and it just seems to have gone wrong this race for them.
Indeed, it appears to have had just the wrong race, but having a look, it's a fantastic battle for the podium now with Milan, Michelle and Parkin.
Yeah, now it is pretty much on for the podium between these two, Michelle and Milan, and Jakovic has just got to pretty much keep it out of the off track at this point, because he's having a great race. He's just going to keep it going to get second, and the likes of that, Ricardo Azevedo, I do believe, has gone a lap down. Adam Hodge, well, actually, I say that, I don't think he has. Maybe that's just a timing glitch, because he's within this whole Hodgkinson train, and Hodge is on 33 seconds behind Broadbent, so unless Azevedo went a lap down earlier, then he's probably not. Actually, I think he is actually a lap down.
Michelle! That's disgusting! Going around the outside, three wide, all the way up the straight. They're banging, touching. Michelle going around the outside of Sabine in the boxes. This is allowing Kieran Parkin a fantastic opportunity for the Audi R18 to come up with the three of them. It may well be three wides coming into turn one, and these three cars side by side. Indeed, Michelle around the outside cannot make it. Barry Milan on the inside for turn one, Senna S. That turns into the inside for Christian Michelle. A slight touch between them. Side by side still. A slight touch between them. A slight Parkin to cover the outside of Barry Milan. Fantastic race. That's Parkin up into fourth place. Christy Michelle now on the defence coming into the seat of the Lago. Turn 4. Parkin round the outside. Don't be that disgusting. And indeed it can't work. But Barry Milan on the inside for turn 5 has to pull out. A fantastic turn of events in the last half lap.
I think Neil hit. He's practically had a heart attack there, to be honest. Catch your breath, man. Honestly, Kieran Parkin, he's really looking down the outside here. It was a ballsy move from Parkin. It didn't quite work. Fair play to him for trying, but well, this just goes into how good the racing is. You got cars trying left, right, and centre to get through each other. Milan has gone down to 5th, Parkin up into 4th, and Michelle from 5th is on the podium.
Jakovic comes into the pits in the Virus car.
Yes, well, that's a nice break in the action. I can get a breather now. Christian Michelle pits for Team Virus. Jakovic does for Virus. Michelle in the Velis will go through into second. Parkin should follow.
But Parkin, having looked around the outside, coming up the start-finish straight, that surely he can't do that, and indeed just showing where his car is to Christian Michelle.
It's a bit of a show of strength. He's like, I'm still here, and you're not going to get rid of me, mate. And boy, I'm Lando at this point. Just going to sit back and drink his coffee and think, if these two have an incident, it's second for me. As old Michelle had a bit of problems with Parkin gave him a try there, but he just failed, and it hasn't quite worked for Kieran there, unfortunately, but he's going to try again. And, well, Milan's still there at the back of them all as well. He's still going, but this battle between Parkin and Michelle is really where it's at the moment. Christian Michelle duking it out with Parkin. It's DHR versus Vela SimSport, Audi versus Audi, and the horsepower stakes nothing to separate these two except for setup and driver skill. It's practically the LMP2 or the LMP1 class, this.
Indeed, just looking further in the field, the number, it appears that the number 89 Vela SimSport car has had a big incident. So that's them from what was the lead of the race. Not that long ago, they're down into third last in class, and that is essentially most of their race over now.
And that is unfortunate. That's really hurt them. Oh, Parkin gets so close at the tail one. I thought there was going to be contact, but there wasn't. He just avoided it. Got that car, stopped on a dive, and if he lost any time with the traffic, he's just getting it straight back. In fact, he's going to have the next draft into the seat of Interlagos now is Kieran Parkin, and he's getting so close on a break, and Christian Michel here, it's practically unbelievable.
It did extremely close between these two cars, dicing, and Parkin knows exactly where his car is. He knows where each corner of that car is placed, so he does not make contact with Christian Michel in the 21 Vela SimSport car.
He knows that Audi better than anything else, I think, at the moment. He knows exactly where each point of the car is, every single millimetre of the dimensions, and he can exploit every single one of them. Kieran Parkin, very talented driver indeed, and we know from seeing him that he is up there. You know, he's challenging. He's honestly probably one of the best drivers on the grid when it comes to just getting it done and driving.
Indeed, he's a fantastically quick driver, extremely consistent as well. When he gets in the zone, he is in that zone. But indeed, these LMP1 cars, Jakovic perhaps in a slightly alternate strategy, because none of the other cars have pitted yet.
Perhaps so, maybe they are, as Enzo Farsi gets a little bit of a slide on after being lapped by his own teammate, funny enough. That is Christian Michel going through in the other Vela's car, as Farsi holds the inside line there, and oh, Boya Milan, that's helped him. Here comes Boya down the outside of the seat of Interlagos. It's going to be Warmup versus DHR. Tries to get through, but it just didn't work. And, well, he's still got the line, though. Let's go around the next couple of corners. He's still there. He's still chasing as well. And this is not over yet as clouds form even more over Interlagos.
Indeed, clouds form. Looking at the weather forecast from the beginning of the race, it was supposed to be a 76% chance of rain for the first hour of the race, going down to 54 for the second. But perhaps the rain has started to come.
Maybe it's just decided now was the time, after pretty much the first hour. Now it wants to turn up. Fashionably late, as always, and it just wants to throw a spanner in the works while it still can. Michel, though, in second place, and Parkin from Milan. This is still a brilliant battle going on, although it is pretty much the LMP 1.5 class at the moment, because Jimmy Broadbent has 31 seconds to everyone.
Indeed, I'm just going to have a quick look using the weather service to see if those weather percentages have indeed changed.
You do that, Neil Heatley. I'll keep an eye on the on-track action. And speaking of on-track action, it looks to me like we have a battle on between Hillebrand and Capella. Now, this is not for the lead of LMP2 by any means of the imagination, but it's still for the crucial 5th place spot. And Capella looks like he's got a good run on the Magenta car down the back straight, to the front straight rather. Look at the speed he's carrying. Actually, that is a lot of extra pace. Hillebrand helpless to defend except for a jump into turn 1, and that is what is going to get the Magenta car the lead of that particular battle back.
Indeed, having a look at the weather forecast, they're now saying a 75% chance of rain within the next hour. So perhaps the rain is going to come down soon. But having a look, these three, Michel, Parkin and Milan, still nose to tail. With Adam Hodgkinson, though, in the background, number 3 DHR car, the alternate DHR car, just there, lurking, just ready to pick up any pieces.
I heard the collision sound there. It sounded... Oh, we got a code in here. I thought I heard the collision sound. Something has gone drastically wrong for some team, but I wonder who it is. I'm going to have a look and see if I can find out.
Where's that? There's bodywork on the pit entry.
Oh, hang on. I think I know who it is.
That's a Warmup car, isn't it?
I think it's Dennis Hadlack, who's got no rear wing and suspension damage. That's what's happened. Hadlack has been damaged in the PRL Logitech car. That has not gone well for him.
Borja Milan's got no front bodywork and he's in the pits.
Oh no, that's not good. And oh, Hadlack, it was Carantha. Diego Carantha just rejoined straight into Hadlack, sending him into the wall. And that has not gone well. But boy, oh my man, what happened with him? I'm going to have to go and find out.
It was Kieran Parkin swooped from the left. Boyan Milan was coming into the pits. Kieran Parkin swooped from the left of the right to the track. And and it was left rear to right front contact between the two. Boyan Milan quickly into the inside armco and the front bodywork off.
Oh, it was under code 80 as well, or after the code 80 being called, so I guess that'll be looked further down upon. Maybe it was during the countdown, but yeah, contact between Parkin and Milan, that is not gonna be a good thing for One Echo. They're gonna lose some serious time here. As, well, I'm just looking for Dennis Hadlack, who I think was the one who the incident was brought out for, given the fact that Corvette has no rear wing and suspension damage, though he's almost back in the pits.
That Pierre LMGT car doing fantastically well, wasn't it? It was doing so well in the lead of this race for so long, but now it's a bit like Sebring. Nobody wants to win the race.
Well, it's like, who wants to win? I mean, it looks like, really, at the moment, it's only the GNS team. But either way, Hadlack in the pits now, and I imagine as a result of that, we're going to go green soon. Oh, there's a bit of argy-bargy between Vega and Barros in the pits. And oh, he's trying to push his way through. Well, the one no-limit car there, maybe Barros is in his pit box, I don't know. But he's trying to get through it, it's not working.
Shinfleet goes round the inside of them all and comes out the front of Hadlack in the front. What on earth is happening between Fege and Barros?
I don't know, but what we do know is we're going green flag racing in about 10 seconds time. Fege has exited the pits.
Is in the pits still.
Broadbent in, of course, as we can see here, as the green flag is dropped. Hodgkinson is going to start to gain time, but Broadbent's coming out of the pits now, so unfortunately, that now means that stuff has happened. Stop go for Carantha for that incident with Michelle.
Indeed, I think that was right, because that was a pretty dangerous rejoin from the number 32 Atlantic P2 car.
It wasn't very well thought out by the looks of it, I must be honest, but yeah, Carantha will have to serve that penalty. Hodgkinson is not going to overtake Broadbent. Boyan Milan, as a result of his incident with Parkin, is now a lap down.
Indeed, a lap down again. It's what I was saying before, the code 80s. It might have just caught the code 80 at the wrong time.
Perhaps so. Maybe that has hurt them then. The fact that they're still in the pits as well. They've taken damage, and Azevedo is going to start catching up. But, well, interesting moments.
It now means the number 3 DHR car is in second place, but I don't think they've pitted yet, have they?
Well, I'm trying to see who's pitted and who hasn't, and well, Kieran Parkin has made an excursion to the pits on that previous lap, I believe. Broadbent has pitted. Hodgkinson has, I think Michelle. I'm not totally clued up on who's pitted and who's not, but yeah. Either way, Broadbent's still leading.
Indeed, the Nissan GTR LM is indeed still leading.
I've just noticed, Neil Hitley, it's time for the first of our rFactor 2 hourly updates.
What? Also, head on with the
I think I'll head on with the hourly update if it's okay with me. So, what's going on in the world of VEC at the moment? Well, there is a Jimmy Broadbent, and he's leading LMP1 by a comfortable margin in the number 22 GNS Endurance Nissan, and he's followed by the number 3 Doug Hansen racing car of Adam Hodgkinson. Then it's Christian Michel, third place in the 21, Danger Man possibly, keep an eye on him. Kieran Parkin fourth in the number 2 car, then it is in rounding out the top 5, Niki Jakovic in the Team Virus number 4 Porsche. Moving down to LMP2, it's Enzo Farzi in the 33, and he is leading that class at the moment. He's followed by Diego Carantha, who's got a stop go to serve in the number 32 Atlantic. Then it's the 48 car of Nicholas Hellebrand in third in class, but he's being chased by Vincenzo Capella for that very place, a battle that could develop. Bastian Rodriguez rounds out the top 5 in LMP2 in the 47 car. Moving down to the GTs then, Christian Vega leading for No Limit Motorsport in the 88 car, followed by Alex Vitala in the 77 3 wide. Then it is Reiners Janssens in the number 76 Rare Endurance Team car from really far around the back. to third. They've done a great job. Reinhard Berger is 4th place in the 95 Sim HQ car. Then P5 is Nuno Pinto in the dark car. P6 is Daniele Pizzo in the 91. Then the 54 of Cito Vija. Then the 72 of Joe Nathan. Then the 94 of Arne Schumpe. Rounding out the top 10, Ryan Walker and the 64 Satellite Racing Ferrari. And I think now is as good a time as ever for me to go get some drinks in. So take it away, Neil Heatley.
Indeed, you just finishing off that top 10 update with the Satellite Motorsport car. They've really not had a good season. They're last in the GT standings with only 5 points from the season so far. It's really been a season to forget season 9 for that Satellite racing car. But indeed, we still have Jimmy Broadbent in the lead of this virtual motor race. Adam Hodgkinson, number 3, Duke Henson Racing, and Christian Michel and Parkin and Jakovic. Really not close between any of them at the moment. Boy Milan, of course, having to repair some damage from that incident with Parkin at the pit entry that incident at pit entry. Oh, as we've got lots of tyre smoke from in front of Enzo Fazzi, I'm just looking here, from Borja Milan. But indeed, the closest battle we've got on at least ahead, towards the head of ending the fields at the moment, is between Campella and Hillebrand. That's the 40 and the 48, Scuderia GT Italia and Magenta Warriors Racing. That's for 3rd in class. That's for 3rd in the LMP2 class. Coming up through turn 8, the tight right-hander, and this initial twisty sections. I've just got a message from Jane Allison that the stop-go penalty for Carantha in that P2 car is a 60-second stop-go. That's essentially going to put them a full lap down on where they are currently. But Capella seems to have gained a little bit of time through the middle sector compared to Hillebrand. And just having a look, we've got Reinhard Berger in the Sim HQ Motorsports car, the 95, coming to the pits. I believe he is the first of the GT cars to jump to make a pit stop, but hasn't had damage yet. Smokes up the tyres coming to the pit lane, overshoots it, has to reverse about a car length back into the spots, and has to go forward about another half car length. Just having difficulty finding the pit stall is Reinhard Berger there in the number 95 Sim HQ car. I moved down the field again, and another close battle between Bernd Knops and the Sim Racing for Holland number 52 Corvette, and then Machedo in the 71 Talking Door racing car, the only Aston Martin we have here on track. That is slightly further down in class though. I think that's for 10th in class, but still every single point counts, especially for that Talking Door, especially for that Sim Racing for Holland car, I should say, sorry. 4th in the championship, a single point behind Scuderia GT Italia car. Every single point counts for that Sim Racing for Holland car. Indeed, Capella has pulled out a little bit of a gap on Hillebrand, it appears. Especially over the last lap. Capella coming out through some heated boxes where that chicane is that they use for the stock car V8s that they race here at Interlagos. They use the chicane there to stop them going too fast, especially coming down to the Senna S. But indeed, that last lap, Capella has pulled out a fantastic 1.1 seconds on Hillebrand. A fantastic lap there from him, and he's pulled in 1.7 on Enzo Fazzi in the lead. Although Fazzi is a long way ahead, every second counts, especially. We might actually see towards the end of this race that every second does indeed count. But it appears that Jimmy Broadbent is putting on a little bit of a masterclass here this evening in that GNS GTR LM car. That front wheel drive is really paying off for him this round, and he's just pulling away from the pack. It's a fantastic performance from them so far. Indeed, I think Carranza came in to serve his stop go, and indeed he has. He's starting to fall. He's starting to fall back down the order as we have the unenviable Joshua Anderson with us now.
Well, welcome back me. Right, okay, so 70 minutes we're about to go in, and I do believe Jimmy Broadbent's still leading. That's okay. So what's going on in the world of VEC at the moment? You've been commentating, Neil. What's the crack?
Nothing much has happened. Corinthos came in to serve as stop go. He's now 14th overall. That means he's now, if I can count correctly, I believe he's now 6th in class. So that rejoin has really cost the Atlantic car dearly.
Yeah, that's not good. That must not have worked well for them. And obviously Carantha with the penalty, that's one mistake, and that has cost them, because looking at where Diego Carantha is now, all the way down in 14th.
Indeed, but that Atlantic car actually has the biggest gap in the lead of any of the three classes. It did have a 16-point gap. Because we really don't have that many cars, we've only got 8 LMP2 cars. It really hasn't hurt them that much in terms of points.
No, points-wise, they're all right, but it's just track position they've really lost. So, I guess that's the biggest penalty they've taken here in terms of, you know, what's going on. I mean, Nicholas Hellebrand is a whole lap ahead of them, but they're trying to lap themselves on him.
Indeed, the main championship rivals that are kind of in a good position at the moment is that Scuderia GT Italia car, the Forte car with Capella at the wheel, in second place. They're in second, which gives them 20 points, and Atlantic are in 6th, which gives them 12. So they're only going to be gaining 8 points at the moment, which means that gap is going to go from 17 down to 9. So still very close. However, not the disaster it could have been in other classes.
Yeah, could have been disasters anywhere on track. Luckily, we haven't actually had that many at this race, so all is good in the world of VEC at the moment. As well, it's certainly looking good for our current race leader, Jimmy Broadbent.
Eddie Broadbent is, as I was saying while you were away, is holding a bit of a masterclass here today.
Well, it is just the sheer speed of the Nissan they're topping, of course, but he is a very talented driver in his own right. Of course, quite well known on YouTube as well. I think he's just got over 10,000 subscribers on his channel, so well done to him on that. But yeah, obviously we all love him here at VEC as well. And he even let his hand the commentary during the 12 Hours of Bathurst and Indy 500 special events.
Indeed, a well-known face right in these parts.
Yeah, you can't go 5 minutes without someone mentioning him, it seems, but either way, doing a good job in P1, and everyone else doing a good job behind as well. They're all having a good go, as Enzo Fazzi, our P2 leader, has just come into the pits.
The P2 leader has came into the pits. Perhaps a slightly bit of an alternate strategy, because it's a very interesting time for them to come in. Let's put it that way.
I'm just looking at the clouds, actually. They've gone away. So, really, at this point, alternate strategies, maybe they're just, I don't know what they're doing, but taking the sequence would really be advisable given the fact there was not a cloud in the sky. As, I've just been pinged a couple of times there. Apparently, drive-through due to rejoining really fast. And that is for Diego Carantha, I believe who that was. Oh no, apparently this is Fazzi. The game did it due to rejoin or something. Oh, Enzo, right, that's what's happened there. That's why he's come in.
Due to track limits penalties, as we've seen so many times through these races.
Yeah, of course, rFactor 2 does dish out penalties. So if you get one, you just got to serve it, and that's why care has to be taken in endurance races.
A Schenkels has gone right to turn 1.
Oh dear, that's not good for Tom Schenkels. He drives, I believe, he is in the SRVN car, yeah.
Indeed, just having a look at what has happened to him. And it looks like he just lost the car. He just lost the car by himself, no one else near him. Just a small driving mistake there from Schenkels.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any damage on that car. He should be fine to continue, which is always good to see. Got a couple of GTs in, actually. Gergely, Barros, Dennis Hadley, Joe Nathan, all there. Barros led this race before, and now he's last in class. That is absolutely, absolutely a big drop, isn't it?
Indeed, it's gone terribly wrong for them. Of course, they were involved in that incident earlier on, and it's just gone terribly wrong for that 89 Velas car. They were joint 13th in the standings, and it's just gone from bad to worse for them this afternoon.
Right, I do believe I think we're going to be going to auto cams at the moment because our good old race director and Lord and Saviour Jimmy Allison is going to have to take a short break from proceedings, but we'll be back soon. But yeah, we'll keep you posted on the actual on-track action.
Indeed, as Broadbent is coming into the pits.
Yep, in comes Jimbo, and he's going to decide that now is the time. And you know why? I don't think there's a front end on that Nissan, or it doesn't look like there is. There's significantly less of it than there was before.
I've got a front end for him on my screen. I'll just go through the previous lap, see if anything's happened to him.
Oh no, he's had enough! He has had enough! The front splitter is gone, and it's because it was contact with Schenkels! Well, he has hit Tom Schenkels there, coming round, and well, yeah, there goes the splitter, and that's why he's in. And all of a sudden, Christian Michel for Vela Simsport assumes the lead of the race.
Indeed, just looking back at the replay of what happened, it appears that Broadbent just misjudged where Schenkels was and hit the back of him.
Well, such an easy mistake to make, but Broadbent now has got damage repair on that GNS car, and they led the race. The bad luck strikes again, and now it's Vela Simsport leading.
Indeed, it's now the Vela Simsport. That's the number. Oh, if you can find where it is, number 21 car. It's one of the Audi RTs we've got. They are now in the lead with the number 2 DHR car, Kieran Park at the wheel of that, and then followed by the Virus car. So again, it's almost like nobody wants to win their races.
Does anybody want to be the 6 hours of Interlagos winner? I mean, Jimmy Broadbent had a massive lead, now it's gone. So now obviously he's going to do all the work all over again. He's got to get that car back up to running speed. He's basically a lap down. He's coming around turn 1. Only really the front straight is separating him at the moment because Michel is coming around that. So yeah, big gap to make up for now for JB and the GNS team. And it is such a shame to see him involved in incidents, but the work resumes.
It does, as you said, it just resumes, yes indeed.
They've got to get it going again. That's exactly it. They've just got to try. And, well, accidents happen, but when accidents happen, Vela Simsport are on hand to capitalise, as they have done by assuming the lead of this race. Now it's Kieran Parkin, who thinks this race may have opened if he can catch Michel. Jakovic will be thinking, I like the sound of this, and he'll be in third place, having to go with the others as well. Adam Hodgkinson will probably be under fire from Broadbent within the space of 15 minutes or so, though.
Indeed, again, it's just going to be timing. When is Broadbent going to catch up to the car in front? Because we know that GNS car is extremely fast. Just going to see when they're just going to catch up to Hodgkins.
Yeah, well, it's ultimately going to be a case of who can catch who in this case, and going to be interesting to see how it goes. And oh well, I think it turns out that Jimmy Allison is going to be back sooner than we thought. So there you go. That's a positive. It's going on Mickey Jakovic to the camera now, and well, we can talk about Jakovic for a bit actually, because well, now he's in third place. Chances have arisen again, haven't they?
Indeed, they have arisen again. They again, it just comes to and fro. It just comes and goes wherever these cars are.
Yeah, it's just like this race has just been. I thought GNS were going to walk it, but then this happens, and well, now we got Jakovic trying to catch up. I mean, the gap between him and Parkin in the last split was 1.6 seconds. If that comes down, we've got a battle for second.
Indeed, that battle of second could be extremely fun, because we know as we've got an absolute maelstrom of cars on the Reto Aposto, and there's incident! Someone's hit the back of Parkin.
Oh,
This Hillebrand went into the back of Parkin. I think the Parkin might have damage.
Oh, Parkin has had a bit of an off there. Let's see what happened. Oh, dearie me!
Hillebrand hit the back of him.
Oh, Hillebrand went into the back of Bryson, and then well, I'll tell you exactly what happened. Parkin went into the back of Bryson, and then Hillebrand went into the back of Parkin. So it was a double whammy, double concerto, double problemo, effectio, tremolo, whatever the heck I'm talking about, but Hillebrand lost his front bumper in the process. And Parkin Parkin seems to come off scot-free, actually.
Indeed, we're just going to see if there's any damage to Parkin, the number 2 DHR car.
Well, what a turn of events. Diego Caranta has an off-track excursion to let Parkin through. He's just gone directly off. He's like, no, I want no part of this. And he's just gone straight off. Well, that's one way to let traffic through.
Eddie Parkin's gone straight on past the pits, so obviously there's not that much damage on the number 2 car.
Well, what an incident that was. That was an interesting one. That was interesting because really, Hillebrand went into the back of Parkin, yes, but Parkin was already in the back of Bryson, so I'm not sure where responsibility lies for that one, because it was kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, Parkin was already in the back of Bryson by the time Hillebrand hit him, and it was kind of both misjudged, so I'm not sure where responsibility lies there. And Farsi's off as well. And
Farsi's gone off as well.
Farsi's had an off, and oh, apparently it looks like Caranta dived up the inside. Well, no, Farsi's just gone off. My replay is too laggy to see, but he's had an off there somewhere. No damage on the Velas car though.
Indeed, Fatsy in second place in the LMGT car at the moment in the 33 Velas Simsport car. It's just all kicked off in the last 10 minutes.
It's all of a sudden it's happening. It's like the race realises nothing is happening, so it throws some accidents into the mix. Well, it's one way to make sure I don't get any breath at all, but it's great for the racing actually in terms of action, but obviously we don't like to see incidents, but still. Only things happen in racing sometimes, and well, this is one of them.
Indeed, and just having a look down the field, Vega in the 88 No Limit Motorsport car is now in the lead of that GT class. No Limit Motorsport car haven't had that good of a season, so they're trying to gain some points and some bragging rights here. Then it's Votala in the 3Y Motorsport car. Again, they're 41 points off the championship at the moment. Again, looking to just gain a little bit of ground. And in third is Daniel Pizzo in the Scuderia GT Italia car.
Well, it must be said, Christian Vega, let's have a look at the GT, because it might give me a nice breather for a change. Let's have a look at Christian Vega in that No Limit car. Weren't the quickest qualifiers by any means of the imagination, but it's consistency and determination that's brought him to the lead here, hasn't it, Neil?
Indeed, it's just sheer determination has brought them to the lead, and also picking up from the mistakes of others.
That's exactly what's happened, and yeah, managing to just manage themselves has got them into the lead of GT, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I approve of this. As Hodgkinson has done something. He's disconnected from the server, and that is the number 3 DHR car. I think it's just a disconnection. He should be able to get back into it, but he's going to lose ground to Broadbent.
I'm just going to see what I can see happen to Hodgkinson, and it does appear to have just been a disconnection. I think it has just been a disconnection for Adam Hodgkinson in that number 3 car.
That is a shame. That is just a straight disconnection, unfortunately, and that has not quite... That won't help anything, unfortunately, but still.
That number 3 car wasn't the very edges of championship contention, but this will surely take them out.
Well, that is not going to help them, but Hodgkinson should be able to rejoin, but he's going to be a couple of laps down when he does, and that's unfortunate for DHR. They're going to drop points as a whole entity, but still, Parkin is going to get himself through into third, Broadbent into fourth, and, well, Hodgkinson, when he rejoins, there will be ground to make up. Apparently Sean Fleet is close to somebody. Where is this?
Goes to Pinto.
Yeah,
this
Pinto,
is for
Sean Fleet.
21st and 22nd overall. That's for 5th in class.
But let's not forget, Neil, these are the 2 leaders in GT at the moment. Whoever gets the advantage here will have the advantage going into Le Mans. So this is actually, even though it's only for 5th in class, this is a crucial battle.
It is 2 points. It is 2 points between these 2 places, which means at the moment with Velas ahead of Dark, it would be an 8-point gap coming into Le Mans if it stayed like this. But with 4 hours 40 minutes of racing, it's not going to stay like this, is it?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes for the rest of this race. And well, let's keep half an eye on it, because of course it is an important battle between these 2 leaders. Alex Voitala comes in the pit, so Sean Fleet and Pinto should gain time. And Ricardo Azevedo's taking advantage of the whole Hodgkinson incident and go into P5.
Indeed, Hodge MP5. Apparently, the people from the car 3, I should say, of starting to come back online. So we should see that car coming back out the pits again very soon, hopefully.
Yeah, and we should see Hodgkinson back in the action. In fact, he's rejoined. Here he is, back out. Hodge back on the mark, and well, he's going to drop position, but still 3 laps down. And it's not a gap that can't be done, as I do believe we've seen our first driver change of the race. Heiko Colvenbach has gotten into the 3-wide Corvette.
Yeah, that 3-wide Corvette, as I said, the 77 car. They've just made a pit stop, but they weren't doing very well. I think they were second class before that last pit stop, but they seem to be off strategy, though.
Yeah, they do seem to be off strategy here a little bit, but still, we're going to be interested to see how they will go from here on in. I'm going to keep a close eye on this.
And looking through, I do believe that Broadbent is still on the lead lap. Indeed, Michelle is just coming. Michelle is just coming through Junção, and Broadbent is just coming through turn 3, Curve de Sol. So indeed, that Nissan is still on the lead lap. That could be vital at some point during this race.
It could be vital to this race, how it goes, and well, we'll have to see if it is vital ultimately, because well, vitality is an interesting thing, and well, it's an interesting concept, but what is important and what is not? What is life, Neil Healy? That's the question we sometimes find ourselves asking, but not in endurance racing specifically. That question is how do I get ahead of the car ahead? Oh, parking. Well, he got involved in a little bit of contact there. That was a very close one. Kieran Parkin, what actually happened? Oh, let's see. We got a bit of a squiggle on, I think, and then either Fager went wide, but there was slight contact between the two. No damage done, but Kieran Parkin nearly involved in an incident there.
Indeed, that very interesting incident from them. But you did see what is life. That's the question I asked myself with about 3 hours to go in the Sebring 12 when I'd already been awake for the first 9 and commentating on it. But as you say, a slight wiggle there from Parkin, almost disaster for the number 2 car.
Yeah, and that would have made it 2 disasters for 2 DHR cars, which would not have been good. But luckily, it's not occurred, and Parkin can still race.
Indeed, and that number 2 car still in with a shout of the championship. They're going to overtake that Vaudeville car, which is DNF'd, and not going to score today. Fantastic points on them. Of course, the Velis Simsport car is currently leading. Pardon me, and they're behind Virus as well. They're going to lose points to both of them. However, you've got to remember that double points race in 8 weeks' time at Le Mans.
You do have to remember the double pointer at Le Mans, and it's going to be crucial to remember the double pointer at Le Mans, because what is Le Mans without a double pointer? Well, in VEC, it's Le Mans with a double pointer, but it's an important race, really. That's what we're trying to get across here. Watch Le Mans. It's good.
It is 8 weeks' time for the finale of the VEC here. 7 weeks until qualification for them, because it's such a long race. Usually we put qualification at the beginning of a race. It's such a long race, we're actually holding it on a completely different day. I believe we've got 2 two-hour sessions for these cars to try and get as fast a lap as possible for them.
Yep, that's actually similar format to what we had last season. We had the qualifying on a different date of the race, then the lap was checked, penalties applied, and then the race results just ran with that. But Le Mans is going to be run differently because it's such a special race, and obviously do keep an eye on the simracing.club forums for that. And, well, if you're watching this race and you're thinking, I'd like to get involved with this, this looks like great racing. There are ways and means you can get involved with simracing.club as well. You can sign up to the forums and apply for your license, and that will grant you the opportunity to compete in simracing.club Academy, which you can then use as a stepping stone if you do well enough to get yourself into VLMS, VEC, or whatever.
Indeed, I believe I've actually got the time now. I might enter the next season's SRCA myself.
Oh, you go for it, sonny boy. I would support you.
That might be something very interesting for you also do, perhaps a live commentator in the car. Who knows? If there is indeed a broadcast of it.
If you want it, I mean, if safety permitting, go for it, man. But yeah, it's interesting, really. 2017. You know, it's been a year where I've personally focused more on commentary than I have racing. You know, it's I've just been trying to focus on this. I love commentating on stuff, of course. But racing wise, I've done a fair bit of other places as well. I don't think ever. I don't think I'm going to compete in SLC. I think I'm going to leave the endurance racing to the specialists and leave my racing on what I like to do. Although I do compete in the Formula Truck Cup.
Indeed you do, but of course you can follow us at, well, like us on Facebook as well. The two pages we've got is Virtual Endurance Championship and simracing.club to keep up with everything that is happening in the club. And Twitter as well, at RF2VEC and at simracingclub.
Yeah, you can keep on, you can keep live, you know, get that hashtag going, hashtag Interlagos, VEC Interlagos 68 or whatever the heck it is. I'm not good with social media, that's why we got someone else doing it. But, yeah, do get that hashtag, use that hashtag if you want to keep in touch with the race, and we might even read some of your tweets out.
Indeed, indeed.
In fact, I'm going to do a search now, see if anyone actually has used the hashtag.
The hashtag we're using today is VEC Interlagos 6H if you want to get in contact with us and comment on the race, indeed, on Twitter.
And on YouTube, as you are doing, you know, keep that up.
And
we can see
on YouTube.
We can see commentary and everyone making their own opinions. And of course, we are, of course, always welcome to guests in the booth here with us to be interviewed by me and Neil Heatley. Just pop yourself in the waiting area and we'll get to you when we can. But yeah, there's a lot of action on track at the moment, and well, it would be lovely to hear from the people involved.
Indeed, and it seems Broadbent's charge is slowed ever so slightly. Only took 3.5 tenths out of gear and parking that last lap.
Yeah, he's starting to take time out of parking, but he's not really taking a lot out of parking, and that's the thing. He's got to take more time out of this if he wants to catch him by the next lot of pit stops.
Indeed, it's these next set of pit stops. We're just going to have to see what happens again. About 45 minutes each for these P2 tanks, about 45 to 50 minutes. We're just going to have to see what sort of strategies play out here.
Yeah, really, it's just the strategy portion of the race we're going to be looking at the moment now. It's starting to get to that point where strategy is starting to reign supreme. I think I just saw a car go off somewhere, but I'm not sure who it was. I'm going to try and find out who it was, if you'd like to keep an eye on the action, Neil.
There's no yellow flags on track at the moment, so...
It must have only been a minor excursion then.
It's just been a figment of your own imagination.
Well, we've got a commentator who can't actually see what's going on, who's gone clinically insane. Now, what's next? Well, let's just keep going with the race. As we see, a bit of a lull in the action at the moment, but we've had a lot of drama in this race already. We've had co-daties, we've had a 3-wide team that, well, exits the race straight away. We've had penalties served, and lots of other things go on this race. And I think now, actually, now might be as good a time as ever to take an on-board lap in a race scenario. We had one with the GNS Endurance in the actual qualifying session, but I think right now it might be a good time to have a look at Matías Machado, because he's having a nice little run at the moment, and Machado with the Talking Door Aston Martin having a nice little duel with space-wise, not actually an on-track battle, but Richard Blocker he's trying to catch, he's trying to get away from Bert Knopps. So Machado just going to come out of young car now, and I think it would be nice to take an on-board lap with the Talking Door Racing Aston Martin. So as he comes on young car now, it'll be interesting to see how he goes in the number 71 car, accelerates down the long left-hand section. We're going to see how you take this track in a GT car on a lap of the circuit. Machado gets passed by Milan then. He accelerates down the front straight, won't be going as fast as the prototypes, only going to be hitting 265 kilometers an hour as he comes round into turn 1, then a center S. Machado takes it at 100 kilometers an hour, then powers out in the next set of corners. Full acceleration from here on until Interlagos. On the exit of this corner, he'll be doing 200 kilometers an hour and climbing. Gets a slight draft from Carsten Dynagard in the undercover sim racing prototype. Then into Interlagos, 255 kilometers an hour, down to second gear, clips the apex nicely, gets the apex on the exit, and back on the hard acceleration once more. Next up for Machado is the next complex of turns, and there's several of them through Ferradura, then La Regina, then turn 8 as well. He'll be doing 160, 170 into that turn. Breaks down in the first gear, 80 kilometers an hour, quite a slow corner. Next one is 100, 90, 80, same sort of speeds, deceleration going on. Then more acceleration from Machado as he then comes round into Pico to Parto. Another 80k corner, drops down into the 70s actually before he tackles Magulo. Pretty much flat, but with some slight lifting going on. So actually lifts quite a bit there as into Young Carry comes at 200 kilometers an hour, clips the apex. First gear again, quite high revs on the exit. That's my personal strategy. Machado going to do more acceleration round the final couple of corners. First round speed of the boxes, then finally round RP Bancadas is the final turn. He'll be accelerating once more into 6th gear he goes, and that is a lap with the Talking Door Racing 71 as he does 260 kilometers an hour across the line. Interesting to see how the GTs tackle this circuit then, Neil.
Indeed, these GT cars, you've got to wrestle them round a little bit of the track, because a lot of these cars, a lot of these corners, you're under acceleration and turning, and you're also braking and turning at the same time, so you've got to wrestle these GT cars quite a bit.
Yeah, you really have to fight with them sometimes, and Machado doing a lovely job of keeping that TDR car in check. I have to say, I love the livery on that car, the luminous pink and purple. I mean, not many people may like it, but I love bright colours.
Indeed, bright colours. It's always easy to pick out a bright colour car on track. Like, it's very easy to pick out, for example, the Force India on the Formula 1 grid this year, because that bright pink livery.
I think bright pink liveries are underrated myself. What do you think in the comments? Let us know. Is pink your thing? Are you absolutely staunchly against it? Let us know. Pink, is it the new blue? Let's have a listen in the comments. What is pink to you?
I think you've gone a little bit crazy, and there's still 4.5 hours left to go in this race. But indeed, VEC in the 88 No Limits Motorsport, the Corvette C7R, is doing a very good job just staying in the lead of this race.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job of that. Getting back to reality, he's doing a very good job of staying in the lead, and hopefully he can continue, because leading is something that we all like. As I've just noticed, actually, the Atlantic Motorsports LMP2 has April Dillon in it.
It does have April Dillon, so it's a driver change from Carranza.
Yeah, that has been a driver change. April Dillon in the car now. Going to be interesting to see what she can do. Very capable driver, of course, April Dillon. We don't really talk much about, capabilities of drivers. I mean, I've been racing with April for quite a while now, and I know she's definitely got a lot of pace and a lot of talent to do to show on track, and she is very, very good in these prototypes, and definitely a driver that a lot of others should worry about.
Indeed, extremely fast, almost, and extremely consistent, almost like unbelievably consistent, extremely mechanically consistent.
Yeah, I think there's a joke, there's a pun to be made somewhere in that, but I'm not going to make it because I don't know what the pun is. But either way, no puns in the fact that she is incredibly doing well in that car at the moment. And the Atlantic car, just looking up and down the order, they're not the highest in the standings at the moment. I mean, April is currently running in 9th place, but there is some serious room for overtakes here, and I think she could be the one to do it.
Indeed, 9th place in class for them at the moment, but I think they're one of the first to pit in class, actually, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they were one of the first, so it could be that we see some moving on up from that Atlantic car, and well, we'll see if we do. Of course, Carson Dynacar, the next car up in the undercover sim racing car, quite ahead, and this has been a thing with undercover as well. Another lovely looking livery on the field. They always seem to use this sort of colour scheme as their inspiration. We saw it last year in the GT entry, and we're seeing it this year in the prototype.
Indeed, it's always good to have the same sort of livery transferred across all your cars in different series. So especially when it's on YouTube here, as we are just now, it's easy just to initially see what car it is.
I've always had a bit of a saying, Neil Healy. The best liveries are the ones that you can recycle over and over again. And I've been a person who's done that with liveries before. I've taken a car livery that I did, changed the colours, changed the logos, and it looks just as good in the new scheme. So obviously that's a good design.
Indeed, and we see that, between cars. For example, the Texas Squadron Corsa car and the Monaco car work very well on all the cars that they use.
Yeah, and you know, Vela SimSport is another one. That prototype's looking stunning. Team Virus is very minimalist, a very Bauhaus car, but it seems to be working. And Kieran Parkin's DHR car, that's the thing. The Doug Henson Racing design is the one I only really see her working on a prototype. I don't think that will work as well on the GT.
It's a very Audi prototype. You could see Audi running that same prototype in real life.
It's a very busy design, yeah, it's very Audi-ish. I don't think it would really work on a GT car. And then of course you've got GNS who run different liveries every time, but they're running the Nissan Star one here. And they run a very different livery in VLMS, very different liveries in Formula Truck. Not really a team known for a static colour scheme, but then again I run a team that doesn't have one either.
Indeed, and I can't do schemes, so I get them all shipped out to other people to do them for me.
Just delegate your work to other people, that's the easiest option. But yeah, you know, GNS have their own colour schemes, my team has my own colour schemes and mascots if you look carefully enough. But you know, it just, teams have different ways of going about things, and what's important is we have 35 cars, all with really nice liveries on this wheel. It just goes to show the quality that goes into these cars.
Indeed, and like I say, I really like that No Limit Motorsport car, the 88. I think that's a really nice livery.
It is, and that's the thing about sim racing. It's always nice to have a nice, colourful, nice, good-looking car to express your team's identity with, as we have in real life. But really nice to see teams really express the creativity of these sim cars, because it is a big part of the experience having a car that looks the part.
Indeed, and if it looks fast, that's half the way to actually being fast.
It is, yeah, and well, sim racing you can really express your creativity in as well. I mean, sometimes you'll join a team and you'll run their livery, but yeah, it's a creative thing. You can really express yourself, and I like to run garish liveries for creativity purposes as well, and expression purposes. Like, I'm going to run a really bright pink car because I can. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things, isn't it, sim racing? You can just, livery-wise, you can really express yourself, and that's awesome. But what's also awesome about sim racing is the racing. It's not called sim racing for a reason. And speaking of racing, Boyo Milan is being, well, he's just lapped Sebastian Rodriguez, but the gap between him and Azevedo doesn't look like that much. Although there is a lap between them.
And there is a lap between them. That is a good point, but Broadbent took out 1.3 seconds on parking that previous lap.
Well, we'll see what's... Oh, lordy, 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 lordy. I have just seen the ultimate example of lapping. Right? Jimmy Broadbent, what he's just done is he's gone and used the grass to lap a car. He's gone round the outside of Tom Schenkel's, possibly because of the incident that they had before. This time he's just gone straight around the outside on the grass. Through he goes. That's not how I would do it, to be honest, but it is a front-wheel drive car, so it's going to have more stability on the grass, but I would have waited and gone to the inside if it were me, I'll be honest. Not the best lapping move I've ever seen.
It is. I do not believe it is most conducive to a good lap time.
I think it's more.
Correct term.
I think it's more on safety grounds, to be honest, because you could lose control of your car. But obviously Jimmy knows what he's doing, and well, I'll trust him on this one. But I would have waited and gone to the inside were it me. But I am a very patient driver, and that's probably why I'm last all the time.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's because you're patient you're last all the time. But anyway, Broadbent didn't take. Is that someone in the pit? Azevedo's just came out of the pits.
Oh yes, he has done. He's just come out of the pits, and that is probably a scheduled stop, to be honest. Comes out on the hard tyre, and Azevedo comes out in fifth, of course. Broadbent is just coming down into turn one for pure comparison purposes, so there's probably not going to be a lap put on him just yet. But it will happen sooner rather than later, you would imagine.
Indeed, it will happen. Exactly what you said. It probably will happen. It probably will happen far quicker than you probably realise.
Yeah, and well, here's a bit of interesting news for you, Neil Heatley.
Christian Dindegaard's in the pits with a front end. Sorry, go on.
Actually, this trumps that interesting news. Dindegaard is in without a front end. What has happened to Karsten? in the undercover car. That's not the first time they've come into the pits without a front end this race, but they've been in for a while now, so there must have been an incident. I can't quite see what's gone on.
I shall see what happened to Dindegard.
Yeah, you go see what happened to Dindegard. That would be a great thing for you to do, because it then lets us know what actually went down, so to speak. Well, actually, only Geordie say it went down, but maybe the Scots do as well, I don't know. But anyway, this is Brazil. Why are we talking about England? What's important to note is that Nicky Jakovic and Christian Michel are 16.4 seconds behind. That's fair enough, but the real importance here is looking for on-track battles, and I'm going to do that because that's a good thing to do. In fact, I think I found one. 28th position overall, mind, but Canastracci and Nops are not far away from each other.
Just having a look what happened to Dindegard. It happened at the very beginning of the lap, turn 2 at Senna S. He just took far too much speed and hit the tyre barriers on the left-hand side that separate the pit lane from the racetrack.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. Well, you missed some things as a commentator, and obviously that's one of them, but I'm certainly not missing this battle between Daniel Canastracci and Bert Nops at the moment. As we say, it's for 28th overall. This is by no means a high position in class, but they are still quite close between each other at the moment, the Sim Racing for Holland car and the Texas Squadron Corsic car. And that Sim Racing for Holland car, they were around last season as well, so it'll be interesting to see. They're a very well-established team. In fact, I do believe none other than Marcel Offermans himself runs that outfit.
Mr. Offermans, the one that gives us so many wonderful things to rFactor 2.
He's either involved with it or he runs it, I don't know, but that is Marcel Offermans' team, of course, the current head of Studio 397, so I got a kind of an obligatory "Hi Marcel, I hope you're watching, your team's doing alright" reference in there, but yeah, good to see they're doing well as well. Bernob's having a good race, and of course Sim Racing for Holland last year, possibly more well known for the fact they had Robin Frines in one of the cars.
Mr. Frines doing very well in real life racing actually, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's having a good run at the moment, and it was a pleasure and an honour to be able to commentate on it here in the VEC last season. And it was the 12 Hours of Sebring where they came in, and I remember watching that race and commentating on Robin Frines. It wasn't, honestly, it was a privilege to be able to do that. That was the same race, actually, where we had, well, what we like to call the pass with the Feeder Sport Poland car and the Duck Henson Racing car as well. That was a brilliant overtake in its own right. But times have changed, and so have the grids, and now Bert Nops in that car, defending from Canastracci, two Corvettes duking it out against each other.
For those who are not there, pray tell us what happened in the pass.
It's a bit of a difficult one to remember, but it was Nikita Wisniewski who went down the inside of, I do believe it was Stephen Bailey at the time, and he used a bit of traffic as leverage. He went down the inside of the GT car at the final turn, and then it was the GT car, then Bailey, and that's how the pass occurred. He got through using traffic. You make a Hakkinen him.
Using traffic is a fantastic strategy to use for any faster class. You always have to try and use the traffic to your own advantage.
Oh, I think Jimmy Allison was saying something there. Adam Taylor has just switched into the number 4 car. Yeah, Team Virus have done a driver swap. Adam Taylor in that car now, so good for them, I guess. Taylor's going to do his best. Oh dear, that didn't come out right.
Indeed, and we've got Mr. Taylor, which I think is the one that actually runs Team Virus, is he not?
He's involved in some capacity, I think.
But yeah, he's...
Oh, apparently Nicky Jakovic is the registered team owner.
Ah, there we go. But he's in the car now. We know how aggressive he can be as a driver, so we might see that come out in this race.
Yeah, Adam Taylor, we know, is a bit of a I don't like to wait driver, and he can be quite impatient and quite forceful at times, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because it has got him some good overtakes and positions in the past.
Indeed, he's got a very, very aggressive driving style, as he said, but it can be really, really fast. However, if it goes wrong, it can go wrong horrifically.
Well, from my own personal perspective, he has matured a lot in these LMP1 cars, and I'm not saying he hadn't before. He was quite a mature driver then anyway. He had his style under control, but it's been very good to see him develop in these prototypes over the course of this season.
Indeed, and I know certainly with him lapping me in the GT4, 12 Hours of Bathurst as well.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what goes on, but yeah, let's keep an eye on Adam Taylor throughout this race. He could be one to watch. He's always a bit of a danger man, isn't he, Adam Taylor? You never know how quick he's going to be.
Indeed, as we have Christian Michel coming pitting from the lead.
Yeah, this should hand the lead to Kieran Parkin and the Doug Henson Racing Team, the number 2 car there, that Audi. Fun fact, actually, in series where I'm allowed to choose my number, that is usually the one I pick. So I've got a kind of a sort of maybe 2% bias for them at the moment. But Parkin, number 2, in 2nd place, although he looks like he's going to pit as well. So, unbelievably, ladies and gentlemen, unless Michelle gets out within the next 5 seconds, Jimmy Broadbent will assume the lead for GNS Endurance. We've gone full circle.
And that is Broadbent into the lead again, because remember that Broadbent is off strategy.
He is though, so maybe he won't hold it for long, but he's got clean air, a clean track, and it's deja vu all over again for GNS Endurance. They lead the race.
Indeed, that Nissan GT-R LM is back into the lead as we had a brief yellow flag in the middle sector. I believe that's a GT car going quite slowly.
Oh.
I think it's V'ger in the 54 car.
You know, V'ger, I'm gonna go ahead
Yeah,
and inspect.
V'ger had a bit of an instant. Let's put it that way. Let's have a look.
Well, he's back to the pits now anyway.
He lost it by himself through turn 11. That's Margulo. He lost it by himself. Just the back end lost. He tried to. He got a little bit of a tank slapper. Tried to correct it. Went into the tyre barriers on the right hand side and lost the front end.
Yeah, Cino V'ger has got suspension damage, but it's okay. He's in the pits now. He's in a safe position, and he's got that beautifully back. And that's sometimes an important thing. Being able to recover a car when it's damaged can sometimes be as important as controlling it when it's not.
Indeed, it's all about that. It's all about controlling the car when it is damaged and trying to keep a hold of it.
Driver change in the Vela Sim Sport car. That's why they just came in. Yuri Kasdorp is now in that car, number 3. And I keep making the mistake of thinking he's some other nationality to what he is, but Kasdorp is Dutch. I've got that committed to memory now. So let's see how Yuri does.
Indeed, Kasdorp, we know he's an extremely fast driver as well, don't we?
Yeah, Kasdorp, a very quick driver in his own right, and could take the fight to Parkin and co here. Although Kieran Parkin currently leads by a decent margin over them. And of course Jimmy Broadbent has to pit in that GNS car, so maybe we'll see a challenge to him later on in this race.
Indeed, but I'm just wondering how that alternate Broadbent strategy is going to work for him in the later parts of the race, at least in that GNS car.
Yeah, we're going to be interested to see how that goes. I've just noticed, actually, Enzo Farsi has gotten past Sebastian Rodriguez for second in LMP2 with what looked to be a classic turn 1 manoeuvre. Farsi just went straight down the inside of turn 1 and Rodriguez could not defend.
Indeed, just what a classic pass down the inside of turn 1. But it seems like Rodriguez let him a lot of room though.
Looks like he did, and I've noticed as well another driver change. Jonas Raivio in the Vela Sim Sport car that's currently in last place. So Raivio in that car, Jonas should do a good job there. Of course, very capable driver in his own right, so we'll see how he goes. GT Tommy just gets out of the way. Jimmy Broadbent is leading the race, and it's pretty much overtake traffic city for Jimmy at the moment. But he's still got to make his pit stop, as we've said, so keep a half an eye on him, because when he does pit, we might see a close battle for the lead.
Indeed, and as Broadbent comes up into turn 5 at the moment, Parkin is along the front straight, so I'd say that's about half a pit stop at the moment, really.
Speaking of close battles, we have one. It's for P5 in class, and it's in the GTs. Ryan Walker is coming under increasing pressure from Heiko Colvin back here in the 3 wide.
And indeed, that 3 wide car is has not had the best of. Oh no, that's a lie. I'm looking at the wrong championship. The 3 wide car is currently fifth in championship.
This is the thing about 3 wide as well. The prototype entry has been, obviously in this race at least, there has been subject to some controversy, but the GT teams always seem to just get on with it.
Indeed, they always just seem to Yeah, exactly what you said. They always seem to just get on with it.
It's a very nice sort of spirit we see, and you know, I do come under fire from other people sometimes for some of the things they've done in the past, but just seeing the GT team just have a go at it. The likes of Heiko Kovenbach, just give it the best shot and challenge the likes of Ryan Walker. You know, it's good to see. It's good to see the teams, you know, do that. And I remember distinctly, it was the VRE junior team at the 12 Hours of Bathurst. Regardless of the circumstances, they just kept on going.
Indeed, and that's all it really is sometimes. All you need to do is keep on going, and that can be your that could be the difference between a podium finish and no podium finish, essentially.
Yeah, it could be, and well, Kovenbach is held on the back of Walker here. Broadbent tries to go through both of them, but it doesn't work. Has to take recourse to the off track again. Walker's going to bad exit on a young car when the Kovenbach's just going to go straight through there. So Heiko Kovenbach goes into 5th in class in some move there, but Ryan Walker, he's not going to be a very happy Scotsman at all.
He did a fantastic move there, just capitalising on Walker's bad exit out of young car.
I must say, it is nice to be able to commentate on Ryan Walker. He's a very capable driver in his own right. I know I say that about a lot of drivers, but they wouldn't be here if they weren't capable. And, well, Walker, he's still 6th in class, and that's good as I've just seen there's been a driver change, and one Echo now have Nico Barkley in the car. So the Peruvian taking to the taco, as they like to humorously call it. And, well, let's see how Barkley does. He's just come ahead of Burton Ops, and he's got Walker and Kovenbach, funny enough, to get through.
Indeed, and Walker in that number 54 car is in the Atlantic Motorsport car. It's very easy to distinguish them, especially if you get an aerial view, because they've got the number plastered on the front of the top of the car.
Aye, Yuri Kazdobs took me by surprise there. He's gone for Kieran Parkin, but he's just failed, and it's not worked out for him. But he's got a great run into the seat of the logo. Parkin is going wide. I think it was just lag, actually. He's still ahead, but he's there, and he's chasing his Kazdobs. He's going to look down the inside of the 4th turn. Down the inside he goes, but Parkin holds the outside, and he's still there. Contact just slightly, but it's well done to Kazdorp, who gets through there or thereabouts, and he's into 2nd.
Slightly cheeky there from Kazdorp, just edging Parkin wide onto the AstroTurf on the exit of turn 4.
Well, it was a bit, yeah, but there wasn't really any major contact. I wouldn't say the contact helped him get through. I think he pretty much had it anyway, but Yuri Kazdorp showing his skill there, but he's just got held up by Walker, and, well, there's a pun there, that's for certain, but Kieran Parkin has no such trouble.
Indeed, Parkin is now going to see if he can catch Kazdorp again, and he takes that 2nd place in the race.
It's going to be about Kieran Parkin outpacing Kazdorp at this point, because he knows he has to do that to even so much stand a chance of getting the draft, which is how he's going to get the overtake done. But Parkin, he's just going to try and hold it together at this point and just think, if Kazdorp makes a mistake, or if he goes slowly and I go quickly, it's going to be how I catch him. And we could get held up in traffic, as Kazdorp's just overtaken Berger there, and Parkin should follow suit.
Indeed, these GT cars have to almost have eyes in the back of their heads in order to be able to anticipate all of this traffic, because they're being overtaken by 2 classes, LMP2s and LMP1s.
Yeah, double the classes, double the power, double the potential problems.
Oh,
and problems for Hillebrand, who's just got off again. Yep, just about to mention that. Actually, Nicholas Hillebrand has gotten off out of the way, but at least he's out of the way of Kazdorp and Parkin if there is a positive to be taken from this.
That is Hillebrand sending one of the advertising boards into Narnia. That's never to be seen again.
Yeah, what Nicholas Hillebrand has just done is narrowly missed the ball there, and then he's come round again, and actually I don't think he hit the ad boards, but either way, that is one less advertisement that we're going to be seeing this race, which I'm not sure is a good or a bad thing, but from a sponsor's point of view, they're going to be pretty miffed. But then again, it's mostly just advertising for the series, I think, VEC, VLMS and all that, so nothing really lost, but it just means that we don't advertise our own series.
Indeed, but you want as much advertising as you can, so we can get more and more people to come into our wonderful, wonderful club and start racing with us.
Of course we do. I mean, that's exactly what we'd love people to join with, but at the same time, you know, I'm not going to force it on anyone. Join VEC. But yeah, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes, and well, you know, it's going to be funny noises. Anyway, Kieran Parkin, gotta try and catch Yuri Kasdorp.
Is he parking? And Castor appears to have is starting to streak away from parking, actually, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's starting to pull the gap out here. Is Yuri Kasdorp? He's really starting to gap him here, and well, he's trying his best. Is Kieran Parkin, but it doesn't seem to be working out for him at the moment.
Indeed, perhaps that VEC Sport car just has the pace. Indeed, Yuri Kasdorp is an excellent driver.
Well, I mean, Kasdorp, just by the fact that he's there and gaining time should be proof of that. But Yuri in his own right should just really be focusing on getting away from Kieran Parkin at this point in time and just trying to gap Kieran. And Kieran himself will be getting more and more frustrated that he can't catch. But Adam Taylor's a bit too far away, so he doesn't have to worry about Taylor yet.
Indeed, just having a look at Taylor over the past few corners or so, he had a little bit of an interesting situation with Eunice Ravio there in the number 89 car, I believe, the VEC SimSport car. Coming out of turn 9, Ravio had a little bit of oversteer and almost had a little bit of an incident with Taylor there, so a bit lucky there for Virus in the 4 car.
Yeah, and Taylor there, at this point in the race, I think it's just for him going to be about trying to catch up to Parkin because he's the next car ahead, obviously, but I'm just looking further down the field for battles. I've got the live timing up so I can see exactly who's gapped to where. And, well, this whole NOPS kind of strategy battle still going on for 26th overall, so maybe go to that.
Indeed, looking for that 26th place overall. Very close between, that's the 52 and the Texas Scorcher Corsa car, if I can see correctly, isn't it?
Yeah, Texas won a Corsa car kind of stretchy there. Oh, Hodgkinson's gone again. Well, it's gone from bad to worse for DHL's number 3 now. Hodgkinson has discoed again, and he's going to lose even more laps.
He's just gone from bad to worse for number 3 car. Surely someone else will need to go into that number 3 DHR car now.
Yeah, and at this rate, the only thing that can go wrong is a meteor can strike it as a... Oh, hello. I might have a bit of a cheeky thing here. I've just seen that Oscar Hardwick has booted up rFactor 2. And I know that Oscar Hardwick is a GNS endurance driver. Geary, Broadbent's going to be getting out of that car soon. Watch it.
Indeed, perhaps yeah, that kind of makes sense for Broadbent because it's about 45 minutes or so, 45 to 50 minutes on a tank. So that would make sense if he's about 20 minutes off kilter.
Well,
I think he's about half a stint off Broadbent.
Let's see if my cheeky theory comes true, but if it does, then it might be that we can get the Broadbent of the Jimmy variety in for an interview stroke, whatever the heck he wants to do, and it would be lovely to speak to him, of course, because, well, who doesn't like the meme overlord?
Oh dear.
I had to do it, sorry, had to be done. There are some things in life that are just unavoidable, and Jimmy Broadbent's official titling is one of them.
Broadbent trying to go around the outside of Knops around turn 9, not something that I personally do.
Yeah, not really. He knows what he's doing. Give him credit. He knows what he's doing. He's taken unorthodox moves, but it is just the Broadbent way, and he's made it stick every single time. So, you know, props to him.
Indeed, and is that about a 50-second lead he has over Kasdorp now? I believe it's somewhere in that region.
Well, Jimmy Broadbent in the pits then. He has hit the brakes. I do not see, don't actually see Oscar Hardwick there at all. So
perhaps it was just something to make you paranoid. He did it specifically for you.
If they've just done that to throw me off, I want to stop hold on them because that's not fair. I'm not biased, but come on. That's not right. Don't throw your commentators off, man. Either way, Jimmy Broadbent is not going to be switching drivers just yet, and he will be staying in that car for another stint perhaps, and then maybe switching over to Oscar Hardwick. I say Oscar Hardwick's the GNS driver because that's what it just says on the SRC site.
Indeed, but it seems like Broadbent is staying in that car yet again. He's been in that car for over 2 hours now.
Yep, he's doing a long stint here, so gonna be interesting to see how it goes for him. Kasdorp resumes the lead. And, well, Yuri of the K variety, TEAMSPEAK leads one again.
Indeed, as I just said, it's been over for 2 hours, so I believe it's now time for another hourly update, Josh.
Yes, it is, and I'm going to throw this one to you, Neil.
Indeed, and with Broadbent just coming in the pits, he's just lost the lead of the race, which means it's now Yuri Kasdorp in first place in that 21 TEAMSPEAK car. First place overall, first place in LMP1. Second place is Kieran Park in the number 2 DHR car. In third is Broadbent in the GNS 22 GTR LM. And in fourth place is Adam Taylor in the Team Virus car. And fifth is Azevedo in the number 19 SimHQ Motorsports car. That's the top 5 for your LMP1 class. In LMP2, it's Capella in the number 40 car. This Scuderia GT Italia is currently in the lead for them. In second is Enzo Fazzi in the number 33 TEAMSPEAK car. In third, it's Rodriguez in the MVD Racing Team car, the number 47. Fourth is Tarney in the number 38 Champion Racing car. And fifth is Hillebrand in the Magenta Warriors Racing, number 48. And in your GT class, in the lead is Pinto in the number 84. That's the Dark Racing car. That's something to be looking out for. Dark Racing, of course, leading the championship at the moment, want to extend that lead to have as much as a buffer for Le Mans as possible. In second is Tunefleet in the number 94 TEAMSPEAK car, the team that's right behind them in the championship. In third, it's Dan Pizzo in the Scuderia GT Italia, number 91. Fourth is Colvenbach in the 77 3Y Motorsport, and fifth is Fege in the number 88 No Limits car, as we do believe that we've just had to pass for second place overall.
Yes, we have. Jimmy Broadbent has gone into second for GNS Endurance. Kieran Parkin outpaced on the straight, as is the norm with the Nissan versus literally any other car ever. And Parkin helpless to defend, and Broadbent to storm through with the sheer pace that he has and took second.
And he's second place for that GNS car. That LMP1 car seems to be on. It seems to have almost an extra setting compared to everyone else.
What it is the fact that it's just so good in a straight line. As I said, it's practically a different class of car. This is LMP1. Every other P1's LMP1.5. Then you got the P2s. That's pretty much what it is. We've got cars in the pits, I do believe. Some GT is just pitted there. I'm not sure which one it is, but I think it was Rickard. Yeah, it was Rickard Reinhard Berger. Not Rickard anything.
Berger and Vazier in the pits. Of course, Vazier had that incident at turn 11 not that long ago. Still in the pits for bringing that damage, but Berger is currently the only car in the pits for their pit stop.
Oh, look at this! The gap between Broadbent and Kasdorp is only 5.6 seconds. It could be that we could actually have an on-track overtake for the lead.
That last lap, Kasdorp lost 3.2 seconds to Broadbent.
He must have had an excursion of some sort. I imagine that's what's happened, and Broadbent is just going to take full advantage of that. Gets around Jonas Raivio nicely, although Raivio technically still there. He won't be after this corner, as you've just seen. So, is now a good time to go on board with the bonnet cam of Broadbent as he chases down Kasdorp? I think it might be. Not going to do an on-board lap, because we've already had one with GNS, but it's going to be interesting to see how quickly they catch up.
Indeed, that Nissan seems to just be on a completely different level.
I mean, the speed they're carrying down the front straight, they're doing 310, 315 kilometers an hour. It's like they got rocket boosters attached to that Nissan in terms of straight line speed. Then they lose it all in the corners because front wheel drive, and supposedly that's inferior.
Apparently so.
Although in this case, it doesn't seem to be the case. I tell you what, I must imagine that, honestly, to me, if I was thinking of this, I would think of that as a Super Touring car on steroids. It's front wheel drive, it's got a lot of power, it slides about a lot, it's got a lot of grip. So basically, Jimmy Broadbent is probably suited to Super Tourers.
Indeed, I love my front wheel drive cars, as you know, Josh. And so I think the Nissan might be a good car for me if I decide to drive it.
Yeah, it might be, but who knows? Yeah, Jimmy Broadbent's having a good time with that Nissan. When is he not at this rate? I mean, this race has been all his, and look at the gap! He's just cut it down to Kasdorp by 2 seconds!
That's absolutely disgusting.
It's brilliant, that's what it is.
The word to use is disgusting.
Are you jealous, Neil? Are you jealous of the speed of the GNS? Up down to 1.5 now.
Oh, up it! Oh my goodness!
He's not one to wait about.
The Texas Sports Corsa GT car had to take a fighting action last minute because Broadbent was steaming down the inside with nothing stopping him.
Yeah, Marinaro decided he wanted no part of that, and Broadbent just goes straight through. He's within a second of Castop now. The speed of the Nissan is incredible. It's come out of nowhere.
We've got to remember that Broadbent just made his pit stops. He's got fresher tyres than the rest of them.
Well, are we about to see the biggest comeback and the quickest comeback since Lazarus here, ladies and gentlemen? Yuri Kastorp has been hounded by Jimmy Broadbent. He's lost 4 seconds in practically 2 laps. And Broadbent has just found his pace, passes on the Schoenfeld. Kastorp being held up by James and Machado. That's going to give the Nissan even more time. And Broadbent's just going to get past this traffic now, but it's going to be absolutely speed city down the front straight.
Indeed, Broadbent's got past Garrett James and Machado in the talking door racing car. What is going to happen into turn 1? We're just going to have to find out. Broadbent closing. I don't think he's close enough. Oh, he's having a look. Just showing that Kastorp that he is there.
That was a warning shot. He's just basically saying, Yuri mate, I'm getting you to the next corner. Get used to it. Don't even fight this. In the slightest. It's happening. You can't prevent it. It's like death, taxes and money laundering. It can't be stopped. JNS can't be stopped. Broadbent into the lead once again.
I've got to write that down somewhere. It's like death, taxes and money laundering. I'll write that down for use in the future. But indeed, Broadbent is now in the lead of this motor race.
Well, he is leading once again as Jimmy Broadbent, but there's his arch rival Tom Schenkels. You'll remember that he had a collision, I believe, with Schenkels before, then overtook him on the grass the next time. Luckily for us, it's third time lucky and nothing happens there.
Indeed, nothing doesn't happen there, but indeed, Broadbent's got a rocket up the back end of that car.
Yep, he just seems to have the straight line speed, and well, he's not actually compromising too much grip either, so maybe the Nissan is the winning formula for this track, I don't know. But what we do know is that it's working for them. Broadbent takes the lead of the race, passes Nuno Pinto. Yuri Kastorp is now just going to sit back and try and hold as much of a gap as possible.
You know what else is sort of close at the moment is Parkin and Taylor for third overall between the DHR and the Virus. Just got to see what these lap times are. Parkin's last lap was a 21.3, extremely slow due to traffic, and Taylor's was 21.9. So both balked terribly by traffic this past lap.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what's closer. Heiko Colvin back going on Daniel Pinto on turn 1 here. I was about to say it's a close battle, but Colvin back through. That is a good move by the 3-wide driver, and Heiko Colvin back moves into third in class. That is a fantastic opportunity. Taken, stamped, sealed, signed, delivered, sent to the post office, and shipped to Germany indeed. And Daniele Pinto now in that car has just got to try and get it back.
But Colvin back's going to have to look up the road, because ahead of him is Arne Schoenfleet. As he comes out of turn 5, you can see Schoenfleet in the distance. You can see the next car in the distance. That will no doubt give him extra oomph to try and pass that car.
If Heiko Colvenbach can get past Arne Schoenfleet into second in GTs, 3-wide Motorsports will be very happy with him. I can tell you that for certain. Ever since he's gone into that car, Colvenbach, he's ran riot over the rest of the GT field.
Indeed, he's been an absolutely extraordinary driver this afternoon in that 3-wide Motorsport car. Fantastic showing from Colvenbach.
He's having a good time of it at the moment, isn't he? He's definitely showing his stuff, Heiko. And, yeah, very interesting to see how this is going to pan out for him. Well, what's going on here? Well, Colvenbach is not really any threat. Pinto's not posing a threat here. Rodriguez in the pits, as is Nuno Pinto at the moment. Dennis Hadlack is still in the pits, and at the moment, though, really interesting to see how this is going to go.
Indeed, then we've got a bit of a recovery drive from the 32 cars, while they've been down at the wheel as well.
Yeah, so let's keep an eye on this. Let's see how this goes. And yeah, Ricardo Azevedo's up there as well in the prototype, doing a good job. Barkley as well, Capella, Farsi, all drivers having a good time out there. And yeah, Nuno Pinto though, in the dark racing car, not going as well for him anymore. Dark Racing did start the race on pole, but now they're all the way back in 6th.
We've got to remember, are they first to pit? I think they may well be. They can do it on 3 stops from here. They can do the race on 3 stops from here. So,
oh dear.
Again, just gonna have to see what strategy is going to play out.
Oh, here we go. Jimmy Allison has said
the rain is starting to tip it, dude.
it's raining, man, indeed. We've got rain in Interlagos. Get your brollies out, ladies and gentlemen. It's happened. Oh, here we go. The rain, the glorious rain. I'm singing in the rain, etc. I love it, and it's going to cause havoc and control and chaos. And
Shooting fleets came into the pits.
well played, Arnie.
Are they the first to jump onto wet tyres?
Well, the me as well. I say me as well. Heiko Kaldenbach's coming as well. These two are going to be the real winners out of all this. Schoenfleet on the full wet straight away. Doesn't waste time. Gets on them. And so does Kaldenbach on wet as well. No time wasted whatsoever. But my concern now is that GNS Endurance are going to lose speed because front wheel drive in the rain.
Broadbent's not coming in. Broadbent's not came in.
Holy moly. This could be fun.
Has though. Castorp in second place has in the 21
Fire
belts.
jumps
Let's
as
see
well.
what Kieran Parkin does in the number 2 Duke Henson racing car. Coming out through Sabina de boxes.
I think everybody's
He's not
jumping.
came in either. Adam Taylor's coming in for Virus.
Yep, we got loads of cars in, and as the Van Halen song goes, may as well jump, and it looks like Yuri Karstorp is gonna jump onto the wet tyre, but is he gonna do it? Hits the brakes.
And they're talking to a racing car. It's disconnected.
Oh
To a racing
no!
car?
Yeah, that's gone badly. Maybe problems with the driver change because Mateus Machado was in before. That can go wrong. Karstorp pits for wets, and it's all coming in down now. Adam Taylor has spread it onto the wets as well. Parkin's still out.
Bruna aquaplaned in the talking to our car.
Parkin
He
out.
didn't actually
And
hit anything. Didn't hit anything. He just aquaplaned.
you can see the rain spray now from Broadbent's car. The aquaplaning is real. Maybe he should have come in. Maybe he should have come in. Also, Marcel Offermans himself is in the same Racing for Holland car now, by the way. Hi, Marcel. Hope you're enjoying the rain, buddy.
Indeed, I would suggest coming straight onto a wet track is that good, but that's just me. Let's see what Broadbent does.
He's got a pit.
Broadbent goes past again.
What on earth is he thinking? Unless he's got the grip. This is a mad call from GNS here. Parkin, though, has stayed out, so it's maybe not as mad as we think it is. But Yuri Karstorp just exiting now, a lap down on the wet tyres.
Parkin's coming in this time round.
Parkin's coming in this time round, but Broadbent has stayed out. And, well, Kieran Parkin doesn't think it's, Kieran Parkin thinks it's time. Jimmy Broadbent, though, he's got to be losing time now. Well, let's check what his last lap was. His last lap was a 1:20.824, and he was in the 18s before. He's lost 2 seconds in that one lap.
But the real comparison is Yuri Karstorp. He's the first on wet tyres. We've got to see what sort of times he starts doing.
Well, the Twitter feed has got it right. This rain has turned the race on its head. Broadbent stuck behind traffic, parking in on wet. Karstorp, though, is going to be the one we're looking at. Broadbent, I think, actually, he's going to get unlapped by Karstorp. That is going to be crucial. Yuri Karstorp, look at the gains he has made on Broadbent. I think he's left it too late. I think he's left it far too late.
Oh, that's gone terribly wrong for the GNS car. Surely he's got to come in this time round.
Yes.
And indeed.
He's keeping left. I was about to say, Jimmy, if you've got any sense, man, come in. And he does come in. And it means that Yuri Karstorp has about 90 seconds to get himself ahead of Broadbent.
3 wide coming down the front straight. Taylor looking up the inside of Karstorp. Room there, though. Karstorp.
Oh, no. Parkin's gone. Parkin's had problems. Parkin's car has gone off the track from 4th place. It could go badly for DHR. Something has not gone right at all.
I think
Keep it
it's
back
a
and-
disconnection in the pit.
Oh, Taylor and cast up. He's gone through. Adam Taylor into second.
Yep.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh.
Parkin had a disconnection in the pits.
Well, that is unfortunate. Very bad. That's now both DHR cars things have gone wrong for. But Taylor, look at Adam
Oh,
Taylor.
looking up the inside. That's disgusting. He's done it.
Taylor was already through anyway, but if he can get around quick enough, it could be a steal here for Team Virus. And Jimmy Broadbent still in the pits. Taylor coming around turn 11, but Broadbent has enough of a gap to make it work as he's coming out of the pits.
Indeed, Broadbent is just coming out the pits now. We've got to see what the sort of pace is for
I've just
these
seen
wet
what's happened.
tyres.
I've just seen what's happened. It was Max Scheider who was getting into the car. Problems on the re-entry. It's listed as suspension. That is the reason for the problems. And usually that means that it's terminal. But, oh dear. Oh, and apparently Tobias apparently Matthias Rona got control of the car in the middle of the track when he pressed passenger select and that blew the engine. That's why they're out.
Very interesting.
Bit of a weird problem, but it's not. That's gone very badly now. But yeah, rain has turned this race on its head. Jimmy Broadbent still leads for GNS Endurance from Adam Taylor though. But you imagine that the four-wheel drive, rear-biased four-wheel drive is going to help the Team Virus car, and this is where they're going to make the ground up.
We've just got to see what happens to Broadbent in the next couple of laps, because he's on his out lap at the moment, so this really isn't a representative lap of what his lap times are. We've got to have to see the next time round to see if he's as fast in the wet as he is in the dry.
Well, Nicholas Hillebrand has come in as well. He's obviously going to the wet tyres as well. I don't think anyone wants anything else on this stage. Jimmy Broadbent completes lap 101 of this race, on to lap 102. Well, his last lap actually on those wets he'd come in, I think it was a 217.3, but before he was doing 120s and 119s on the dries. As Kevin Ryan has just left the race. Oh, that was the Nuno Pinto car. So that's now 2 cars we've had problems with. Sebastian Rodriguez's car is, according to my screen, being controlled by the AI. But we had this last time in VEC Room 2 of VLMS where that wasn't the case.
Indeed, sometimes the rFactor 2 can be a little bit interesting, and it can be a little bit interesting sometimes. So we've just got to see what happens. But as you said, Adam Taylor's last lap was a 25 knot. We've got to see what Broadbent does this time round. As he comes out of turn 11, he's just came out of turn 9 and into the right-handed hairpin of 10.
Yeah, Taylor was doing 25, so it's going to be interesting to see what Broadbent's doing when he comes around. We'll see for sure. But yeah, Jimmy Broadbent, the front-wheel drive Nissan let him down in the rain. That's the question. He'll get a lot more understeer than the other teams, but has he got the car set up to deal with it? And if Oddball Racing was still going at this point, this is where they'd probably been their element, but they retired earlier.
Indeed, coming across the start-finish line, Broadbent's last lap was a 24.5. Let's see what Taylor does this time round. As he comes into Young Cows, we have a yellow in the middle sector.
Oh, apparently Maximilian Scheider's going to come back in, so DHR are still in this race. That's good to hear. Oh dear, and well, it's going to be that good that they're still in, of course. But yeah, they're going to have lost some serious time because of that. As he recast up, let's see what Kazdorp can do. Taylor crosses the line. Taylor does a 124.3, and what is Kazdorp done? Kazdorp has done a 124.7. So only Taylor faster than Broadbent, and even then, not by much. So Broadbent should still have this.
Indeed, we're just going to see how this front-wheel drive dominated car really in this GTR LM works in these wet conditions.
We are, yeah. We're just going to see how they go, really. And, well, even in the rain, it seems like Broadbent's got the pace. So, we'll see how this goes for JB. But how is this rain? How is this sudden rain going to help the teams that aren't quite as far up the order then?
Well, the rain is always the great equaliser, as we say. We could see a little bit of shake-up. We don't know how fast Broadbent is in the rain. We don't know how fast Taylor and Kazdorp are. We know Kazdorp is an absolute rocket in the dry, passing Parkin that easily. We're just going to have to see what he is in the rain, but it is the great equaliser. We could start to see shake-ups within the next 20 minutes or so. As Broadbent! Oh, Broadbent's got hit by a lagging car!
Oh, lordy, lordy. Oh, that's bad news for Broadbent. What on earth has happened?
Lags into him.
Oh, yes, Smith. Oh, actually, Broadbent seemed to go backwards.
Oh, sorry, let's have a look.
Yeah, Broadbent went backwards. Broadbent went backwards, went to Smith, and, well, where was Smith before that? Yeah, Smith was in the GT behind. Broadbent lagged backwards into him. And he's got no front. Whoa, he's got no front bumper. It's happened again. Broadbent has to crawl it back to the pits. And this must mean Adam Taylor will take the lead for Team Virus. Well, the rain has put Virus in the lead from 3rd or 4th or 5th. And Adam Taylor will probably, even though it's coming Broadbent, Broad Swag's disappointment, he'll be happy that he's going to go into the lead here.
Indeed, Team Virus leading that championship, wanting every single point they can, and indeed they're doing it again. So Virus going to the lead. It looks like probably, to be honest, Castor going 2nd and Acevedo into 3rd.
Oh, it's all kicking off because Max Shine has been given slicks on re-entry. He's going to crawl that DHR round, get it in for wet. He's going to lose even more time then. Broadbent's going to crawl that DHR, sorry, not DHR, GNS, I was just talking about DHR. But Broadbent, the ex-DHR driver, is going to drive the GNS round to the pits, get it in, fix it, and Taylor's going to take the lead.
Indeed, Taylor and the Virus is going to take the lead. A fantastic showing from Virus, of course. Started 2nd, didn't they? Now back into the lead. So not that much movement from the beginning of the race. It was taking a whole lot to get there.
What do we keep saying about rain making races more interesting? It all seems to happen in the rain.
April Dillon spun.
Oh, dearie. Yep, that is a spin for Dillon, and she's going to rejoin safely, though. Fair play to her, as Adam Taylor's going to come on, so she's got to let him through. And, well, Dillon is going to stay there. Taylor's just going to yum on the outside. Well played, fair played, and they are leading from Kasdorp from Broadbent, who will drop positions because no front splitter.
Indeed, Matt Smith, Smith in the SimHQ Motorsports car is stranded by the side of the road somewhere. I can't quite tell where that is.
Well,
that's coming through turn 5, isn't it? So it's very early on in the circuit actually, and he's got no rear wing, he's got no front end. It looks like he may well have suspension damage as well.
Oh, we got a code 80. No overtaking. I think this is just must be another incident that's gone on somewhere. Someone must have had a bit of a do there, and someone obviously must have damage apart from Broadbent. I'm just trying to scroll through the field to see who it is. I don't see anyone at the moment though. Oh, SimHQ 95.
It's for the Smith and the SimHQ car.
Oh yes, they've got a road production version of the Corvette going on there. No spoiler on it. Yeah, Mitchell Smith has got to crawl that back round, but this will come as a blessing for Broadbent because he won't lose nearly as much time.
Indeed, and it's started to get really light actually on the track, hasn't it? So perhaps the rain it was only a fleeting shower.
Yeah, only really, well, this is going to mean the track gets even wetter because the cars aren't going around quick enough to dry it up. But, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting restart, I think. Broadbent's not going to lose as much time. That'll be a godsend for him. But for the likes of Taylor, for Kasdorp really isn't far behind Taylor anymore.
No, not really. It really isn't that big a gap between the front two in this race. Just having a look, I wouldn't. How far is that gap really? It's really not that far at all. I'd probably say it's somewhere in the region of 15 car lengths or so. No, it's not even that, sorry. They're far closer than that. It's more in the region of 5 car lengths.
Yeah, Mitchell Smith's damage is actually quite severe. But look again, he's putting it 90 degrees to the right to go in a straight line. That's how much he must have knocked it. But he's almost at the pit lane and will be going green flag racing soon. GT Tommy, though, is going to come into Pepsi Champion Racing at the worst possible time because the code 80 is about to end.
Indeed, but if you can save even a little bit of time under pitting, surely you'd do that.
Even if it's only minor gains, he's come in, and Mitchell Smith enters the pit lane now. He's just come into the entry, so this should probably end the 80, and we'll get back to racing as soon as Jimmy Allison calls it in. But the key battle to watching is going to be Kasdorp Taylor off the start of this restart. Well, there has been a driver change. Oscar Hardwick has gotten in the GNS car. Now they're taking the time to get a driver change, so Broadbent out of the car. Hopefully we can get a word with him, but you know, an unfortunate end to the stint. As we get ready
Indeed,
to
as
go.
we start to go back to green, but indeed, a slightly unfortunate end to the incident.
So, we go green flag racing once again, and Oscar Hardwick immediately gets past the P2 on his sort of GNS run in this race. But Karstorp Taylor's going to be one of the watch. Yuri Karstorp's got a million miles of traffic to negotiate, but he's gotten past 2 of the cars already. Now he's going to get past Carsten Dynegard, who won't let him through just yet, but has to soon. Adam Taylor, though, stuck in traffic of his own, so who's going to get the advantage?
Indeed, these two so close together for the lead of the race. Karstorp and Virus, Adam Taylor and the Virus so close together, but Karstorp's been held up horrifically by traffic there, having to go around the outside of turn 10. That's not going to go well, and round the outside of turn 11, round the outside of Hadlack. Oh, that's gone horrifically wrong for him.
Yeah,
in terms of traffic, at least.
Yeah, Karstorp is just getting stuck behind everybody now. Taylor's starting to flex his muscles a bit, get that Porsche in the lead from the Yuri Karstorp driven Audi, and we're going to see exactly how this goes. Apparently, the rain has stopped in room 2, so it's a matter of minutes before it stops in room 1. So it was a very short shower, but then again, you've got to wait for the track to dry out.
Indeed, you have to wait for the track to dry out, and that's just simple parts. So there's going to be Scheider spun it.
Stopped in room 2.
Oh, and apparently, oh dearie me, I think we've caught Jimmy Broadbent at the wrong time, unfortunately. I think he was just speaking to people, but hello, Jimmy.
Hello, Josh. Yeah, it's been an interesting one.
Well, it has been interesting, yes. Oscar Hardwick in the GNS Nissan at the moment. Bit of a mixed race of mixed proportions for you. You got a brilliant qualifying. The only car to go into the 114s. Then the start was good. Then it went a bit wrong. Then the rest of the race was great. And now problems again. Oh, and Code 80 again. We've got another one going on. Neil Heatley, if you could find out what that's for, that would be lovely.
I do think it is for April Dillon.
Oh.
It's for April Dillon and Garrett James had
Karstorp, apparently.
For Karstorp.
Apparently it's for Karstorp.
But also,
Also,
April Dillon's got a horrific amount of damage as well.
Yeah, Karstorp has just lost his front bumper there. Stuff has gone wrong for Yuri. And, wow, that's the second place Velas car. Oh, apparently, he went back as well into Jansen's. Maybe a screen freeze for him. We've had screen freezes all over. And, of course, Jimmy Broadbent had a similar incident there where he just went backwards into someone.
Yeah, I mean, on my screen, I was past the Corvette and I went over start finish. So I had a big screen freeze. He was just there and I was still carrying the speed I carried over the line. So I just could not get out of the way, hit the back of him, which is really a shame. And all I can really say is that this has been an issue in rFactor 2 for a very long time now, and your biggest league that you have showcasing your game is showing off the flaws in your game. So fix it. It's been so long. It happens in every game, every multiplayer game, every race I've been in, massive screen freeze, and there's still been no fix for it. So, and in this terms, in our race, of course, we also hit the Corvette, which I'm not sure if they're okay or not. I doubt they are. We hit them at quite some speed. But yeah, it's a real shame that it happens that way. But otherwise, our race was okay. We qualified very well. The car was very fast over a single lap and just seemingly very fast round here full stop. And I know that it's not been very popular amongst the other prototype drivers, but that's just a way of things around this circuit. And yeah, I did a nice stint after my incident with the Ferrari before, where I got a bit too enthusiastic and went into the back of him. And sorry to him, I think that is my fault. I haven't looked at it again, but lost our front end. And luckily, we've been very lucky. All the damage we've had so far has only been body damage, so we can just whack a new wing on there and go back out again. But yeah, it's been pretty scary out there now. I've started to rain. I thought I'd let Oscar deal with it now. I'm going to go take a rest, let him deal with the rain.
Yeah, you got Oscar Hardwick in the GNS car now as Yuri Karstorp makes it back to the pits. I'm just trying to see where April Dillon is, so we got a rough idea of where April Dillon is coming to the pits now, so we should be going green again soon. But yeah, Oscar Hardwick in that car now. I've not seen Oscar in that GNS car, but you'll have more of an idea how he's handling it.
Well, we know that his dry pace is very good. So if it starts drying up again, then we are in with a chance of maybe winning this. I think at the moment, with how it is in the rain, it's hard to say. Like, we were very kindly given a new rain tyre by Thomas. So we were given a new rain tyre by Thomas, and it's a bit better. It's better than it was at Suzuka anyway. We're still losing a bit of time the car's around, but we aren't losing 3-4 seconds a lap as we were at Suzuka.
We just go back to green flag racing there, but yeah, the rain has stopped now, by the way. Jimmy Allison did say before there was no more rain now, but the track is just going to dry out for you guys now, he thinks. So as soon as you dry out the track, as soon as that track, you know, they get the dry line, enough for your GNS car, the front wheel drive car, of course, to negotiate the track without understeer, that'll be the time when you go into slicks and hopefully get some time back.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, I think the guys in the Virus car are always just mega impressive. I mean, I know that our car is quick around here, but seeing them still be sort of anywhere near us was just insane. So big props to the Virus guys, and hopefully it will draw out because that really will benefit us. And we've just got to wait and see, I guess, see what the weather does.
Yeah, I guess that's ultimately what's got to happen. Unfortunately, just going to wait and see what the weather does. But hopefully the weather will turn in your favour and you guys can get some luck. Oscar Hardwick has actually gone into second place past Yuri Kasdorf, so there is some luck in it for you guys. But thank you very much for joining us, Jimmy, and hopefully we'll be able to see DNS succeed in the race.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. Cheers commentating, guys, and pop in later on with an update.
That'll be lovely. Thank you very much. Oh, bit of a perspective from Jimmy Broadbent there about the race, and it's interesting to hear from him because GNS Endurance definitely one of the fan favourite teams in the series, and it's always good to hear from Jimmy.
Indeed, it gives us a really good insight into what it is to like driving the LMP1 cars around the tracks here.
Yeah, we always get to see what it's like driving them, and always nice to see exactly how it goes for such a team when things don't quite go well. But good to hear from Jimmy, and yeah, always nice to hear from him. And well, Oscar Hardwick in that GNS car is starting to keep getting a move on. But at the same time, Adam Taylor is only a couple of corners away. Well, he's at one corner away. This could be Adam Taylor's move to lap everyone, and this could be the Grand Slam, so to speak.
Indeed, it could be. Indeed, it could be. Yeah.
I know it's a term that we use for something else in motor racing, but I thought I'd coin it for this. As, oh, Taylor's screen freeze of his own, I think. Well, either way,
it's just making me think. Sorry, it's just making me think with all these screen freezes. Is it necessarily gamer? People have just got their graphics and such too high. Have they not limited, say, the amount of cars they can see or their CPU usage in the game?
I don't know. I don't usually have problems, but then again, I know driving endurance leagues for 3 hours in a row with whatever settings that people use. But I don't know. I don't have enough experience to call for sure, but it's an interesting factor, that much is certain. But it has not affected Taylor. He's still chasing down Hardwick. I'd say the gap between them at the moment is about...
Oh, that's a 3-car incident between Janssen, Stintegard and someone else.
Oh, no, that's always a bad thing. Yeah, that's not an optimist. Oh, Dynagard went off. Then, oh, Janssens went into him before he could get out of the way. And then, oh, there was another car which lost its front.
To go, and who
Azevedo lost his front.
Azevedo's a 4-car incident there.
Luckily, Azevedo was able to get it back, and I think Dynagard doesn't have much damage either. Dynagard, actually, is there much damage? No, Dynagard's just going slowly, that's fair enough. And I think Rhinus Janssens doesn't have too much damage either. Should be able to get that Ferrari back. No rear wing on it, but he's not in really much of a threatening position at the moment. So, if it can be said, they've come off reasonably unscathed, but it's a difficult one.
Indeed, it's just came back down into last car standing, really, hasn't it?
Yep, it's almost like who can keep going for the longest. As well, Oscar Hardwick, I think, is now about to be lapped by Adam Taylor. The gap is about a second between them. Taylor has made inroads after inroads after inroads after inroads. But remember that the track is drying out, and a dry track is where the DNS Nissan thrives.
Indeed, with that massive front wheel drive, it does indeed help just get that grip, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really helps the grip in the stability at least. You know, you're not going to get massive oversteer, but still, Taylor in that 4-wheel drive car versus the mostly front wheel drive Nissan, mostly rear wheel drive biased on the Porsche, of course, but. Look how close he is to Hardwick now. Oscar's going to get past Thomas Jacobs, then let Taylor through. Blue flags will be waving at Hardwick at the moment. And I think after this corner might be best. He's just going to wait. Oscar, he's holding the inside. He's not making it easy with Taylor here. And Adam Taylor, he's practically pushing him round the corner. And Hardwick goes into the... He's not making it easy at all. He's going to get away on the straight. Wow.
Very interesting there from Hardwick. Let's just put it that way.
I would have thought he'd have had to let him through. Like, there was at least 4 corners gone by and he didn't let him through, so borderline ignoring blue flags. Well, he can get him on the straight, so there wouldn't have really been much point in it. But blue flags are blue flags. I'm not sure. Either way, Adam Taylor, he will try his best to catch up with Harvick on the rest of this lap because Oscar does not want to go a lap down.
Yeah.
But look at the pace he's getting, and you can imagine he has to.
Yeah, but it's very interesting.
Oh, and he's gone off there.
Is that Hardwick's pulling over there.
He's made it happen into that corner there, and yeah, he's decided that into turn 6 was the best place. And well, how did Harvick actually do that? Because it was quite sudden. But I'm going to take a look, and
I think
he just lifted off. He just lifted off and applied.
Yeah.
Yeah, gradually applied. It was quite sudden, but fair enough to Oscar. You know, it was a good enough way to let someone through. But Taylor finally gets some clear breathing space, completes the Grand Slam. He is now a lap ahead of everyone.
A fantastic job there from Virus today, really, hasn't it? Just showing that they're fast in both wet and dry.
But how long will it last? I can see a dry line beginning to form in places.
Indeed, it's just a question of when do you change over into those dry tyres? When is the crossover point for these tyres?
Yeah, when is the crossover? And well, at this point it's evidently not now because there's not enough of a dry line. And I'm one of those drivers who likes to play it safe in a wetting scenario, because if you go off on slicks and it's still massively wet offline, you are going to be in understeer sit. It's only for the people who can keep it on the dry line that slicks are for.
Indeed, indeed, and you can definitely see the dry line starting to show up here on stream here. But if you're still on those wet tyres, you're going to be looking for those wet patches. You're not going to be on the racing line because you want to try and keep those tyres as cool as possible.
Yeah, you are, but at the same time, it's more of a safety measure. If you have to lap someone and you go on the wet, you might aquaplane off. So
Indeed.
maybe we might have drivers actually staying on the wet in conditions where you'd argue it's dry enough, purely because there's traffic to deal with.
Indeed, and it is just that traffic again, as I've been saying about, it's just the ebb and flow in traffic.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Sometimes you will get put into compromising positions by the traffic.
Yeah, and you've just got to deal with them as they come, to be honest. So, it's just part and parcel of endurance racing. You've got to deal with what you're dealing with when you deal with it. It's all about the deal, ultimately. And Adam Taylor's got a very good deal at the moment, being a lap ahead of everyone. And, well, Nicky Jakovic in the comments says he'd prefer it to stay wet, because it suits him well. I'm sure Oscar Hardwick wants it to dry up, though.
Indeed. As Adam Taylor has a little bit of an interesting, very interesting here with Tammy and Offerman's. Sorry, it's Tammy and Offerman's trying to go through the two of them coming out of turn 3, Curve de Sol. But indeed, Adam Taylor appears to be pulling away slightly from Hardwick. Well, indeed, he's pulling away quite a lot from Hardwick, I should say, as we have a yellow flag in the middle sector. And that's Azevedo gone round.
Oh no, not again. Yeah, he's had another incident after losing his front bumper before. He's going to rejoin the track, but luckily, by the looks of it, nothing lost. So he's not really got hurt.
He just lost the rear end coming into turn 6. Just lost the rear end.
So easy to do. So easy to do. And he's fallen victim of that, unfortunately. But yeah, and it's not gone particularly well for him. I'm just going to keep an eye on the gaps, but there's no real close battles at the moment. Bit of a lull in the action. But the thing that we need to keep an eye on is the fact this track is drying out at the moment. It is getting dry. The cars will jump soon. When the dry line gets big enough, when there's enough runoff to deal with for lapping people, people will jump.
Indeed, just having a look between Hardwick and Castor, Castor appears to be gaining a bit on Hardwick, as I say that. Hardwick pulled out 0.6 over the last lap.
I think either it's me or Adam Taylor had another screen freeze. Something happened, but he just stopped for me. But that might have been me actually. But it's concerning when that happens.
Indeed, but again, is it just people's graphics? That's the question. Are people trying to push their machines too hard?
Might be,
I'm
might
not
not
sure.
be. I don't know. Either way, I'm not going to concentrate on it too much because there's racing
Anyway.
to be covered. There's racing to be covered, and that, to me, at least, is more important. I'm looking at Federico Suave in 12th place. Again, a potential danger man for the P2 drivers. JT Tarmy in the contention for leading that if he can get past Enzo Farsi, although he's got a lap to make up before he can do that. At the moment, Suave is in P6 in class and starting to catch maybe or be within range of Bjorn Varmeyer in this Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car. But again, these battles are not over. There may be a lap in it, but the battles are not done.
Indeed, because you can indeed get your lap back if you're fast enough, and that's something wonderful about endurance racing. Is that at different points of the race, cars will be different speeds.
I've just seen the undercover P2 car trying to do a driver change, but it seems to have gone wrong. John Davies is waiting in the server as a driver trying to get in, but he's also in the car. I don't know what's happened there, but another problem for undercover in this race. It's not gone well for them at all, and well, they'll have to try and get that sorted as quickly as they can. But yeah, not really a good thing for that to happen to them.
Yes, it's not gone very well for that undercover car. Undercover car was one of the many quite low down in the standings for the P2s, to be honest. 69 points from the season, not that good, not as good a season as they would have wanted in that car.
Yeah, but unfortunately it's the season they've had, and well, as with all of the teams, all they can do is deal with it. Yuri Kazdorp has gotten past Oscar Hardwick. I just realised that was a sudden one. Hardwick's had to cede the place to Kazdorp though. Yuri Kazdorp was catching up. Corvin back, he got through. Hardwick got massive understeer on the wet patch of the track. Couldn't do anything. Kazdorp straight through.
Indeed, and it's just about these conditions catching these cars out now.
Traffic as well, Kazdorp. Oh, Godwick! Hardwick's hit Pizzo and he's gone into the wall big time!
That's for Pizzo. He's hit the end of the pit lane as Daniele Pizzo.
Inadvertently, he almost Austin Powers did. But yeah, Pizzo, oh, he came across and Hardwick was there. Oh, I don't think Daniele might have left enough room there, but oh. Well, yeah, he hit Hardwick and then straight into the wall. The back end of that Corvette found its way into the wall, and Pizzo is going to have a millennium of damage to fix if he can even get it turned around.
Indeed. I'm just questioning, did Pizzo actually see the GNS car? Because of
That's exactly it. Did he see it, or did Hardwick try too hard? That's the question. You could argue it's the LMP, I think it is the LMP1's responsibility usually to make the pass happen safely, but at the same time, Daniele Pizzo came across a lot, and I'm not sure whether there was anything Hardwick could have done. That is a tricky one.
I'm not sure there's much Hardwick could have done, to be honest, because he was right to the left-hand side of the track of what he was allowed on the left-hand side of the track.
Well, well, yeah, he was going down the inside there. Pizza was coming off, and just before the impact, Oscar was pretty much fully on the brakes. He could foresee what was happening, and he did try to minimise the impact, but Daniele Pizzo has come off really badly because of that. That, I think, really, that could have been done better from Daniele Pizzo. I think maybe just didn't see him.
Indeed, the GT car just came across on Hardwick there. There's really nothing that the GNS driver could have done.
Well, not what we like to see. Oscar Hardwick's actually come into the pits as well, because the GNS has no front splitter. They've come off badly as well. More bad
front
luck.
Splitter from the contact.
More
the initial
bad
contact,
luck.
no front splitter.
It continues for GNS. They're in again, and they're going to lose even more time. I reckon Nico Barkley's going to be through. Well.
It was. I'm not sure if Pizzo saw him there.
Well, that has not gone well for anybody involved. But Daniele Pizzo, yeah, that is going to be big damage for them. Big damage for them to fix, considering the speed of the impact. Oscar Hardwick's going to have time in the pits as well. It's neither party's benefited at all, and
No.
Yeah. Well, either way, I just actually realised that we have a guest waiting for us, and it is Matthias Machado, who drove the Talking Door Racing GT car, the number 71. Welcome to the lobby, Matthias. Unfortunately, your race over by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's race over. When I was gonna swap drivers with Tobias, as soon as he pressed passenger select, he was in control of the car and the gamepad, the car in first gear, and he said the engine was blown, but I still had control for like 20 seconds, and then all the power was gone. And I tried to rejoin, but no luck, and Tobias couldn't rejoin as well, so yeah, it was just race over for us.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate way of ending a race. I noticed you actually said that Tobias gained control of the car in the middle of the track.
Yeah, at the same time I had control of the car, so I didn't really know what was happening. The cars were jumping around a little bit, but nothing too much, so I just said I'm gonna keep going until the car is really bad to drive, and it had no power by the exit of went into Bicugipato, so yeah, nothing we could do right there. And Tobias even did a clean stall to help with some stutters he was having, so yeah. I'm just gonna upload the trace files later, and hopefully this issue can be solved for Le Mans at least.
Well, that's exactly how we solve things. You know, incidents may occur and strange things may happen, but the best way that we can solve them is just to move forwards, you know, and that's exactly what we like to see in the VEC. Just people just trying regardless of it. And, well, you had a very good race until that point. So, looking forward to Le Mans for you guys. Is there still a lot of morale for that?
Championship points were like really far from the fight because of we've been really inconsistent, even though sometimes we had pace, especially when Erhan was in the team. But after Erhan decided to leave to drive LMP1s because he was too bored of driving GTs, we decided to focus more on having fun and just keep carrying on. And funnily enough, the race after we had our first DNF for the lead car in VEC, so yeah, but anyway, like, it was really nice to prepare for this race, and seeing that still, like, while not keeping too much serious about it, we could still be in a pace where 5th place was realistically possible. We were going for a 4-stop strategy, and it was working out well. Like, we were gaining 20 seconds per lap, and we would have made the stop that we had the stop and go, so yeah, the race is shaping up really well, and Le Mans is gonna be, I hope it's gonna be nice, as first the graphics driver got fixed, so that's one issue less for us. So yeah, looking forward to Le Mans, just for the fun.
Yeah, Le Mans is one of those races that we all look forward to. Any questions for Matthias yourself, Neil?
Indeed, Interlagos is one of the easier tracks, I suppose, for prototypes to get around you. How have you found the prototypes today?
I would say they were really nice. The prototypes have become a lot better this season at VEC. They've been more cautious doing the overtakes, so it's a lot more predictable to where the G2 driver is gonna get past. So it was nice. I just had some issue with single LMP2, which touched my front wheel a little bit, and it was minor damage, but it didn't affect the pace, and it did misalign the steering wheel. So yeah, it's getting nice on every track, but I kind of disagree with you in saying that it's one of the easier tracks for prototypes. I think Interlagos is a very tight track to make your overtake, because even though there is a very long straight, the straight is one big corner, and for the GTs it's really hard to like pick a line like for the prototypes. So yeah, but I think they're doing a really nice job, especially this season overall. In all the tracks, it's been a whole lot better than it was at the previous seasons.
Well, it is unfortunate your race came to the end, Matthias, but still, you can look forward to Le Mans and keep your head up in that sense. Thanks very much for joining us, by the way, and we will see you at Le Mans.
Yeah, see you guys, and wish you a very nice broadcast session. Forgot the rest, and yeah, thanks for the effort of putting up the broadcast. It's been really top-notch.
A pleasure.
See you guys.
Right, well, I think from one person, we should move to the other. We actually now get the opportunity to welcome Ryan Walker to the booth. Are you there, Ryan?
Sorry, I had my microphone muted. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm sure Neil Heatley will be happy to have a fellow Scotsman alongside him in the booth. But, well, your race so far, Brian, has been all right with your team. I'm just trying to find your car, actually. I'm not used to room one, sorry. But yes, your race so far has been an all right one with the Satellite Racing team, the number 64. Eric Schmeider currently in the car at the moment. 17th overall you stand, which equates to third in class. Impressive.
Yeah, we're quite surprised by that, to be honest. I mean, we kind of just came into this race with just the aim in mind, just to finish and maybe finish in the top 10 in class. But yeah, to be sitting in P3 at the moment, we're pretty surprised by that. But it's been a good run so far.
It has been a very good run, and well, third in class is very impressive. You've got Thomas Jacobs, the next car behind, and he's a while back at the moment. So Eric's in a pretty good position.
Yeah, he's done a good job so far. We just basically had the plan for the early stages of the race with me starting, and just to try and keep out of trouble and just basically see if we could pick up any positions. And yeah, our strategy seems to be working so far, and yeah, fingers crossed we can hold on for maybe a podium position or at least a top 6 finish.
That would be obviously the goal, of course, you know, holding on for a podium, and it would be a really good result for you and for Satellite Racing as well. And how has the race been like? Have the prototypes been alright for you so far this race as a GC driver?
Yeah, but during my start anyway, I've not had any issues with any LMP cars. I mean, I have to apologise if I held up any LMP cars when being lapped, or if I was a hazard. For some reason, I kept getting a screen freeze, not a long screen freeze, but basically just probably for a couple of seconds I kept getting a screen freeze, and that was it worried me a little bit in case anyone was trying to lap me or anyone was in front of me, because I didn't want to take them out. So, but yeah, luckily I managed to survive my stint without any issues apart from that, and yeah, can't complain with that.
Yeah, I'm sure you can't complain with your current position. I'm sure Neil Heatley has a couple of questions for you.
Indeed, now looking forward to Le Mans, the 24 hours in 8 weeks' time. Have you decided a rough strategy for drivers and such?
Not at the moment. I think at the moment, well, I'm definitely confirmed for Le Mans. I'm sure Adam and Eric will be at Le Mans, and also we'll probably be joined by Matt Strand and also our other teammate David Nichols. But yeah, it's still in the early stages of being planned. But yeah, we'll definitely be there nevertheless.
Yeah, and well, let's just hope your race continues in the very good vein that it has so far, and that you and Satellite Racing can continue with this great run of form. Thanks very much for joining us, Ryan. Great to have you with us in the booth, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, guys, and good job on the broadcast so far.
Thank you very much. Well, Neil Heatley, it must be nice having a fellow Scotsman in the booth, isn't it?
I know there's not many of us. We have to huddle in numbers. It's fine.
Just get the band together when he can. I'm looking at the track, actually. The dry line is getting thicker, but I honestly don't believe it's time for slicks yet.
Indeed, it certainly is. Oh, as Adam Taylor's dicing through some GT traffic there. It is definitely getting bigger and bigger, but it's up to these drivers to determine when they want to change over to these dries.
I mean, if you're lapping people, you've got to go offline sometimes, and it's understeer city if you do that, because there's so much water off the racing line. Whereas the dry line has probably only got about 3 or 4% wetness on it at the moment. Really, really low. So, you know, if you go off that, you are going to be in a world of pain, and ultimately, because you're going to lap cars as the prototype, it'll be the GTs, I think, that flinch first.
Indeed, but also if you're going onto the dry tyres, as soon as you get off that racing line, that's essentially you. That's essentially you in the barriers.
Evan Ryan has come into the pits, and he's going to be the guinea pig, I believe. He's on intermediates. He's thinking now is the time for inters in that dark racing car. Now, historically in the prototypes, the intermediates have been pretty much useless. Teams have said there's no point in using them, but the GTs might be a different story.
I think these GTs are heavier, so they can by virtue of it just sort of like stick to the track more.
I'll tell you who else is on it. Richard Blocker is on the Inters as well for Rare Endurance team, and he is 22nd overall. So I'm actually gonna compare Blocker's times here. The last couple of laps he's been consistently in the 36s. If we compare that to the likes of Thomas Jacobs is on the full wet, Jacobs been in the 37s. And Marcel Offermans himself has been in the 37s, 38s and 39s. Heiko Carvenbach, who is on the full wet, has been in the 36s as well. So Blocker is matching Carvenbach.
Indeed, it's very interesting. We're starting to get into the crossover time to see what cars are doing now.
Yeah, Brian Balin as well, who's in the SRVN car, has been doing 37s as well. So maybe Richard Blocker is on the right lines here. Maybe it could be intermediates time, or maybe if there's not much gains to be had, just stay on wets. I mean, ultimately tyre life might be the deciding factor. If it's the same tyre life, if it's the same lap times, but the inters last longer, why not go on them?
Indeed, very interesting strategy game that's now playing out here.
Very interesting indeed. Of course, all the prototypes are pretty much going to make the direct switch, but we're seeing cars like Ryan's and cars like Blockers gamble on the inters. We're seeing the GTs have a bit of a fancy.
Indeed, and Rodriguez has came to the pits with the front end in that MVT racing team car.
Yeah, and well, at this point, you know, this is probably going to be interesting in terms of the weather as well. I mean, I know I keep talking about the weather, but the weather's interesting. This is exactly when it's going to be at its most interesting.
Indeed, this drying track is very difficult conditions. Oh, a bit of an interesting incident there. Rodriguez had an incident with Sove actually, and lost the front end of the car. That's how that happened.
Oh, no, well, if they've lost it in the pits, it's not going to get repaired, but...
So they lost it out on track coming down turn 11.
Right, and then Suave just comes in and almost clips them. Yeah, that's fine. I thought you'd actually said Suave had taken the front end off in the pits.
No. But it's very interesting with this drying track. This is a real skill to drive in these sort of conditions.
Kevin Ryan's ping was 3,000 for a second there, but he's come back to the pits and it's down again to 200. That was
Rather
a scary
interesting.
moment for him.
I would personally not suggest 3,000 ping.
It's not advisable. That is official advice from the commentators. 3,000 ping is not advisable. Sebastian Rodriguez to me still has 0 though, but it can't be that he's the eye control because they would have disconnected it by now. So maybe that's just a graphical error for me. I had that in the VLMS race and didn't quite do about it. I won't do it this time. But yeah, keeping an eye on proceedings and prototypes. Again, minimal all in the action, but it's this weather change at the moment, the changing weather, that's going to really bring this race back into the brilliance. As we're
Indeed, and it looks like from the weather forecast, to be honest, it's going to be dry for the most of the race. Perhaps, maybe now that I've said that, it's going to be wet for the next 3 hours.
Bring on the monsoon! As well as the look of the everybody now. He said it's going to be dry. But we are about to go into the halfway mark of this race. We are on minute 182. As soon as it ticks into 183, we will have done exactly 180 minutes of racing. Had to contain my excitement there. But that'll be exactly 3 hours, exactly half race distance. And you know what half race distance means? That we're halfway through the race.
Indeed.
Bit of an anticlimax there, I know, but it also means it'll be time for an rFactor 2 hourly update, so prepare yourselves for that. But it's just really halfway through, we've just ticked over, so it's time for the rFactor 2 hourly update, and I'll take this one because you did the last. So,
Indeed.
halfway through the race, Adam Taylor leads it for Team Virus in the number 4 Porsche 919. Then it is Yuri Kazdorp in the Audi R18 in the 21 Velosim Sport car. Then Nico Barkley, 3rd place for Monaco ECR. They are doing ECR even. They are in P3 in the number 7 car. And, well, number 4 is Oscar Hardwick in the GNS car. The 22 in fourth. Running some bad luck, but they're still soldiering on. Ricardo Azevedo rounds out your top 5 in the prototypes in the number 19 Sim HQ car. Moving down to prototype 2, it is JT Tarmy leading affairs for Champion Racing. Then Sam McDonald in the Valor Sim Sport car in second. Nicholas Hellebrand has made a resurgent charge to third in the Magenta Warriors car. And then it is Bjorn Wahlmeier in the Seawolf Net Race Motorsport Automobile in the 46 car. They are in P4 in class. And Sebastian Rodriguez is your top fiver in 5th place in the 47 MVD Racing Team car. To the GTs now, when you get 10 of these because the grid's bigger. Arne Schoenfleet is your first one in the number 94 Velis car. Then it is Heiko Korvenbach in the 77 3 wide. Then Eric Schmeider for Flatline Racing, a fantastic third. And Thomas Jacobs in a good 4th place for Flatline Racing. Marcel Offermans, the big boss man himself for Studio 397's in 5th place for Sim Racing for Holland. Then Paolo Marinaro, 6th place in the Texas Squadron Corse Corvette. Then it is Richard Blocker in the 76 Rare Endurance Team car. Only running car on the intermediates at the moment. I say that, I mean running on track because the other one is in the pit lane. Then 8th place is Christian Meyer in the 75 Payron Logitech Corvette. Then Martin Bendis in the Atlantic Motorsport 72 in 9th place. And Daniele Pizzo in the Pizzo in your top 10-0, rounding out your rFactor 2 hourly updatio. And there's a bit of a bonus, Gegli Barras is in 11th. Get one bonus and one bonus only because you don't get anything in this league for double bonuses. Neil Heatley will be back in a couple of minutes because he's just got to get himself a cup of coffee. But I am going to keep you entertained until he gets back, and I'll probably go grab some drink myself actually. But, yep. Things still going on. JT Tarmy pits from 2nd place in LMP2 for Champion Racing. I see Sam McDonald has taken the lead as a result of that. Hellebrand should go into 2nd as another direct result of that. So Tarmy pitting has cost him positions, as you would expect. And, oh, Jimmy Allison rightly points out we have the first of the bungee jumpers. Tommy goes on slicks. He's chosen the soft tyre. Is this the right choice? There is still a lot of water on track, and if he goes off it, this is a big gamble. This is a big, big gamble because he's 3rd in class. He could lose a lot if he does not stay on that racing line. He'll be hoping other people get off it, but if he has to go off it, he's going to be understeer on Aquaplane City. This is a big gamble for Tommy. Will it pay off? That is the question. Everybody else is on the wet tyre and only Tommy has jumped. Well, time will tell if this is the right choice because we will have to keep an eye on his lap times, on his racecraft, everything else. But evidently Champion think now's the time. They will be the yardstick for everybody else who will choose whether it's time to switch or not. It's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out as I'm just looking for any close battles on track. And, well, Federico Suave is looking to be closing up to Garrett James, but Garrett James is in a GT car, so this isn't really a battling class per se. Oh, apparently he's in a P2. Well, excuse my French. I thought it was only one flatline car. Well, there was a battle then in P2. It's not for P2 in P2. It's for P6 in P2. James and Suave though. Suave is catching up at a rate of knots here actually. He's catching up quite well as oh, James Wilson just gets through there. Well, a bit late on the brakes I would say from James, but he managed to get through. As, oh, what's this? We've been rejoined by a flying Scotsman. It's Neil Heatley back, and that means I can get coffee while he reports on whether GT Tommy's decision to go into slicks was a good idea or not.
Indeed, very interesting. Thank you for throwing me in the deep end there. But yeah, it's starting to get very dry on that dry line. That dry line certainly is getting wider and wider. So who knows if slicks is the right idea at this moment in time. We're just going to see. There'll be a few laps to see if that is the right decision or not. But indeed, LMP1s take up our top 6 in overall, with the leader being the 4, followed by the 21, the 7, the 22, the 19, and the 2. The 22 on that recovery drive with Oscar Hardwick at the wheel after that incident with Daniele Pizzo not that long ago, about 15 minutes ago or so. But yes, and also Maximilian Scheider in the number 2 Dukenson racing car is also on his own rescue mission, if you will, of his own after a couple of disconnects for that car. Oh, sorry, a single disconnect for that car when he was taking over from Kieran Parkin. But indeed, these driving conditions are very, very interesting. You can't. It's always difficult to tell when to switch over into dries. It's always a risk that you have to take, and you don't want to stay in those wets too long, because if you stay in those wets 1 or 2 laps too long, it's going to go terribly wrong for you. You're going to lose bundles and bundles of time. As Tani comes into the pits in the number 38 champion racing car, he's in that's in 11th place overall. That's for 4th in class. That champion racing car is in that championship hunt for the LMP2 class. They're second at the moment with 98 points. That 4th position isn't going to do them much good compared to the cars directly behind them, which is the Scuderia GT Italia car, which they're beating, and the Seawolf car, which is number 46, which is ahead of them in class at the moment. It's very close between those 3 cars, actually. Only the 3 points between those 3 cars, with 7 races gone. An absolutely cracking battle we've got in LMP2. Have a look as well. Gert James and Sove seem to be very close on track. Is that indeed for position? Let's have a look. It is indeed for position between those two. And Sove are right on the rear wing of Gert James. That's coming up the hill to start the next lap. Through Subito de boxes, turn 14. Then through turn 15, the final kick, that's Schoenvliet. They're both trying to pass in the straight line. It should be fine for them. These LMP2 cars have an absolutely extraordinary speed advantage over the GT cars. Sova coming up the inside, having a look up the inside of Gert James. It's not going to work for them. That Gert James in that flatline car. Yeah, Gert James in that flatline car. That's number 5. Sorry, that's number. Oh no, it's number 33. It's the Velis. Excuse me. Oh no, sorry, it's 53. It's the flatline. I was right to begin with. But Gert James are trying to hold off Sova as well as he can. He appears to be doing a pretty good job with it so far, to be honest. James coming up the inside of turn 6. Oh, and almost a small incident there with the GT car. There's almost an incident with Pizzo. Pizzo obviously recovering from that massive incident with Oscar Hardwick earlier on. Coming to Shunkau now, yet again, Sova about the same distance. Oh, he has a massive tank slapper coming out of Shunkau. A fantastic save there from the number 40 driver. A fantastic save. That's lost him all the momentum up the hill. That's going to allow Gert James to have a little bit of breathing room over the next few laps or so as he just comes into the pits. So there we go. That's taken that battle away from us. But Gert James coming in. 2 hours 50 to go. In these LMP2 cars, with about 50 minutes a stint, you can do 2.5 hours. So he's going to have to do another few stops if he can be really economical with the fuel, and if the code 80s fall his way, and if there's enough code 80s, he might be able to get to the finish on only 2 stops as opposed to 3. Pardon me, we have Davis in the undercover sim racing car. 26th overall, massive recovery drive needed for them, but they're quite a bit behind actually. The next car in class is the 32. That's the pardon me, that's the Atlantic P2 car. They're in lap 113. John Davis on lap 105, so 8 laps between them. They're just really driving around to see if they can pick up any pieces from any other P2 cars having incidents at this point in time. And to be honest, that is the same for the 32 car. Just driving around, seeing if they can pick up pieces and pick up those points. As we have Barros in the 89 Val Sim Sport come into the pits as well. It seems like a lot of these cars are coming in to possibly change their tyres. With Adam Taylor, the lead of the race, came in that virus car. He's been balked terribly by actually the number 3 DHR car in the pits, and he's had to reverse out, and almost hits the one Aqua car in reversing out. That was extremely close for Adam Taylor in the virus car. Almost disaster in the pit lane for 3 cars there. And indeed, we're having drivers starting to come into slicks now. Obviously, they're starting to think that this is the point of the race in which they want to change onto these dry tires. It's the point that they want to they think is the best for the crossovers. The 2 and 3 come out in formation for DHR. That'll be a lovely profile picture for them. But it's not gone well for either car this afternoon. As we've got a GT car into the tyres on the outside of turn 2. I just saw that as I was watching the number 3 car coming out of the pits. I believe that's Blocker in the number 76 Rare Endurance car, and indeed it is. He was 22nd overall. He was 7th in class, and just again a classic taking too much speed through turn 2. We've seen that a couple of times this race already. That's how he's forced off line. Just looking back, he's forced off line by Smith rejoining the track. I think Blocker took a little bit of a conservative line through there. Didn't even take that conservative line, but indeed he has. He took himself off the track really, going onto that wet tarmac. Also, it looks like Rodriguez for the MVD racing team has called it a day. That 47 car is now into the pit garage. But in the lead of the GT class at the moment is the number 94 Velis Simsport car with Schoenvliet at the wheel. A fantastic drive from Schoenvliet this evening. And again, that 94 Velis car wanting every single point they can. 10 points behind the Dark Racing car, which is number 84. Which is not going to be scoring today. Number 84 down in 31st place. Oh no, sorry, he is scoring. He is still going round. Kevin Ryan at the wheel, still going round, but not scoring that many points. This could be absolutely ideal for that number 94 car to steal the championship lead with one race to go. We have Oscar Hardwick into the pits in the number 22 GNS car. And he just came in for slicks, as you believe. Yes, you can see the orange. Wall on the side of the tire. That means he's now into slick tires. Of course, you have the blue. You have the blue sidewalls for the wet tires, and the various other colours for the slicks, as we have Josh Anderson back with us.
We do! Yes, we do, and it's a Josh Anderson plus drinks, which is good, or drink, rather, but yeah, more cars obviously changing to slicks, I see.
Indeed, it's starting to come into that crossover point. All the cars are starting to go into these slicks.
Alright, fair enough then. Maybe I was wrong, maybe it is time. Teams obviously think it is, and well, that means I'm wrong. I'm used to being wrong though, so that's not a problem. let's keep a beady eye on these people. I know I see Rodriguez is retired.
Indeed, I think they decided that damage that MVT racing team car is just too much for them to continue.
Oh, that's not good. But yeah, either way, it'll be interesting to see how, well, they're out. Well, no, he's back. Must have been a straight disconnect. There you go, then.
That might have just been a disconnect then. Alright,
He'll
okay.
hit the jumping to conclusions, ladies and gentlemen, though I'm guilty of it too, so, you know, no hard feelings. But yeah, they are seeming to be back in the race. Me just disconnected while I wasn't looking. And, yeah, it looks like, actually, from the who's left and who's joined, that may have happened. So, yeah. At the present moment, it is... Oh! This could get interesting, actually, folks. Nico Barkley in the one Echo car, I've just been told by Jimmy Allison, on the slicks did a 121 the last lap. Alan Taylor in the Team Virus car, who's on the wets, did a 125. If he can stay on the dry line, it's crossover time.
Indeed, it's all about that dry line. You have to stay on it. You can't really deviate from it on these slicks. But it's going to be very interesting because you still can't really go offline on the dry tires.
Can't, no, you've got to be very careful, whereas with the wet you can be more lenient, but there is obviously speed penalty.
Indeed, there is a speed penalty, but this dry line is starting to come into about 2 car widths now in some places on the track.
You'd think it would be time for intermediates, but as we've already seen this season, intermediates are useless for the prototypes, so they just go straight to the slicks.
Yeah, there's just something about the intermediates that just simply don't work on these prototypes. They just simply don't work.
Yeah, they just don't seem to work for the prototypes, and that's why nobody ever uses them. They just go straight to the slicks instead, as that's exactly what Christian Michel has done, obviously, in the Valor Simsport car. Let's see what his lap time is going to be as he comes on the start-finish straight. He does it too well. He's just come out of the pit, so it's a 2:37. But prior to that, I assume that he must have thought it was time to pit.
Indeed, obviously, I'm not sure if there's anyone really on wets now, is there?
Well, Taylor is. And as we know, it's Tim McCall and Jimmy Allison, of course, not just our race director, but our cameraman and statistician as well. A man of many talents is Jimmy Allison, but wouldn't be here without him, of course.
Taylor does have the blue sidewalls on them, so still in those wets, but he's losing absolute heaps of time. He lost another 4 seconds to Barkley that last lap.
I think he can afford it on safety grounds, to be honest, because he's got a whole lap to Michelle. I think he's thinking at this point, who cares if I lose 4 seconds a lap? I've got the safe run, I'm not going to go off, and if I do go off, then it's fine, I've got the grip. If Michelle goes off, he's going to be an understeer city. But then again, losing 4 seconds a lap is going to catch up to him eventually.
He's got about a lap and a half actually as Adam Taylor. Adam Taylor. He's just coming down into turn 4 into the Interlagos, and Michel's just come out of Young Cow.
Yeah, so he's got quite a bit of a lap here as Taylor, so I think he can afford it at this rate, to be honest. He's got enough time to lose, and he can afford to play it safe, and I mean, you assume Team Virus want to play it safe at this point, whereas Vela Simsport have to take a more aggressive strategy, and considering as well, the Team Virus are currently leading the championship, they don't want to throw anything away, but Velas are going to make they're going to make the points up.
Velas do need to make these points up. They've Vodbull with the DNF today. It's certainly put a little bit of pressure off, and with number 2 DHR car having a bit of a bad day as well, it's put the pressure a little bit off Velas, but of course they're wanting to try and win this race.
Yeah, they've got a race to win, and a race to win they must win, so win they must win, but by what means? Winning means. That's what they're going to do, and Alan Taylor has got to hold that lead if he wants to stop Velas Simsport. Virus and Velas, 2 similar sounding teams. I sometimes get confused, but there's no confusion that Taylor is currently on the very safe strategy, and which is a strategy which I would consider using myself in that scenario.
Well, you're slightly more conservative, but I'm slightly more aggressive, let's put it that way. So after seeing everyone's lap times and seeing how much time I'm losing, I would certainly go into the dries at this point in time if it was me.
I was almost...
I don't understand why Virus are staying out there on the wets. They're just losing so much time.
Yeah, taking a bit more of a conservative strategy, definitely. But I was about to say, putting me and conservative in the same sentence would get you lynched up north. It's very
Indeed.
much not that type of political stronghold. But we don't want to bring politics into racing. The only politics, politics is better served in Formula 1, not VEC.
Yes.
But let's keep that out of it, ladies and gents, and let's focus more on the fact that Nico Barkley is third. Because, frankly, that's more interesting.
A fantastic drive from the Monaco team today with firstly Borja Milan and then Nico Barkley in it.
Yeah, he's had a great drive. Monaco are going to get a good third. Monaco, as it stands, are sixth in the standings, so not quite as much in the running, so to speak. Jimmy Allison says it's break time, so I think we're going to be going to auto cams.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to happen. Well, we all need breaks at some point. I don't blame Jimmy Allison in the slightest. Being a race director is not easy, and doing everything else is not easy, so we're going to go to auto cams for 10 minutes, but we'll keep you posted on the action.
Indeed, just having a look at that last lap again between Taylor and Michelle, that was 3.5 seconds that last lap Adam Taylor lost. So I really don't understand why he's staying on those wet tyres.
Yeah, and well,
And Nicky Jakovic is saying he's waiting for the code 80.
Interesting. Well, what if there isn't one? That's the thing. What if there isn't one? But Joe Nathan can run wide with slicks, lose a couple of seconds on understeer, and still gain time at this point. So,
But they're like 3.5, 4 seconds a lap faster. So, yes, you can.
Well, maybe it is time. Is it time to switch? But Virus don't want to risk it. It is a very safe strategy. The safe strategy is costing them serious time, but it's a safe strategy. And sometimes in endurance racing, you want to risk nothing.
Indeed, but still.
But still, you do it.
Yeah, I'd still go into the slicks. Everyone else is on the slicks. I think Taylor and Acevedo there's only P1 cars still on the wets.
Nico Barkley's just unlapped himself on the slicks, so there's that to consider.
Indeed, there is that. But again, it's those slicks. They're so much faster. They're just so much faster. Surely Taylor will see the speeds that Barkley is streaking away from him with, and then decide I have to go on the slicks.
He's just, well, actually, Adam Taylor is about to get through. Blue flags will be waving at Barkley. He'll have to let him through, but Taylor doesn't go for it this corner. He'll go for it next corner. Expect to sort of, actually, Barkley.
Well, no, because Barkley streaks away from him.
Now he's got first-hand experience of how quick they are. And I mean, Adam Taylor now we'll know firsthand just how quick they are, really, those slick tyres compared to the wets he's on now. He'll have seen it. He can't keep up with Barkley. He must come in if he thinks there's a deficit, but if he wants to play it safe, he'll stay out.
Indeed, but still. That's all I need to say, still.
Interestingly as well, they're going to wait for the code 80, but if Jimmy Allison is away, there can't be a code 80.
No, there won't be. You're completely right, there won't be a code 80.
They're going to be forced to stay out for 10 minutes unless Taylor decides to change strategy, which he hasn't done this lap. I think at this point they are on the wrong rubber and they need to change though. I think I'm starting to agree with you here, Neil.
Well, if Virus pit now, they can do the rest of the race on 3 stops, certainly. Sorry, 2 stops.
Well,
yeah, they can do the rest of the race on 2 stops from now, almost comfortably.
Oh, Christian Michel had a bit of a problem there. He ran into a sliding GT, but he didn't actually touch him. When I say ran into, I actually mean came into the relative range of. Didn't actually make contact, of course, because that would have been a disaster. But still, Christian Michel got through, he survived, he's still alive. Team Vela Simsport's chance at this race win is still alive. And now he's got some DHRs to deal with. Specifically, both of them at the same time.
Indeed, and Michel is still a lap and a bit behind Taylor, isn't he? Yes, he is. Yes, still a lap and a bit behind Taylor, but still.
Azevedo in the pits. Ricardo Azevedo has decided now is the time to come into the pits. And what is he going to do? He's going to pull into his pit box, of course, because that's how you get pit stop work done. That is just how it happens in real life and in the sim. You must pull into your pit box for work to get done. And he's changing the slicks.
He's changed the slicks.
He's
so
decided.
I think the virus car is the only one, almost the only one left out there on wets.
He's changed the slicks then. Well, it goes to show you what obviously happens when SimHQ think you're on the wrong rubber. They change. Now he believes he's on the right one and he should gain time.
Indeed, he'll have got input from other people in his team, I believe, and they'll be able to see the difference in the two tires, the wets and the slicks, and surely that's got to be it. But I've no idea why Adam Taylor has not changed over yet.
I've got a question for you, Neil. Is the comeback on for GNS? Oscar Hardwick has switched to the slick tyres. We know how quick they are on the slick tyres. If you can keep it on the dry, is the comeback on? Because the pace will be there.
He's a lap behind the car ahead, though. He's a lap behind Barkley.
But the speed of Hardwick in the dry, will it be enough to compensate?
No. With 2.5 hours to go, you cannot make... I'd be very surprised if you make a lap on a car as quick as that one Apple car. Then you've got an extra, you've got an extra, 2 laps essentially to get ahead of, into the lead of this race. So I think unless there's an incident with the car ahead, I think it's doubtful that they're going to be getting a podium this afternoon.
Well, what is certain is that SimHQ are going to be getting a new driver in that car, or they have done, because Mr. Pony is in that car now, the Italian, and I'm sure that he will have a good run in that Audi and give SimHQ some good running. As Neil he decides just not to respond to that, fair enough.
What was that, sorry? I was slightly distracted by something else.
Oh, what were you looking at? Probably more important than what I was saying.
No, it's not. I was just scrolling through the field.
Well, scrolling through the field has distracted the Neil Heatley, but Stefan Holtzkamp has got himself into the Magenta Warriors P2, so that's 2 driver swaps we've had now. Kazim Straboni in the SimHQ P1, Stefan Holtzkamp in the Magenta Warriors P2.
Indeed, that Holtzkamp has got a variation of slicks in that car. I'm just looking through... Sova is still on the wets. In number 40 Scuderia GT Italia P2 car.
Sorry, Taylor's come in and changed the hard tyres. He decided now's the time. I didn't notice, but he has come in. Adam Taylor, enough is enough for him. He's on the hards.
Indeed, I think that's at least like 10 laps too late, to be honest. I think that is about 10 laps too late.
Well, either way, he's still got 1 minute and 36 to Michelle at the last, so it's not like he doesn't have the time. But he's jumped very late, and, well... Every car within the top 5 is on slicks now. Max Scheider still trundling around on wets in the DHR number 2. Sam McDonald still on the wets in the Vallis P2 in the lead, as is James Wilson, as is Bjorn Wahlmeier, as is Federico Suave. So some teams must think it's worth it.
But Sova is quite a bit down, as is Maxi Scheider. I'd say they're most likely keeping the wets because they've got nothing to lose.
Maybe at this point they don't have anything to lose, I guess, but
as you've got a yellow in the middle sector, that's Nikolai going off.
Oh dearie, that's not very good indeed. Oh dear, there has been a crash. John Davies has gotten involved with Mitchell Smith as well in the final turn. Luckily, no major damage there. Can just get going again, but... Yeah, Christian Meyer's gone off as well in the P1 Logitech. Everybody's deciding it's synchronized spinning time.
Wait, there we go. But Nikolai managed to spin past the barriers, just missed the end of one of the tyre barriers actually on the outside of turn 7, and he didn't touch the tyre barriers in that car.
You know what it is? I need to get a soundboard for Le Mans where I'm playing classical music when everyone starts spinning. That's what I need right now. I can just have a button that goes etc. And yeah, classical Beethoven kicks in when everyone starts spinning in the rain.
Again, I think you might have gone slightly mad, Josh.
It's kind of my job.
But yes, as we have got James Wilson coming in the number 3 Kenson Racing car, 8th overall, 7th in class.
you just say Dickensian racing?
No, Dickensian.
It sounded like you did.
My accent might have foxed you a little bit there. Dickensian racing.
Yes, thou shalt come into the pits from 8th place overall and switch thyself onto the slicks, James Wilson. That is what they will do and get themselves back out again.
Indeed, that's essentially that 3 car has nothing to lose at the moment in time. They're the last car running in the LMP1 class. As we have a yellow in the middle sector again.
I think
for
convenient.
something.
I think conveniently I'm allowed to leave you to go and do your commentary by yourself. In fact, actually, I think conveniently you can interview Joe Nathan here lately because it's food time for me.
Indeed, Joe Nathan, you're driver of one of the Atlantic GT cars. How's the race been for your car so far, Joe?
Not too good. We're still in the race, and that's pretty much the only positive. You could leave it like that. I mean, a lot of cars running into problems, and that's the only reason why we've moved up through the standings a little bit.
So, how did you find your running in the car? Did it sort of like go to plan? Did you run into any problems?
Ran into a P2 car. Actually, what I noticed with our car, at least, it was hard to pass because we didn't have the straight line speed. But as a whole, I mean, it was a pretty good running. We were challenging for 6th, and then had a race-destroying accident.
But how have you found the prototypes around here? Are they not giving you the room that you think you should have?
I mean, it's very hard to say because every situation's different. But I do think that sometimes they can be a little over-aggressive. It's hard when you have the speed differential. It's really insane, especially the Nissan, as it has 30-mile-an-hour advantage in the straights. And then just in the corners as a whole, the GTs, they can't really adjust or adapt to a sudden move from a prototype. So, just kind of misunderstandings like that can cause problems, whether it be for a prototype or a GT car.
So for your race now, is it a bit of a salvage mission? Just trying to pick up any places from any instance cars in front of you might have.
Yep, and that's why the rain was a good thing, and it always causes some guys to make mistakes because it becomes unpredictable tire strategy. I think we saw it a few moments ago, a lot of cars spinning, guys on slicks when you have to avoid a wreck, and the rest of the track is wet. You can't really adjust and save it, you can't make those corrections because you just don't have that grip on the off track. So that's the kind of stuff that we've been benefiting from, just more chaos, why not?
So we saw when the rain started to come on, essentially all the cars came in the space of 2 laps or so. When it was drying out, was there quite a lot of indecision within the team on when to switch off of the wets?
Yeah, I think a lot of drivers are. It depends on where they're sitting, what they're racing for. Guys like Adam Taylor, they have a gap, they have the lead. They don't have to risk it. When you stay out on the wets for that long, you're playing it safe because if you go wide on the wets, you're fine. If you make a slight mistake on the slicks, that could cost you not just seconds but laps. So it really depends what you're racing for. On the 72 car, we weren't in any hurry to move the slicks. I think we're still in the intermediates as it is.
So looking forward towards Le Mans, have you roughly got and it's in 8 weeks time, Le Mans, 7 weeks until the qualification. Have you roughly got plans for drivers and so? Have you got drivers sorted out?
Honestly, not yet. We haven't really looked into that. This season has flown by. It's my first season, so it's just kind of like, Le Mans here already. I don't know. It's strange, how quickly it goes by.
with it being your first season, how have you found it being a rookie in the series? Was it easy to get up to speed, or did you find it difficult to get used to the lapping to begin with? Because I know you're an avid oval racer and iRacing, so you're bound to be used to the lapping sort of procedure. But did you find the sort of multi-class that we've got here much different to that?
When it comes to the oval racing versus this, it is entirely different. The biggest difference, of course, is just the fact that, I mean, you get guys running races that have absolutely nothing to do with your race. I mean, there's still some similarities, but as a whole, it's just, like I said, you're racing against guys while there's other action going on the track. It's hard to adjust to that. There's a lot. When it comes to anticipation, like I said, the speed differential is insane, so you have to always be watching your mirrors and of course watching where you're heading as well out the front window.
So what's the plan for both yourself and Atlantic next season? Are you going to stay in the GT car? Are you going to move to one of their other programs? Are Atlantic going to be adding more cars? Are they going to just be keeping the same sort of program? Do you know what's going to be happening with yourself and the team next season?
Not a clue, honestly. I've always kind of preferred the high downforce cars, so I wouldn't mind moving up class. But I mean, as the season has progressed, I've grown to enjoy, and I'm not the fastest, but I feel like I've really improved a lot in the GT car. I wouldn't mind sticking around in that.
So, over the course of the season so far, this is our eighth round of the championship. What tracks have you enjoyed, and which ones would you rather not go back to so far?
Sebring was a lot of fun. I mean, we had a good result there, of course, so that always helps. But Sebring was a good one. I mean, as a whole, I feel like this championship has taken a list of all the really spectacular tracks and made sure we visited each and every one that we could. That's one of the nice things about it. I mean, tracks like Interlagos, everyone's familiar with, everyone, for the most part, as far as I know, enjoys it. And it's, I think, a good amount of chaos for a multi-class race, and that's what makes it all the more challenging and exciting.
Looking forward to next season. What tracks would you love to see next season?
Well, I mean, it's tough to decide because I'm not too sure. As far as WEC, so I don't know. Road America is a track that I think would be great. I personally enjoy tracks kind of like Interlagos as well. I wouldn't mind revisiting this schedule again.
No sort of like rules in there. No Charlotte Road Course. No Daytona Road Course. No.
Yeah, it would be interesting to have something like that, but Charlotte Road Course, if I'm being honest, that's a terrible, terrible track.
It's one of the that's a massive incident. Sorry, there. It's a massive incident for Straponi in the number 19 SimHQ car. He's T-boned the GT car. He's T-boned Nikolai in the number 54 car, one of your sister car. That's down by Desida del Lago. Just having a look at what indeed did happen to Nikolai.
No rear wing on that prototype.
Indeed, I'm just going to see what happened to Nikolai to begin with to start that incident. And he just lost it by himself coming into turn 4, Desida del Lago. Lost the rear end, which is so easy to do in these drying conditions. Oh, and was stuck sideways in the track and really had nowhere to go. It was a very, very, very good save for Sean Campbell there to not actually hit Nikolai for a second time. But indeed, there was nothing Straponi could do there, and indeed there was nothing really that Nikolai could do there. 29th position overall in that 54, the single Porsche that we've got in the Porsche 991 that we've got in the field, and Straponi has got no rear wing and is having a real trouble bringing it back to the pits.
Yeah, it's definitely some bad luck there. That's what I was saying. It's hard to make those corrections and avoid, especially when you turn the corner and then the road is blocked. So yeah, it's unfortunate. And It does seem like that's going to set them back, but they might not lose a position or two. Who knows?
Indeed, Maris Nikolai in the number 54 car is 29th overall, and the car behind him, if we just have a look, is Matt Smith, who's 40. That's about 40 seconds behind or so. Then it's Kevin Ryan, who's a further 11 laps down. So you'll probably only lose one position, but who knows? You could get it back from Kevin Ryan. However, that dark racing car is the championship leader. They've shown to not be slow over this season. Indeed, it's a little bit of heartbreak for Straponi there in the number 19 SimHQ car. That the season's really not gone well for that SimHQ car. They've got half the points of the championship leader. They're on 55. They're going to be overtaking Magenta Warriors, who aren't here today, and they're going to be overtaking Fedor Ragnar Simulator as well. They're not here today, so they're going to be jumping 2 positions in the championship at least. However, this race could have gone so much better for them.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of guys can agree with that with their own races. I know. I mean, just seeing the number 22 GNS car, they're still somewhat in the hunt. And you imagine just if they didn't have so much bad luck where they could be, guys like that. It's still a toss-up. There's still 2 hours to go, and you never know. You never know.
Indeed, you do never know in endurance racing, you say rather, and that's what's so good about it, is that you can have a setback in the early part of the race, and can still bring it back to have a podium at the end, or to at least have a very good result at the end of the race, especially in these long races such as this 6 hour. But as you said that on the previous lap, actually, Christian Michel in that number 21 Vela SimSport car, 2nd place overall, had a little bit of an interesting moment up by turn 6 and 7, got on the wet on the outside and turned in and just lost the car ever so slightly, ran across the AstroTurf on the outside, but managed to get it back on the tarmac on the other side of that. So no harm, no foul for the 21 car, but a little bit of an interesting moment for at the wheel of the car there for Michel.
Oh yeah, yes. I'm seeing a lot of these prototypes, some of them with 4 wheels all on the wet line, but most of the time 2 in certain parts of the track. It's still impressive to me that they're able to hang it out there with the slicks, and I'm also wondering how's it not dry out there yet.
See that, as Hardwick has unlapped himself from Adam Taylor. Got one of those laps back. So definitely speed in that GNS car. Definitely speed, but is it enough for a podium? We're just going to have to see what Nico Barkley and the One Aqua car can do.
Yeah, they are a long ways back, but you never know. Like I said, if anything goes wrong, it's the fewest mistakes from here on out. That's for sure.
That's what we've seen this entire season, really. Certainly in Sebring, and certainly today. It's really just a case of last car standing.
I don't know if I'm reading it right. Is that the last lap pace between Hardwick and Barclay about equal there?
It is indeed. That's only half a tenth of difference between the two, so next to nothing really. But it has been for a lot of these longer races, really. It's whoever's had the least problems has gone on to win the class. We saw it for the Atlantic P2 car at Sebring last time round, winning the class by, what was it, like 11 laps or something disgusting like that? It really was. But which I'm seeing, Nico Barkley's last lap was a 19.7, certainly getting back down into the dry paces. And Hardwick's was an 18.1, so that GNS car, it seemed to have got an extra level on everyone else today. It just seems to be absolutely flying like a rocket.
I'll tell you what, I mean, driving the GT car when that thing flies by you, it kind of does look like a rocket.
I'm just having a quick look through fastest lap times. Indeed, that GNS car has the fastest lap time of the race by almost a second.
Yeah, that's helped out by the straight line.
The fastest lap time of the GNS cars is 16.269, and I believe the next fastest lap is the Virus car with 17.127. Yeah, essentially 9 tenths faster. So we've got a yellow flag in the middle sector for someone, or indeed something. That's been cleared before I could actually see what it was. As you said, that GNS car seems to be, those Nissans seem to be absolutely phenomenal in the straight line, and Interlagos has got lots of flat-out sections.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the second sector's, you know, a pain if you're understeering everywhere, but that third sector, I mean, those cars, the GNS car at least is hitting 198 miles an hour, or at least it did it at one point, and you see other guys, other prototypes doing like 188. It's a big difference, you know, it adds up over time, and you can really see it when you're navigating traffic. It makes a big difference.
And you're saying just about how Interlagos is really a tale of two tracks, really. You've got the extremely fast first and last sectors, and you've got the middle sector. Did you find you had to do a compromise in setup?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you can either go all out in one direction or the other. I feel like as a team we kind of went for more of a handling better in the middle sector, and that hurts on the straight. Even with slipstream, we weren't really able to make any moves heading into turn one. Turn one being one of the best overtaking opportunities, any other overtaking opportunity, and you rely on a trust of the other car to see you, so it does make it more difficult that way. But you know, it's what you want to set up for. If you want that straight line speed, you will definitely be vulnerable in that middle sector.
Indeed, and we are joined by two drivers. We're joined by Nicola Hillebrand, and we are joined by Arne Schoenvliet. I'll start with you, Arne. Number 94 Vela Sim Sport car, leading in class at the moment, and going to pull lots of points in the dark racing car. How's your car's race gone so far?
Well, it's going good actually. We got a 60-second stop and go, and we recovered from that. And indeed, we needed to win and get some points back from dark racing to keep it to hopefully win the championship. So going good now.
Indeed, and I think you're currently winning, obviously, so that's worth 25 points. And dark racing are all the way down in something like, you're going to be putting a good 20 points on them, so that you're going to have a good maybe 10-12 point gap coming into Le Mans. But of course, Le Mans is the double points race. How are you feeling about that?
We're feeling confident. Le Mans is a long race, so it's always good to be ahead of the second place guy. But a lot can happen during those 24 hours. I can remember my teammate Daniel. He was winning the race a couple of years ago at Le Mans, and the last half an hour they crashed the car and lost the championship. So we hope we will win. We are going to do our best, and we'll see.
So how have you found your car dealing with the rain and then drying track? Did you go for a sort of mixed wet-dry setup, or did you just go completely for dry today?
No, we took the rain into account. So we made sure that the car was okay in the rain and in the dry. We made sure the anti-roll bars were soft enough, but not too soft, so we have instability on the braking. It was important because at Suzuka we had a lot of trouble in the rain. We set up a car for the dry, and it was rubbish in the rain, and we lost a lot of pace because of that. And we wouldn't make the same mistake twice, of course. So that's how it goes.
And indeed, with us we've got Nicola Hillebrand as well, of the number 48 Magenta Warriors Racing P2 team, second in class at the moment. Again, how's your car's race been going?
Yeah, well, I got called in last minute to do qualifying, and we didn't really qualify that well, but yeah, we kept it out of other cars. We had a few little kerfuffles and stuff, so this race was basically just a huge roller coaster for us. And when the rain set in, I think that really benefited us because our car was like the basic setup for us was designed last season when we had that terrible rain race for 8 hours. And overall, the car just handles really well in the rain. Stefan and I have done quite a lot of practice in dry and wet, so I'm very confident that we can keep positions, or well, keep the podium, or maybe even go for the win this race.
Indeed, how did you, again, same sort of questions to you, did you go for sort of like the mixed, oh, do you have John Davis in number 50 undercover sim racing going for a massive spin up by turn 7, managed to keep it out of the wall. But again, the same sort of question for you, did you sort of like go for a wet-dry setup, or did you just go completely for dry?
We planned on pretty much dry and wet because, well, it's Brazil. We know it from the F1 races, we know it from a lot of other races and from past experiences. You never know if it's gonna rain, and even though you never know if it's gonna rain, it's always very likely. And yeah, we didn't take any chances on that, and yeah, in the end it turned out to be the right decision.
And again, how did you find your P2 car dealt with the changes in conditions? Did you find it hard to make a decision on to when to come off of the wet tires?
I did do a bit of a strategic failure in the last stop because I did take new red tires again, and well, because the wetness was still about 90% back then, and then it started rapidly drying up, and then Stefan and I just said, okay, look, this doesn't work. We'll go in earlier, get dry tires and stuff, get you in the car, and then give it hell, and good hunting, boy. And yeah, hopefully we're gonna have you know, the position that we fought for this entire race, not compromised by that small mistake. But I'm very confident in Stefan to do very well.
And indeed, how is your team looking forward to Le Mans?
Well, especially for the LMP1 squad, we're quite delighted that Le Mans is next. It has been a quite hard season with that car. Obviously, it's a very difficult car to drive, the LMP1 for us. And this race we can't drive because in last moment our second driver, Eric Strane, had an emergency call coming in, so we didn't have enough drivers to even compete in this race. But I think everyone's very eager to jump into the car at Le Mans in, I think, June it is. And yeah, then just give it a shot, give it their all for the season finale.
Indeed, this is sort of like a question for both of you. How have you found the tracks this season? What's been your sort of like favourite tracks, and which ones would you rather not go back to?
Arne, you first?
No, go ahead.
Favorites so far in this season, even though the race kind of turned horrible for us, as always, is Sebring, very important, of course. And it's just a very nice track to drive in the LMP2, and hopefully I can have that same experience next season again, because I quite like the LMP2 car, I like Sebring. It's just a very nice combo to drive. In traffic and everything, it works out well. And yeah, Sebring is definitely one of my favorites, and Interlagos is also very delightful to drive in the LMP2 car. In open wheeler cars I always seem to have trouble here, but in the LMP2 it is a nice fluent track. With the weather and everything, it is always very interesting to drive as well, because you don't know what could happen next. And yeah, I think the only track that I really wouldn't want to go back to next season would be Suzuka. Simply, I don't know. Like, it's just the S's at the start and everything is just a bit too tight and everything, and like, just for my taste, that's my personal opinion, of course. We had some great GT racing, if I recall correctly, back in the late stages of the race and everything. But I don't know. Suzuka just isn't really a favorite for Japan for me for VEC. I like Fuji quite a lot more, even though it has that awful last sector.
Well, I did enjoy Suzuka a lot. our setup wasn't good, but it's a great track. It requires a lot from the driver, so for me it's a good choice and a good track for next season as well. I do like the most is Interlagos at the moment. It has a good mix of high speed section and low speed section in sector 2. Very fun to drive in the Corvette. You can really rely on the rear end here, and yeah, it shows what the car can do. The only thing I am actually missing right now, the amount of 6-hour races is too high in my opinion. It feels more like sprint races and not endurance races, so maybe it's something they can take into account for next season. Okay, cool.
That was Jimmy just saying that they might take into account. I know that I don't think the people on stream can hear, but that was Jimmy just saying he might take into account. He might have more longer than 6-hour races.
Nice. Good to hear. But the tracks were very good. Also good they take into account that it are good running tracks for the systems we have. Last season it wasn't that great always, but yeah, improvements are made. Good season so far. We are having fun, and that's the main goal, I guess.
And just one more question for the both of you. I'll start with you this time, Radarna. What tracks would you like to see next season?
For sure, I would like to see Silverstone, Suzuka, Interlagos, and Le Mans, of course. I'm not a big fan of Sebring, but it has to be there. Another track which isn't on the list right now, I have no idea actually. As long as it isn't the Nürburgring, it's all fine for me.
And the same question for you, Nicola.
Next season, a lot of the tracks here already are very nice to drive and overall are pretty good for the racing in the VEC. My personal favorites to be added, well, I'm pretty sure that other people may think different, would be, for example, Dubai, simply because I think it's a very wide track and everything, and I think it could make for pretty good racing. And I know that there's a version for rFactor 2 that is not that bad. And other than that, Arne mentioned more than longer races than 6 hours. And last season we originally had the concept of 24 Hours of Daytona, and if that was to be possible, that would be very awesome to drive, because I'm a very big fan of the 24 Hours of Daytona.
Excellent, right. Thank you both. I know we've got Joshua Anderson back with us, unless you want to ask anything else.
I wasn't going to ask anything. I was just going to do a manic introduction, but I can't do that because you killed the atmosphere. Thanks, Neil.
well, I think if you don't have anything else, Josh, I'd like to thank you both for coming into the booth with us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you as well. See ya.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, guys.
See ya.
Bye bye.
So, I've been back. Now I'm not gone. I'm here. I'm talking to people, and I see that Christian Michel has closed the gap since I've been away.
Indeed he has. He's just been closing it ever so slightly, lap after lap, just consistently that little bit faster than Adam Taylor.
He has been consistently that tiny bit quicker, and well, he has just been thereabouts, taking up the gap. And it could be that he catches them up enough to have an on-track battle in a couple of minutes time, but not immediately. But I've just come back, and it seems strangely like I'm about to delegate a responsibility directly to you, Neil, because you're going to be doing the next hourly update in about a minute's time.
Indeed, about 15 seconds to the next hourly update. We might as well just do it now. 2 hours to go. Of course, if you're watching a VLMS race, the feeder series to us here in the VEC, we'd be finished the race by now. This would be it. But no, the VEC has an extra 2 hours added onto the end, just for good measure. But indeed, in the LMP1 class, the leader of the race, leader in the LMP1 class, is Adam Taylor in that virus car. Just staying in the lead of that class, perhaps a little bit of a strategic error from those wet tyres earlier on. We're just going to see if that has any impact at the end of the race. Second is Christian Michel in the Vela SimSport car, closing that gap ever so slowly. In third place, we've got Nico Barkley in the Monaco. Fourth is Oscar Hardwick in that recovering GNS car. And fifth is Maxi Scheider in the number 2 Dukensen racing car after overtaking Straponi, after Straponi had that incident with Marius Nicolai in the number 54 Atlantic GT car. That's your top 5 in LMP1 and indeed overall. In LMP2, your leader is McDonald in the number 33 Vela SimSport car. In second is Holtzkamp in the number 48 Magenta Warriors racing car. Of course, Nicola Hillebrand. We had Justin in the booth, a member of that team, and did a fantastic job in this race. In third, we have Campbell in the number 38 Champion racing car. Fourth, we have Probadnik back in that Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car. And fifth is Suave in the number 40 Scuderia GT Italia car. And in the GT class, our leader is Almeida in the number 94 Vela SimSport car. Again, we just had Arne Schoenvliet from that car in the booth, giving us a little insight to what it's like to driving that number 94 car. In second, we have Kolfenbach in the number 77 3-wide Motorsport car. In third, we have Thomas Jacobs in that Flatline racing car, the number 53. In fourth, we've got Marcel Offermans in the Sim Racing for Holland's car, the 52. And in fifth place, we've got Marcelli in the Texas Squadra Corsa car.
Well, that was a lovely update. Thank you very much, Neil Heatley, for that. So, that is your runners and riders as it stands. Oscar Hardwick has just launched himself into the pits there. I say launched, but he hasn't. We got a whoa from Jamie Allison.
Did you see the...
Mr. Nathan the whoa, but anyway.
Yes, Michelle just had some contact there with a light blue Corvette. Sent the Corvette spinning.
Where was Christian Michel?
That double right-hander, the second right-hander there.
You go have a look for that for us, Neil, if it's all
Back
possible.
a bit, I shall.
That would be lovely. If you could, I see there's an April Dillon waiting to get in the car, so that will probably be the Atlantic car coming in. Nico Barkley, speaking of cars that are in, is in for Monaco. This will be equally a driver change, and he's actually, there's no engine. The engine has stopped on that Monaco car.
Ran out of fuel.
What happened? Oh,
Has
actually,
he ran out of
it's been
fuel?
slow for a while now. 40 seconds at least. But he's turned all the electronics off. Oh, yeah, he just stopped. He must have run out of fuel or something. But he's managed to get it in the box. And I think
Massive
the car has
strategic
gone
error
up.
there from Monaco.
Car has gone up, and well, yeah, the electronics are back on, so I think they must have run out of fuel, but they coasted it in. Fair play, they can get the car filled up with fuel again, hopefully get it started.
Massive strategic error there from Monaco. That could hand that podium place to GNS.
Well, this might not have worked out very well for them. He's got in first gear as Barkley, and it sounds like the car's running. Yep, they've got revs, they're fine, they've got it going again. All is fine in the Monaco department. But Oscar Hardwick is coming into Young Cow now, and Barkley's still there, so if they take too long... No, Barkley's coming out, but it's going to be closer between them than they would have liked.
I just had a look back at what happened to Christian Michel in his contact with the PRL Logitech car with Meyer at the wheel at the moment.
Oh, and speaking of GNS cars, Oscar Hardwick's in again. Maybe he sped in the pit lane.
Perhaps. Maybe we just have to see, does he do a straight drive through?
We'll see, unless there's a stop and go. It might just be, oh, he's pulling lefts. But is that, yep, it's a drive through for Oscar Hardwick. Must have sped under pit lane conditions. That's not going to help anything.
That's certainly not helped. All that time they would have had, it's just gone. So they've probably gained a little bit of time Monaco, but certainly nowhere near as much as it should have been.
Well, we'll have to see with this how this leads up in Barkley. Effectively, they've gotten away with that now, Monaco.
But I'm just looking at the comments in the YouTube stream. Someone suggested 24 hours of Tsukuba in Japan. I agree with that race.
If it's done in the right automobiles, yes.
I agree with 24 hours of Tsukuba in all these cars, as McDonald's got no front end and he's in the pits.
Oh, Sam McDonald does
The
not go
leader,
for it.
the leader of the P2 class.
Oh dear, so Stefan Holtzkamp's going to take it for Magenta Warriors.
I shall just see what happened to that Veles number 33 car.
Yeah, go check that out, but we have a brand new leader in LMP2 thanks to some unknown circumstance. And I'm sure that Stefan Holtzkamp will be one to defend that hard. Meanwhile, battle in LMP1 between lapped cars. James Wilson's trying to get himself unlapped on Cosimo Straponi in the same HQ car, the number 6 place car, the 19 entry. And the Italian, well, I wouldn't fight this too hard if I were you, Cosimo, but James Wilson will want through, and he'll want through. It seems like he's quicker, actually, is Wilson. So maybe Cosimo might be best placed, not really fighting this too hard, letting James Wilson go through, and if he's not quick enough, then he'll get blue flagged.
It was front to rear contact, the front end of McDonald and the rear end of Federico Sova in the number 40 car. Sova tried to, he was just staying behind the GT car. I believe McDonald thought he was going to go past and just ran into the back of him. That took off the front end of that car.
Yeah, it's
P2
easily done.
ahead checked up, and that caught off McDonald for sure.
Oh, Kevin Ryan's had an incident. Kevin Ryan's gone off into the grass there. That is the GT of Kevin Ryan having problems, and oh, he's off the track. He's locked the brakes, and oh dear, he's stopped. Now, what
That's
happened?
the
I'm gonna go back
84
and-
car, the Dark Racing,
And-
30th
oh, it
position
was
overall,
Tonga.
15th in class.
Tonga Guardio in the Atlantic car misjudged something. Then he hit a barrier, and then Ryan somehow nudged right by that, even though he didn't hit anyone. And he's out.
He's out. The Dark Racing car is out. Looks like if it continues like this, he's not going to go score any points today. So if it stays like this, Veles will score the full 25 points over them. That's going to mean a 15-point lead for Veles going into Le Mans if it currently finishes as it stands.
Now, I have
That looked
no
really strange.
I have no idea how that one happened. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen happen.
Looks like there might have been some net code going on with the P2 possibly having some kind of screen freeze, and then the GT car just getting collected in it.
Oh, I don't know what happened there. I mean,
Some
well,
teleporting.
that was weird. That was a weird one. Christian Meyer comes into the pits, as does Mitchell Smith. In unrelated news, as does Michelle. Michelle in the pits for Velosim Sports. 50 seconds now behind Adam Taylor, and Michelle will come into the pits, I believe, to not really do anything like a driving swap. This is just a standard stop for Velosim Sport, and they will go onto a new set of tyres.
It's going to be very interesting for Veles.
They won't go onto any new tyres, sorry. They seem to be sticking on those hard, the double sitting them.
Ah, okay, very, very interesting. It'll be I think they may be able to do the race on one more stop, but they might have to save some fuel in order to do it.
Well, they might do, yeah, and we'll have to see if they do have to save fuel. But every single second they're in the pits, Adam Taylor is gaining now, of course, and now they put a lap on them. And Michelle leaves the pits. He selects the limiter, and it's back racing for Savannah Simsport in second place still. They've got quite a healthy advantage, haven't they, really, to be honest?
Indeed, it is a very healthy advantage that they've got at the moment.
Max Scheider in as well for DHR on the number 2. I think Mr. Borney does not pit, so this will be a lap taken away. Scheider does pit for DHR though, and this won't be a driver change, I don't think either.
I think that 2 car is actually fine for a driver time. Certainly Kieran Parkin was in it until about 2.5 hours, if I remember correctly. So I think you won't get hit with the driver times with the number 2 car. Certainly, I think that should be fine.
Didn't have a problem with it, no, and well, Max Scheider, he's doing an alright job, all things considered. Had problems, but he's still getting that DHR car around now like it needs to be done.
Indeed, and again with that 2 car, as we were saying before, at this point in time, it's more just sort of like collecting all the points you can, really, just waiting for people in front of you to fall off. And that's exactly what happened with the number 2 car and the number 19, the SimHQ car. SimHQ car had an incident with the GT car, had to come into pits to fix damage, and the number 2 Duke Henson racing car gained a position out of that. But with these few cars in the class, and the championship being this close, every single point counts.
Every point does count. Every point is important. Points mean prizes in VEC, and that's what they're getting. Ultimately is, oh, dearie me, I just had a bit of a moment there, but everything's fine. There is a driver swap, sorry. My mistake. Ethan Patty has gotten in the DHR number 2.
Patty, the third driver to take the wheel of that number 2 car this afternoon, or this evening, depending on where you are.
Yep, depends on your time zone. In unrelated news, actually, Jimmy Anderson will be quite pleased that I've just opened a drink made in Denmark. There you go. Getting a bit of Denmark and England in this stream today, so, you know, very multicultural affair. Are you drinking anything special at the moment, Neil?
It's this new drink called water.
Oh, really? What's that like?
Yes, that's what I drink on all the streams. Apart from when I'm slightly tired, I have coffee. But essentially, it's just always water. But indeed, this race still has many twists and turns to go.
It does, yes. There's still quite a few twists and turns left to go, and well, gonna be interesting to see how these twists and turns pan out. But yeah, there's many more twists and turns and corners left, and Adam Taylor is negotiating all of them out at the moment on lap 17 line, meaning he's on lap 180. And that is a good thing if you like some numbers that have 1, 8, and 0 in. But for Christian... Oh, Grau apparently is close. Good spot from Jim Ellison.
Hardwick's gone off.
As is Suave. But yeah, Hardwick has had an off, which is not an on, because off-track excursions do not mean you're on the track. But yes, as Jimmy Ellison rightly says, yeah, there is battle with Matthias Grau. He's close to the modem. I'm just watching Adam Taylor. He gets to step on Holzkamp, as she does. But Grau, yes, Grau is close with Vindus and Rizzo. Both there. Michele Rizzo then recovering after the incident he had before with Oscar Hardwick, and he's now challenging Matthias Grau for 25th overall.
Yeah, that's for 25th overall. If I can correctly, I think that's for 3, that's 8. That's for 10th in class.
Not quite up the order then, but still points well.
It's still points. 10th in class is worth 7 points still. So still a few points on offer though. 10th is worth 7. 11th is worth 6. Still quite a few points in class left.
Yep, classes in points and classes points or classes points. What is left and right is up and down. Sam McDonald's in the pits as is Stefan Holzkamp.
Indeed, Holzkamp coming in the pits in that if we can just find him again, in that LMP2 car. Those LMP2 cars should be fine with one stop to the end now. They should be fine. As you have Marsilli in the background coming in the Texas Scorcher Corsa GT car. Again, these GT cars will be fine with one stop to the end.
Yep, should be okay with one stop to the end now, and well, this is going to be interesting to see how it pans out for sure. I mean, let's keep a beady eye on this because it could be interesting, and I've just noticed from the live scoring that apart from this Grau battle between him and Rizzo, there's not an awful lot happening on track, so maybe we should go to Matthias Grau and Michele Rizzo in that P26 sort of area. Matthias Grau 25th at the moment, being chased down by Rizzo in 26th, and it's interesting to see how the GTs are dealing with this now pretty much dry track.
Indeed, the vast majority of this dry. You've still got dark tarmac at the very edge of the track, but to be honest, you won't really be going on that part of the track anymore unless something's gone horrifically wrong with your car.
Yeah, so, you know, at that point, you know, if something has gone terribly wrong, you'll know about it. But if it hasn't, then still, you're in a good position now. I'd quite like to take an on-board with Michele Rizzo as he battles Matthias Grau here, actually. We haven't had an on-board in a while, so to go on board with Rizzo would be nice. And, well, you can see just how clear the track is in places. He's got no traffic to contend with apart from the traffic that's coming to get him now. But as of this second, no one is a threat to him. Although now Ethan Patty's there, so now there is a threat.
Patty in that 5th place overall in that LMP1 car. These LMP1 cars come up on you at such a pace in these GT cars.
They do, very difficult to negotiate, so it takes a lot of practice to do so. And, well, Matthias Grau is going to be breathing a sigh of relief. Oh, no, Cosimo Straponi's had a bit of a do there. He tried to go down the inside of Ethan Patty there, Well, I think he misjudged it and he overshot slightly, and then Paddy was just there and there was turning. I mean, Casimo looking at it, yeah, he turned in a little bit late, maybe overshot it a bit. Ethan was already turning in, nothing could really be done. I think mostly just the racing incident, to be fair, as Corvin back now dealing with the LMP World Car. But yeah, slight incident there, but still dealt with all right. And Matthias Grau can breathe a slight sigh. Bindus has, yes, he's in the wall. Martin Bindus has spun it, that's unfortunate. Martin Bindus, yeah, he'll get that going again. I don't think there's damage to the Corvette, is there? I don't know, I don't think he's got away scot-free. Well done, Martin. Got away with that one now. Matthias Grau, Michele Rito a bit further away now actually, but they might catch up again, you never know.
That's very interesting. It's not exactly sure what went wrong.
Ooh, definitely got the barrier. Looks like the right rear might have dipped onto the wet line and just a slight mistake.
Could have been.
It's hard to save once it reaches a certain point. All you can do is lock it down. Car looks okay, but I would imagine there's a little bit of damage.
Yeah, such an easy mistake to make, but you know, it goes to show even the best aren't infallible. Martin Bindus, I had the pleasure of teaming up in the 12 hours of birthdays, but never got to drive because our race ended early, but still very, very capable driver, lovely guy Martin, and well, why not be exempt from mistakes as nobody is. He's doing a solid job at the moment, 24th.
Indeed, and as you said, just like dipping that right rear tire into the wet. Again, it just shows it's absolutely treacherous out there if you go off the dry line.
Yeah, and that's why some people will often stay with wets in the early stages of this drying up period, but obviously now everyone's got to slicks because it's the sensible thing to do.
Races like these, especially when you've had early trouble in the race and you're kind of, I don't even know how many laps there are back, 10 or so laps off of the, the P1 in the class. The 94 car, I mean, it's easy to kind of drift focus, and these cars can be very punishing no matter which class you're in as soon as you do lose focus.
Yeah, you can't go on autopilot at any point. You have to pretty much keep focused 24/7 in these automobiles. They are prototypes and they are difficult. And oh, I thought there was a crash there, but it was actually just smoke from somebody. It was Hovenbach as Adam Taylor just slows down behind him and comes into the pits himself.
Indeed, I don't think it's smoke, it's actually still spray.
That's what I was about to say.
The pit lane is still wet.
That's what I was about to say. I thought there'd been a massive accident, but it was just rain spray. Well, that goes to show me that I don't know what the blazes I'm talking about, doesn't it? We're in reliable hands here, ladies and gentlemen. Heiko Goldenbach and Adam Taylor in the pits then, and I don't suspect either will be doing a driver change, to be honest with you. I think both of them.
Indeed, at this point in the race, if you've got 3 drivers, that'll be it. You won't change it. And yeah, if you've got 3 drivers, that'll be it. I don't think we'll see that many more driver changes. We might see someone come into the, for example, just thinking from the top of my head, perhaps a virus car towards the end of the race. You might see Jakovic come back into the virus car, but apart from that, I don't think there's going to be that many driver changes left in the race.
Wasn't Taylor just on pit road not too long ago?
He's just came out of pit. Yeah, he's just came out of the pits, so he might put them in for the final stint or so. Have to see.
Oh yeah, we will have to see how the driver strategy pans out. Some teams bring more drivers to 6-hour races than others. Some only bring 2, some bring 3. But yeah, Hardwick and Broadbent seems to be the GNS squad, at least for an example. Taylor and Jakovic, the Velas squad. Michelle and whoever Michelle's teammate is. Michelle's actually been in for a while now, actually, hasn't he? They'll be coming up to about the, well, the next hour is going to be the last one, but Michelle's been in for a while. But Yuri Kasdorp has been in too, so I imagine Kasdorp will come in before the end of the race.
Indeed, everyone has to come in at least one more time before the race. I'd be extremely surprised if Kasdorp can do it from a no stop from here. I think that means he would have DNF'd.
Yeah, perhaps so. But yeah, Nico Barkley as well. We've already seen people in that car. We've seen Boy Milan. I guess Barkley and Milan the spot for this race. We've seen a couple of drivers in the GNS, the DHR number 2 car. I was already talking about the GNS, which is double 2. But yeah, we've already seen us again. Some teams just bring more drivers than others. James Wilson in the pits.
In James Wilson in that number 3 car, is he not? I believe he is. Yes, he is. Wilson in the pits in that number 3 DHR car, the sister car to the 2, of course. And we're just going to see, is there going to be a driver change for him? Let's have a look. Is there anyone here?
No, I don't think
No, it's just Rinus Janssens is the only non-commentator, and he's part of the SRVN car, I think.
Either that or the rare endurance, and neither are on. It was rare endurance. I thought it was rare. I thought it was rare. James Wilson exits the pits then. And, well, we'll see just how well James can do in this next state of his. He's very solid driver, James. Very quick on his day, but mostly solid, very consistent, and knows his way around a prototype 1. Definitely the driver to watch out for as, Martin Vindis has a lot of lights flashing going on for some reason. But I don't know why. I'm going to go back and rewind and see if anything happened. I don't think it did, actually, but no, Martin Vindis was just there. And Wilson exited the pits and, just flashed his lights for whatever reason. Or was it brakes? No, it was his lights.
Just gotta make sure the lights still work.
Right? Well, they don't brake in rFactor 2, so I don't know what's going on.
Right. Well, one thing I had to take a look at, just the battle for P3. You see Hardwick gaining.
From where I'm looking at as well. It just, I don't know whether the lights come on with the brakes too or what.
That's number 2 DHR car, Ethan Patty, had a little bit of an incident at turn 1. Just having a look, and it looks like he just lost the rear end on turning and looped it round 180, then just a nice kicks the clutch in to turn it back round again on the runoff on the outside of turn 1.
Oh, yeah,
but it's just a small incident there for Patty.
Yeah, he was chasing Barkley, had a 180 degrees, clutch kick, back running again, and he's not really got any problems anymore. Nicely negotiated, I must say.
Indeed, a lovely spin turn there, but indeed, I think, am I right in saying that Christian Michel is just under a lap behind Taylor? He is as well, yes. So there's just under a lap, probably about 1 minute 10 between the two of them at the moment. But it could just need a small incident for Taylor and Christian Michel in that Vela Simsport car straight in again.
Maybe that's the case, yeah, maybe that he, but either way, must be said, I mean, credit to Patty for getting that started again so quickly, but now he's going to try and catch the pony here and lap him, but not far behind Patty's Hardwick, who's 6 laps ahead.
Hardwick is just that little bit ahead, just those 6 laps, you know, it's easy to make up 6 laps.
Yeah, and, well, it is in an endurance race sometimes, but things have to go wrong for others. Bram Balin has a slight excursion, and Ethan Patty there. Oh, Hardwick! Hardwick is not waiting at all. He goes inside both of them.
Very brave move there. Very brave move.
Well, he certainly didn't want to wait around, did he? He's 2 laps down. He knows that's what may make up for, but he has to get through traffic to do that. And get through traffic he does. Well, I mean, he's a much braver man than I am. You're a much braver man than I am, Oscar Hardwick. I wouldn't have done that. But then again, I'm not a driver. Well, I'm not usually a driver. Definitely not in VEC.
Sorry, I'm just having a look between Taylor and Michelle for the lead of the race. Michelle took essentially 1.1 seconds out of Taylor that last lap. So if he continues at this pace...
God, that was close. Marius Nikolai's had enough. Nikolai's had enough.
Patty.
Oh, what happened with Marius Nikolai? Oh, I saw him go off ahead of Hardwick and, he lost it out of 14. He must have went wide, that excavated it, and then the back end just went out, and then he was trying to go there, and Patty,
just missed him, Patty. Fantastic evasion there.
Yeah, but Marius, he just lost it.
Oh, that's a massive incident. I think someone might have rolled it down. I think someone rolled it.
Oh, Rinus Janssen's gone absolutely skyrocket. What's happened to Rinus Janssen? What the heck has happened?
My game has destroyed itself. It doesn't understand what's happening. Let's have a look
what
at
happened to
happened.
Janssen? What happened to my replay's too laggy, but I just saw his car going round and round and round and round with no wheels on it.
The last time I've seen a Ferrari fly around like that was when James
What
Price
actually
Harper
happened?
broke rFactor 2.
Unsurprisingly, there's a code in it, but I don't know what the heck just happened.
No way the GNS involved in that again.
Rhinus Janssens has decided to launch the Rare Endurance Team space program. That is the maddest thing I've ever seen. We have to find out what happened there. Oh, apparently GNS Endurance happened. Oh yeah, there's no front bumper on it. And no rear bumper on it. This stuff's got no wings.
Yep.
And that's what caused it. But what actually happened to Hardwick? Well, I'm going to go back and find out.
That's what. That's the new SRC space program we're launching, April 2017, coming to a track near you.
Oh, Hardwick, what actually happened? Oh, it was Janssens who just appeared somewhere. Janssens just appeared. The GNS car got hit. Round they went twice over, no wings, and is there a suspension damage? I don't think there is suspension damage, but there's no ailerons in it, and I imagine it was either screen freeze or something else, but what actually happened?
That is rather extraordinary. Wow.
As
That-
someone
I have
said
no
before,
words.
magnet for bad luck, that's for sure.
I do not believe what I've just seen. It was the biggest overreaction from the rare car. It just launched, but that has hit me for 6. That. Wow. Well done, physics.
It wasn't the 22 closing in on P3?
I have no idea what happened, but Oscar Hardwick, yeah, was closing in on 3rd. Now is in with no wings. Christian Michel has come in from 2nd.
Christian Michel have came up for a top up, because if you top up now, you can safely make it to the end in one more stop.
Not thinking, but Adam Taylor in all this is probably going to gain loads of time, but where is the car that's been affected? Well, it doesn't matter, we're going back to green in 10 seconds, but what a turn of events! So, serious head back on, we go green flag racing, and things have just gone worse again for GNS Endurance, and they can't seem to catch any luck this race, but Oscar Hardwick will be getting that car fixed. Boy, Milan's been promoted up into 3rd. Well, he was 3rd anyway, but he's been promoted even more into 3rd. Yuri Kastrop changes into the Velosin Sport car while Michel is in there, and Kastrop should be able to, on fuel, make it to the end of the race now.
Who should make it to the end, sorry?
I thought you said they could, Neil.
On one more
One
stop.
more stop, yeah.
Well, Kastrop wants to stop once then.
Yeah, on one more stop you can do it fine, because they can usually, at a minimum, they'll be able to do 45 minutes, so that should be fine for them.
And I imagine they're going to be pushing pretty hard if they feel they still have a chance to get into the lead.
Yeah, if they have a chance, then they've got to push hard, but, you know, always got to keep going when the chance is available, that's the thing, and, well, GNS Endurance actually still have a decent gap to Ethan Patty behind. They've got 5 laps, which is about 7-8 minutes. So as long as the time is not more than about 400 seconds, they should be all right.
Could be all right, and as long as it isn't. Both two conditional statements there.
Oh, apparently the repair time's 379 seconds for GNS. So it's going to be about 6 minutes, which I think they're going to be all right to come out ahead of Patty. It's going to be touch and go.
No, that should be fine for 6 minutes, because if you're doing 1 minute 20 laps, well, no, if you're doing 1 minute 20 laps, 5 laps is 6 minutes 40.
And the gap is now 4 laps or so it's going to be very touch and go. But Oscar Hardwick did come into the pits a while back, so yeah. Oh, apparently I've just seen what happened with Nico Barkley. Apparently he did almost run out of fuel, but he made it. That's why we saw the Monaco coursing back in, but he made it. That was very lucky.
extremely lucky. I know with my GT4 car at Bathurst ran out of fuel 10 yards from the pit box, and there was nothing that the driver could do. So, yeah, it's very lucky that they came back with fuel.
Yeah, very lucky that they could actually get to the pit box and then just get it refueled and back in to contention for the win. But, well, I say contention for the win. I do actually mean contention for the win because they're only 2 laps back with about 90 minutes to go. But, you know, they can still have this. It just, they might need a bit of luck from, you know, they might just need a bit of luck.
Looks like the number 76 GT car is DNF'd.
Oh, yeah, that's Rhinus Janssens, of course, because he just got involved in that massive space program. But, yeah, Janssens out of it.
Right.
I'd be interested to see what happened, actually. Maybe get one of the Rare Endurance team up here and actually ask them what went on, because it still eludes us. Oh, apparently he's trying to keep going again as Janssens. Bless his heart. He's trying to have another go, but after the damage I saw, I imagine that they are... Yep, they still have no rear wheels, no front wheels, well, the only wheel they have is the front right.
Yeah, plus the steering wheel.
We are going to have to ask what happened. There is no wonder, like, that was crazy. Well, no. Back to the front. Oscar Hardwick is still in the pits, obviously, because of the damage, but, let's see if there's any sort of battles going on at the moment, even if there's battles brewing. There's a couple of cars within 9 seconds. Nicholas Papadnik is, well, within about 9 of Paul Schumann in the champion racing car. And similarly, we got 8.5 seconds from Michele Rizzo to Jonas Raivio. So, you know, no major battles going on at the moment. But that does give us a chance to, speaking of Paul Schumann, let's go to Paul Schumann. In the number 10 car, well, the number 10 placed car, maybe have an on-board lap with an LMP2, because we haven't had one of those yet. Schumann then is going to come round the young car, round the corners that follow it. We're going to go for an on-board lap, hopefully, if Jimmy Allison is okay with it, with an LMP2 car. Yep, we got it. Paul Schumann on board as we start a brand new lap. Schumann will cross the start-finish line. He'll hit turn 1 at 275 kilometers an hour, hit the brakes, then turn in first gear for the first 2 corners. Then Senarest is taken in second gear, the third corner taken in third gear. It's very linear until you get to the 4th turn, and then it's all sorts of slowdown going on. Upshift slightly early actually to Schumann, again in the 6th gear. Hits the brakes at 265 and turns it in through second gear into the seat of the Interlagos. Then acceleration once again through the gears, shifting up at about 6,500 RPM. Get into the next gear. He is actually short shifting here, Schumann. So into 4th gear he goes round the next couple of turns and hits the brakes. Into 1st gear to get to the next couple of corners. This turn here is very long and very left. Round pinning area he goes. Then Beacon the partner was next. Brakes for that down into 1st gear. A little bit of left off the throttle there, but then round the corner he goes, and then into the brilliant Young Cow corner, and turns through that in the 2nd gear, round the final corner. He is actually short shifting here. He's shifting over at about 6,600, but there's a lot more ref range in the P2s. But Paul Schumann is going to come round and complete the lap in the champion racing car.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see what laps are like from different perspectives.
Yeah, especially as Schumann was short shifting. I wonder what that was about. Maybe he's just trying to save fuel.
Maybe he is just trying to save fuel, because it depends when he pitted. He may have to save fuel to make it to the end in one more stop.
I'm looking at the skies and I can't help but feel that it's getting a little bit cloudier, but I'm not sure. The chance of rain shouldn't be high, but there's a couple of clouds though.
Shouldn't be high, shouldn't be.
Yeah, so I doubt we'll see any more rain this race, to be honest, but the clouds are starting to come back, I think, just a little bit. Either that or they're going away and my vision is eluding me. Either way, it's not eluding Adam Taylor, this lead at the moment. He's got a whole lap still over Yuri Kasdorp, and he doesn't plan to relinquish it.
Indeed, he's got a lap and a bit actually. Taylor is just coming into turn That's turn 4, and Castorp's just coming out of turn 3. So it is indeed a lap and a straight. I'd probably say it's about a lap and 10 seconds that he's got at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a fair chunk of time as Taylor. He's pretty much on cruise mode at this point. He can afford to be. He's got so much time. Doesn't want to risk anything going into the last 80 minutes of this race. I wouldn't imagine why he'd want to risk anything, to be honest.
Indeed, just bring it home. Don't do anything stupid, to be honest, at this point, because we've seen how badly it can go wrong for several teams over the course of this season.
Yep, and, you know, pushing in the end of the race, you know, it can go drastically wrong, but it can be a bit of a time saver. Yuri Kasdorp will be on maximum attack in that Bella Sim Sport car, but Adam Taylor in the Virus won't be. That's the thing, he can afford to not risk it, because he is literally first.
Indeed, he is first, and he's got a lap and a bit. He can allow Kasdorp to go past once, and, you know, not worry about him until he comes up behind him again.
Yeah, that's the thing. He can absolutely take it easy. He can relax. He can not have problems. Oh, Oscar Hardwick almost had problems with Tonka Guardian there. Managed to go through on the outside. Again, a very brave move from Hardwick, who is now out of the pits and only a lap ahead of Ethan Patty. He got ahead, but he's not as ahead as he'd like to be. Guardia didn't seem to go too wide in all fair. In analysis of that, Hardwick, well, he went a bit wide on exit, but Hardwick managed to stay 2 wheels on track, I believe. So that is fair enough from Oscar, and well, he got through in the end, so really no problems. Oh, and no, he's gone round half spin, but he saves it because front wheel drives can do that. He's going to rejoin now, just ahead of Yuri Kasdorp, who's got to let through, or not. Oh, now he's letting through. That was a moment, though.
Fantastic save from Hardwick again. He did that exact same thing not that long ago. Just got on the curbs on the outside on the run up to turn 8. He did that same thing not that long ago, and again the same sort of result.
Someone fire up the Eurobeat. That was a seriously sick drift from Oscar Hardwick, it must be said. What a save, what a recovery. But unsurprisingly, he's coming into the pits because those front tyres are toast.
He will be, especially after that, but again, can make it to the end of one stop fairly safely now. If you can just fill it up, and you may only have to take fuel at the next stop.
Might be. This might work out reasonably well, actually. Well, as far as making a mistake is concerned, but Oscar Hardwick does pit. Is he actually changing those front tyres, or is this just for a splash of fuel anyway? I can't see the car going up on the jacks.
That's pretty good driving to know to keep driving that car. It's easy to make the mistake there of shutting it down, locking it down, just hanging onto the brakes. It's very slick out there, so there's not really much you can do, and he was still able to keep it off the wall.
Apparently, Populous Machinis says it's not tyres, it's a stop and go for the Mars mission. So, problems for Hardwick, he's got to serve a stop go for the problem with Rhinus Janssen. Well, there you go then. Interestingly, and oh yeah, Jimmy Broadbent, sorry, saying he got a stop go because of the contact, and the penalty wasn't cleared, so that's why they had to service. Well, unfortunate that is, but such is life. Unfortunately, Jimmy Allison can't tend to everything.
Indeed, and just sometimes you just have, you know, sometimes the races just don't go your way.
Yeah, well, that was yeah, sometimes things don't go your way and you just got to come and deal with it as it goes. Obviously, they will be annoyed because they were so close to the win and now they're 7 laps down, but fourth place, I think, is still going to be a decently respectable result. I mean, looking at the standings sheet, the most points they've scored in a race so far this season was 12, and I'm not sure how many points fourth pays.
Fourth place is 16.
Well, it's going to be a new best point score, at least. And that is a positive.
It's certainly positive for them. 16 points, you know, the 12th place, 12 points in 6th place. So gone well. Although the race hasn't gone well, it's a season best for them so far. So that must be something that you have to come away looking at. You know, something that has to come away that's slightly positive from this race.
That is always a positive you can take, you know, that it went well. And, you know, Yeah, you know, if you can take your maximum possible points out, that's always a positive. But still, you know, they'll still be annoyed that they haven't got the results that they wanted out of this race, as I imagine any team would have been. And, you know, even though they're going to get fourth, it's not going to be a consolation for the fact they could have won it. But still, I digress. They are going to get a decent result, and I'm quite happy about the way they've done. I'm proud of them. I think fourth place is great myself. Stefan Holtzkamp, I think his lead in the P2 class is good as well. He's held that ever since it was dropped by Sam McDonald. But that said, McDonald is not far from Holtzkamp, though they are a lot between each other. There's always that to consider. I don't know where Neil Heatley's gone. I don't know where we've lost him, but he's not quite here at the moment. I'm sure he'll be back soon, though. But still, McDonald chasing down Holtzkamp in an attempt to unlap himself and get himself back on the road. Mind you, James Wilson having a decent run of things as well. So, obviously, doing quite well in that sense. And he's going to have a little look around here. Down the inside of Capella to unlap himself. Oh, apparently Neil Heatley's back now. That's good news.
Yes, I just had someone at the door. Had to go answer it.
Fair enough. It happens, as is part
Pizza
of
man.
life.
Yep, pizza man. Pizza
Oh, it
has
was.
arrived.
I
You being
forgot you
serious,
again.
or?
I forgot you again, pizza. You lucky man. Well, I hate to rain on your parade, but I'm having quark dumplings, so yours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You've been upstaged by the Geordie. How does
Anyways.
that feel? Well, we're going to have autocams for a couple of minutes because Jimmy Allison needs coffee. So, yeah, that's going to happen. You'd imagine I'd
is
have...
indeed go-
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Gonna
That's
happen.
only... No, I was going to
Nothing
make
you
an
can do about
analogy,
it,
but
it's
there's no
gonna
point. No point. Right. Okay, so... Back to the commentary for about the 17th time today. And, well, Bram Balin in the SRVN car I was looking at, but he isn't actually doing anything. Paul Schumann, though, only 7 seconds behind Nicholas Babadnik. So, potential battle brewing there if Schumann can get it going.
Indeed, only between them, if I can find where he is. Yep, there we go. Schumann is in 11th place at the moment. That's 4th place in class. This is for a podium in class.
Adam Taylor just had contact there with the P2. Looked like was that with Schumann? At turn 1?
Oh, speaking of Schumann, he's just on a wide...
It was Schumann, yep.
Schumann has actually just gone wide there, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. And I think, speaking of quark dumplings, I'm going to get mine now. So Neil Hitley and Joe Nathan, take it away for some minutes.
But indeed, with 76, 77 minutes to go, I should say, in this race, that closest battle is between Schumann and Probodnik for 3rd place in class. So, Joe, you drive here. What sort of mindset coming into the final hour of the race?
If you're being chased or you're chasing a lot of probably a lot of flashing of the lights, you know. I think as the race progresses, I mean everyone's running their own race, but some people begin to understand that some battles and some drivers are having a more important or more urgent race going on. If you're in one of those battles, flashing, you know, make sure you get out of my way. And if you're not in a battle, you don't have anything to lose. For example, if you're like Adam Taylor, you have a lead, and you don't have much to worry about because you have a pretty big lead. You see one of those battles, you try to stay away from it. You know, have some respect and don't want to meddle within any of those fights because, like I said, those guys battling late, they feel the spotlight's on them. They're going to be aggressive. And they're going to drive with what I like to call with their elbows out, you know, very like, you know, protecting their territory.
Coming into sort of like, you've got one pit stop to go for all these cars. How much, if you're battling someone, for example, like Probodnik and Schumann we've got here, how much of a game of chicken is it almost to see who pits first? Or do you just not worry about the other car?
I think if you're the car behind, you might be looking for any advantage you can get. When it comes to getting fresh tires, I don't know if these guys are on that strategy where they'll be looking to get fresh tires. If you're the car behind, you're probably going to make that pit stop first, and if you're the car ahead, if you feel confident, as soon as you see that car behind come in, that's when you come in. Otherwise, it's definitely not in your best interest to give up track position. So, I mean, it's not so much chicken, it's more of when does that pit window open for the car behind, and that's when they might consider short pitting.
You want to try ideally to just fill up the tank so you run out of fuel at essentially just past the finish line at the end of the race.
Oh yeah, definitely. As soon as that pit window opens, or if anything happens like a code 80 or whatnot, if the time is right, the car behind definitely is going to be more aggressive, because like I said, with the gap, the car ahead, you know, the 46 car in this case doesn't necessarily have to make the first move. You don't really want to make the first move just in case, you know, you pit too soon or anything like that. You have too much to lose and not enough to gain. Although in the 46's case, P2 isn't exactly too far out of range.
Indeed, P2 I do believe is only about 25 seconds up the road, so definitely within range with an hour and 13 to go, I should say, rather.
Yeah, it's just, I guess it's just a matter of what you're willing to risk, what you feel you're capable of doing. I mean, the 46 could be doing the same thing, waiting for that pit window to open. It may not even be focused on the 38.
I mean, all it takes is one slight mistake, and that's, for example, the 33 right back into the grasps of the 46 car.
Yeah, definitely. That mistake could come out on track, or maybe speeding on pit road. All these guys would be pushing the limits, and that's when the mistakes are happening. And it does look like at the moment the 38 is losing time. Looks like about 3-4 seconds just in the last lap or so.
Indeed, you're speaking about the pits there. How cautious are you coming to the pit lane?
Well, I mean, when it's something that you practice over and over again, you coming down pit road, you tend to be fairly aggressive. It depends actually what your pit stop plans are. If you're coming in just for fuel, you're going to double stint those tires. You kind of want to slow the car down a little bit beforehand. Locking up is simply not an option. If you lock up and you're going to double stint those tires, you've set yourself up for a pretty long stint, or you'll force yourself to have to take tires. As far as risking the penalty, you just kind of have to trust yourself. Make sure you slow the car down, get the pit road speed limiter on, and yeah, I mean that's when you're in a close battle, that's a way you can make up time or lose a lot of time. The same thing on pit exit as well. I know pit exit is still pretty slick, so you know, I mean, I'm surprised honestly we haven't seen any mistakes on pit exit. That's one thing that I would have expected to have seen by now.
You certainly still see the rooster tails coming up when they go through the pit lane, because obviously the cars don't go through that often, so it's still very slick. There's not much grip at all for these wet tires. But another close battle that we've got at the moment is pardon me, is Marcelli in the Texas Quadra Corsa car, the 68, and Baldwin in the Satellite Racing car. Again, we heard from the Satellite Racing car earlier on. They're having a fantastic race today. Only scored 5 points all season, and they're up in 6th place in class, which will give them 12. So it will almost quadruple their points total from for the season so far.
Oh yeah. I mean, just you'll take what you can get. I mean, in these sort of races, a lot of what it comes down to is just focusing on your own race, watching the standings, especially towards the end of a race. It's usually not a great idea. You stay focused on your own strategy, on your own race, and just in doing that, as far as the race plays out, you know, you really focus on what you can control. The guys like who may not have the best of best of runs or the fastest cars. Um, you tend to just let things fall into place.
But when you are like Baldwin in that satellite racing car, and you can see the car that you're battling ahead of you, you know, just in the distance, how much is that an incentive, or indeed almost like a deterrent in case you push too hard trying to catch them?
Well, it can play mind games, or you can play mind games with yourself. You see a car that you're catching, you can become kind of short-sighted. You start focusing too much on that car ahead. If they make a mistake, you might follow them wide or whatever. And then if you're focusing on them too much, you might lose track of what's going on in your mirror. It's all about rhythm as far as traffic, and when you're racing a car with traffic going on around you, an LMP car, whether it's a 1 or a 2, it can distract your rhythm, and you know it's all about who can get into that rhythm sooner. And you know you could get a little too excited and make a few mistakes, see that gap start to grow, especially if you take a long time to close it down. As soon as you make a mistake and that gap grows, you might start pushing and overdriving your car and making more mistakes.
What did you find when you were getting lapped this week? We got a yellow in the middle sector. That's Vindis in the Atlantic car has gone off in the middle sector. I'll just have a look what happened to him. He's coming out of the Interlagos up into turn 6. Lost the rear end coming into turn 6 and took to the grass and rejoined halfway on the little straight between, rejoined on the little straight between 7 and 8. So just an ever so slight off the track excursion there. But you find sort of like getting towards the end of the race as we are now, you get some sort of fatigue starts setting in.
I mean, you can. You see a lot of these guys actually running fairly long stints. I mean, if you bring only 2 guys to the race, you tend to run 2 or 3 hours at a time. So it's possible. You know, it's not so much physical, but definitely mental and staying focused. Of course, like I said, when things get spread out, staying focused is huge. And then, of course, keeping the car on the track, on the dry parts. Especially in a Corvette or really any GT car, these things, when you make a mistake and they start sliding, it can be hard to save them. So yeah, definitely towards the end of the race, you know, but you definitely find that rhythm as well. And they say you don't want to go into autopilot, but you know, it happens. And when you put in so many laps, when you've done 5 hours, sometimes autopilot works out for you. Your pace might not be that great, but you just, you know, you get into such of a rhythm that just drives itself almost, or that's how it feels.
So, not necessarily think about the 6-hour race, but say longer races, the 12 and the 24. How do you sort out your own life pattern, if you will, for these races? Do you have to block off certain times? Do you have to decide, right, I'm going to sleep now, now, and now, I have to be awake now, you know, set alarms, that sort of thing?
Oh yeah, 24-hour races are obviously a different beast because you got to do, well, I mean, I say this as someone who has these races through basically all of the day. So the 12 hours of Sebring starts at like 10 a.m. for me and then finishes, of course, not too late. So, I mean, it's different for me as far as that goes. I know this race, you know, with the hour difference, if that, you know, the daylight savings is what it's called. Yeah, you kind of do have to plan around a little bit, because at least for me, I have to be up early. And then 24-hour races, you know, you have to delegate who's going to do the night shift, and that can always be tricky because you have to move around a lot of stuff, whether it be your work schedule or personal schedule. It's always something.
We have Mr. Oh, sorry, you
I
go.
apologize. I say it's always something that's doesn't go over too well. Yeah, you want to hang out Saturday? No, I've got a 24-hour race. What? Yeah, you know, it's always interesting trying to explain that one.
Speaking about the longer races, Mr. Anderson, how are you going to approach the 24-hour race?
What, me as a commentator?
Indeed.
Do as much as I'm needed for, go to sleep, wake up, do it again. that test is pretty much as simple as it's getting. I don't know, obviously, where I'm going to be in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Will it be in Room 1? Will it be in Room 2? I'm sure that's going to be sorted out within the administration team, of course. I mean, I'd love to be back in Room 1 for the 24. It's been brilliant being back here, but, you know, it's ultimately, it's not my decision. But,
Commentator booth would be like a revolving door. 24 hours, you're gonna have a lot of people helping out there. Unless, Neil, you're gonna stay up all 24 hours. You gonna try that?
Well, I did it for the 12-hour at Sebring. I think I'm
Right.
going to do it for the 12-hour Le Mans as well. And it might be stupid enough for do it for the 24 as well. We'll just have to see.
Good grief.
Neil, no, plus, no,
What do
that's
you mean,
stupid,
no?
it's silly, it's a drain on your health. I know somebody who tried to and they went to sleep for 7 hours. At a critical time.
Well, I'll try not to do that. I'll have coffee. You see the Mr. Bean in the Mr. Bean's holiday movie when he put his finger in the cigarette lighter in the car? I'll do something similar to that.
It's really not advisable, Neil, from a health and safety point of view.
I don't care.
You sure
Anyway.
it's your health we're talking about?
Back to the race.
I don't want my
Right.
co-commentator dropping dead out of exhaustion after 17 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans. I suggest you don't.
I'll try not to.
Right,
As long as you have backup, it's okay.
I'm all the backup a man could ever want. Or a
Exactly.
woman. I don't discriminate.
It does look like the 46 car is catching McDonald's, and that's interesting to see, as the 38 has been struggling, to say the least, and has fallen back. How many seconds now? 16 seconds since we've last taken a look, so that's a 28-second gap. That's a pretty sizable pace differential, so I would imagine the 46 car focusing solely on the 33, trying to move into that second position. There's still time, although not quite gaining enough it seems like at the moment.
You say that, but when I said when I was talking to you, it was 25 seconds the gap. It's now 18. It seems
That
to be
is
coming
correct.
down at quite the rate.
I will say, I mean, it varies with traffic, of course, so you can't really measure it too much. I mean, you never really know, but I feel like pit strategy is going to be huge as far as getting it right or getting it wrong. That could make all the difference.
It could make a big difference indeed, and it could be a crucial difference. Ultimately, with 63 minutes left to go in this race.
Speak about the differences though, but we saw it hasn't quite worked out yet, but we could see still Taylor's decision to stay on those wet tires could come back to haunt him at the end of the race.
Well, Yuri Kastop's still a while away, let's be honest.
Yeah, I would say Taylor, you know, when you have a gap that large, you can play it safe, and you know, I think a lot of the times in endurance racing, you tend to use up as much of the gap as you feel comfortable using. And I would imagine if they felt like they were in any danger at all, they would have came in earlier. And I trust them. I don't necessarily feel like they're in any danger. However, you use up too much of that gap and you don't really have a lot of room for error, so you never can be too sure.
You're saying about that, I was having a look when Adam Taylor was still on the wet tires, and he was the only one on the TeamSpeak channel, so he didn't actually have anyone there telling him what everyone else was doing.
Yeah, that definitely would have an effect. You're left in the dark of what's going on.
Oh, apparently 19 and 20, yeah, Marsali and Baldwin. Satellite versus Texas Squadron Coursing. Baldwin goes through Casino del Lago. Lovely move from the Satellite racing driver. Moves himself up in position. Now goes behind Marcel Offermans. And Marcel himself is fourth in class, so fifth for Baldwin.
I mean, you could see, I mean, in that move right there, Baldwin right at the inside, but you had to play it close to the best. I mean, he really wasn't given a lot of room. Marcelli making sure, like I said, driving with the elbows out, didn't really want to give up the position, but didn't defend all too harshly. Again, really pinching him to the apex, though.
Yeah, just pinched him a bit there, and, well, it worked. He went through. It was a clean move at the end of the day. And, well, managed to get himself into the position that he wanted to be in. Jimmy Broadbent just gets himself past. He done lapping himself, well, lapping them rather. Has only got an off. That is the GT car that's gone off at Young Cow. I don't know who, it's Marius Nikolai. So bad to worse for him and Atlantic Motorsports. Had that problem before. Now he's gone off again. And it's not really going to help him in any capacity, this. But the time ticks down now. And, well, we're about to get into what is my personal favourite part of the race. It's the part of the race where things, when I've been involved, always go a little bit crazy. We have 60 minutes to go. It's time for what the Japanese call Kenyoku no Toki. That's right, it's the Power Hour. It's back. It comes home to Room 1. It's a bit of a homecoming, this one, really, because it was in Room 1 where I invented it, so... Get your beers out, get your drinks out, it's time. It's also time for an hourly update, which, should we give it to Joe, Nathan?
Definitely not. I will say, though,
let's not give it to
McDonald did come in the pits, so we do have a change for the P2, if that makes any sense.
It makes absolute sense.
There you
and
go.
It's also the prime time to launch into an hourly update. So, Adam Taylor leads affairs with 60 to go in that Team Virus car. The number 4, then it's Yuri Kazdorp for Vela Simsport, a lap behind, but not out of it. Boy Milan, 3rd in the Monaco number 7. Then it is Jimmy Broadbent in the 22 GNS car, plagued by bad luck, but still fighting. Ethan Patty rounds out your top 5 in the number 2 GHR Audi. Then, in the P2 class, Stefan Holtzkamp at the pits at the moment. Nicholas Pobadnik, though, 2nd in the Seawolf Netrace Motorsport car. Then Sam McDonald, 3rd in the Vela Simsport 33. Paul Schumann, 4th in the 38 Champion Racing car with no front bumper. And Vincenzo Capello rounds out your top 5 in the number 40 car. We then move to our GTs. Daniel Almeida leads in the 94 Vela Simsport. Then it is Heiko Korvenbach, the mighty German, in the 3 wide, number 77. Then it is Boyd Bryson in a fantastic race for Flatline Racing in the 53. Marcel Offermans is 4th in class in the sim racing for Holland car. Running out your field in the top 5 at least is Adam Baldwin in 64. Then Manuel Marcelli 6th for Texas Quadricorse. Then in 7th is Bram Balin in the pits at the moment for SLVN. Number 72, Martin Bindis is in 8th in class. Matthias Grau 9th in the P1 Logitech and running at your top 10. Jonas Raivio for Velis Sim Sports. So there you go, final rFactor 2 Audi update. We have 58 to go, and Neil Heatley's about to say something.
Just quickly having a look to see what happened to Newman in that Champion Racing car.
Oh,
I'll just go back and see what happened to him.
Please do, Neil, as I'm about to crack open the yogurt. It's, you know, as a thing now in the Power Hour, you have to have yogurt. But yeah.
Yogurt with dumplings?
I've already had me damn dumplings. I'm having the blubber yogurt.
I see.
This is better. This is a drink.
Interesting. Okay. What on earth has he done?
Has he made a grave error?
He's. I'm still going back. He's already passed the pit lane without a front bumper once.
Oh dearie me.
Oh, there we go. It was coming into turn. That's turn 10, isn't it? The second of the right-handers in the infield. And he just got onto the wet line on the outside, then went into the tyre bars on the left-hand side.
Yeah, that is a weird one. That is a weird one. Either way, he's still in the pits, so that must be serious damage. Don Barmbach has joined him in the number 95 car. So, at this point in time, it's pretty much academic that unless a disaster befalls Adam Taylor, he's probably going to win this race.
Don't say that! Jesus Christ, Josh!
I mean, he's a lap ahead of Yuri Kazdorp. I mean, on pace alone, he's got it, but anything can happen in an endurance race. I'm just saying, on pace alone, he's probably got it.
You say that, but when we were doing the VLMS race at Estoril last time round, you commentated on how well the Reelers racing car was doing, then it immediately binned and DNF'd.
Okay, right, I'll make you a deal. I will eat a hat if Team Virus do not win this race.
And what if they do? You like eat a shoe, maybe?
Then I can be smug. Alright, so there's a bet going on now, and I may actually have backed myself into something that I don't want to be doing. But yeah, let's see what the result of this race is.
Only got yourself to blame if it does happen.
Mind you, I didn't say what hat I would eat. It could be a chocolate one, so I can make it quite nice for myself. But really, I am the winner in this scenario. I shouldn't be drinking that yogurt. Anyway, yeah. As it stands, there's 55 minutes to go or so in this race, and we have a race on, at least between Cosimo Straponi and James Wilson, but it's to get James Wilson to overlap himself, just like before.
And Ethan Patty has came into the pits in the number 2 car. It'll be really touch and go if they can make the end of the race on only this stop.
It'll be interesting to see if they can do. We'll have to wait and see ultimately. Straponi at the moment still trying to fend off Wilson, and he's trying to unlock himself really well here. We saw this before. It ended in contact from Cosimo's part, but Wilson should be all right in terms of unlapping himself if he can do. But we saw this before, didn't we? And it didn't quite end well, but it's always nice to see people try. Wilson, though, down the inside here. Straponi's got a bad exit, and that's let Wilson through.
Classic move out of Young Cow. Just a lot of passing is also trying to force the driver in front of you into a mistake.
Yeah, that's how passes can be done. It's completely legitimate, and well, in this case, James Wilson employed that. He's now unlapped himself on the same HQ car. Ethan Patty's actually just coming out of the pits, so he'll be within the lap traffic as well. Wilson goes through, Straponi does not, although Cosimo might try and unlap himself on Ethan Patty. Could be interesting to see how this ends out. I don't think he might not have it on pace, but he can try.
It's going to be very interesting. The gap between GNS and... I was going to say the gap between GNS and Borja Milan, but of course it's 5 laps still, isn't it? But, yeah, I'd say the closest battle on track at the moment is between Baldwin and Marcelli, is it not?
It full well may well be. There's only about 6 seconds in it. So you may be right on that one, actually.
Although that battle most likely is already
Oh,
resolved
mind
as
you!
Baldwin has taken the position.
Patty has just gone off the track. Straponi, therefore, has unlapped himself. James Wilson in all this is miles ahead, but a slight error from Ethan Patty there. It goes to show, while the track may be drying up, it's not completely dry in places.
Indeed, he tried to go up the inside of a GT car to lap him, but he had to take the inside line and just completely misjudged what velocity he needed to make the corner.
Well, yeah. I've just seen that Thomas Jacobs says, I should have been dared to eat steak, then I might have hesitated. Thomas Jacobs, you cruel man. You cruel, cruel man, you. Right, okay, let's forget that ever happened, but yeah, as you were saying, just a simple mistake, and he's gone off a bit, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. Straponi in the pits, though. And I assume that this is just going to be a standard stop. Although I do see Nicky Jakovic, Adam Hodgkins, and Sean Campbell waiting, so I assume those are driver swaps for Champion, Virus, and for DHR.
I did say earlier, did I not, that I thought they might put Jakovic into the Virus car for the last stint.
And they appear to be doing just that. Ultimately, I think that is going to be the plan. So, well called Neil Heatley as, again, that's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, because you know how quick Nicky Jakovic is, and, oh, Yuri Castro getting hit.
Oh my goodness, Marius Nikolai just had a massive moment ahead of Castorp.
I was about to say he was getting held up a bit there, but oh, what a drift he had. And then Yuri Castro sits behind him for about 2 seconds, goes, nah, and overtakes him.
A fantastic drift there from Nikolai.
Well, I tell you what, Keiichi Tsuchiya award goes to him for sure. That much can be said. Oh, does it go to Oscar Hardwick? Ooh, that's a good choice, actually. Who gets the Drift King award? Does
Would
Oscar
definitely
Hardwick?
give it to Oscar.
Oscar did it in the front-wheel drive, though, so that's cheating.
But he also did it on a very slick part of the track. No one drives out there. It wasn't dry at all.
It's not a proper drift if it's not done in a front-wheel drive car. That's the rules.
I don't agree to those rules.
Oh, wow. Okay, then, we'll settle this democratically. People in the comments, Oscar Hardwick or Marius Nikolai, who wins the Drift King award? We can't obviously make a decision, so you'll have to. Mind you, in the last 2 instances I remember when democracy reigned, it firstly it caused Brexit, and I remember an instance of democracy killed Jesus Christ as well, so maybe this isn't the best strategy.
What? What? What?
Well, remember Pontius Pilate, he asked the people what they wanted and they voted to kill Jesus.
Oh boy. Well,
Okay, again, I believe you've gone slightly off track.
No,
Yes.
it's perfectly acceptable to quote the Bible during an endurance race.
very off track.
Anyway,
Yeah,
Adam
Adam
Taylor
Taylor
is still leading this race. I'm just wondering when he's going to come into the pits.
He's just done it.
Yes.
Round, actually.
Neil, you missed it, he's just done it, man.
That's because my game may or may not just be on time delay.
He's making his final pit stop. Should be, he said, smooth sailing from here on out, as I believe Kasdorp will have another pit stop to make himself, wouldn't he?
Well, this will be a driver swap to Yuri, not Yuri, it'll be Blummin Jakovic. Nicky Jakovic, that's who it's going to be. Yes, I thought Yuri Kasdorp was the Team Virus driver. It always seems to be the last hour when I lose control of my mental function, doesn't it?
Not just the last hour that you lose control of your mental function, but indeed it appears that Jakovic is now in the car. Can Yuri Kasdorp... Oh, of course, the Vela Simsport car will still have to make a stop, won't they?
He'll get out. Don't actually get out, no. But yeah, that is going to be interesting to see how this goes. I mean, Kasdorp's just going to gain time now, and yeah, he's going to gain time on Taylor. Taylor's going to have to deal with, not Taylor actually. Oh, James Wilson just parked in front of him, and Nicky Jakovic has had to reverse to get out of his pit box. Well, that's some fancy parking from James Wilson, I'll give him that. But Jakovic won't be pleased.
It all depends on where your pit stop is and how close the boxes are. Because I know at Interlagos, to fit 40 cars into this pit lane, all the boxes need to be hilariously close together.
And they are.
Thing is though, Wilson didn't try and straighten up. He just parked it, and then Jakovic had to reverse. But you know, I think that is it's an interesting way to park. But if it's legitimate, then fair enough.
It's the only way you can really park it is it's extremely tight. So you definitely don't want to misjudge it and try and stick the car, you know, straight on the money and you know, straight perfect in the box, because if you do, you risk running into the car that's stationary just in front of you. So yeah, that's why you see everyone coming in at a very strange angle.
Either way, Adam Hodgkinson's in that car now. He's going to exit the pits, and DHR now have Hodgkinson in the number 3, and he's going to go and do some driving. Nicholas Papanik goes in as well for the number 46 Seawolf Netrace Motorsports car, and he will obviously make his pit stop now as well. I don't think there's going to be a driver change there, to be honest with you. So he'll stay in the car. Stefan Holtzkamp though still leads in LMP2, and it could be a great win for Magenta Warriors if this keeps up. Though Sam McDonald's on the same lap, he is currently rounding turn 4, and Holtzkamp is around turn 1. So that's basically a lap.
It's basically like 3/4 of a lap, isn't it?
Yeah, and of course, if Magenta Warriors win this race, it will mean it's actually the first win of the season. Surprisingly. They have not won a race yet. The best they've gotten is 16 points, so that is about 4th place. And this will be a win for them at this rate.
Indeed, I must say, Almeida in that Almeida in that Vela Simsport car has been absolutely unmoved by Calvin Baxter just being only half a minute behind him.
Yeah, and you know, there's not much in it really between them. So, oh, Boyd Bryson's had a sight off there, but nothing major, of course. Just saving it, and of course, any off-track areas are still absolutely soaking wet with rain because no cars have been driving over them. So, you go off there, it's going to hurt you doubly as much. I was kind of hoping Neil was going to say something there, but he didn't. But still, you're going on
Do you
strike
have the driver's
now,
stop
aren't you,
at the
Neil?
46?
Oh, the 46. Yes, that is the... Oh!
That's third in class. That is the Seawolf car.
Yeah, that's Bjorn Vollmeyer, and Vollmeyer is... what's happened with him. He's trying to chase down Sam McDonald, obviously, but he's got traffic to deal with. That's a very nice liveryed car, isn't it?
Yeah.
That gap
Yes.
has grown.
Very nice livery. It's got the blue, it's got the yellow, it's got the white. Very striking, but very nice at the same time.
But indeed, as Joe Nathan said just there, the gap grew between McDonald and Velmar.
Something like 30, 40 seconds. That's yeah, that's almost a lap. It looks like it is definitely not the way things were left before. I wonder. I mean, maybe McDonald is double stinting those tires. It's probably what happened.
It's looking
Perhaps.
more like third place for them at this point, isn't it? Really, I mean,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's not like they're going to be challenging for second unless McDonald or Holtzcam has a problem. So, third place though, still very respectable for Seawolf in that race, and it's going to bolster the championship position. They are currently, of course, fourth place, and they're going to get about 18 points out of this, or 20 points. So, I think they are going to get 18. So that's going to put them on 113 points. And
With
considering
there's about 20 minutes to go. I'll do the maths to see what the standings are going to be at the end of this race.
Yep, quick maths, Neil. You get on with that, man. Huey Castorp, though, comes into the pits for Vela Sim Sport for what I believe will be no driver change, because he's just gotten in that car, obviously. I knew that. Nicky Jagovic, though, going to be taking that car at the end of the race, I believe. And Boy Milan as well, mind. So it's not just them. One Agor are in too. Interesting, some strategies we've seen this race, though. Definitely nice use of the hard tyre as well.
Indeed, with such an abrasive track that Interlagos is, you really need to use the hard tyre. At least if you want to double stint the tyres.
It's not
Yeah,
often
definitely.
we see it seen, but we are seeing it seen today. And of course, at Le Mans,
What?
we'll see the super special, super hard. This tyre will never run out endurance tyre. Now, thinking about it, right? Are they ever going to run out on the GNS car? Will it be able to do 24 hours on a set of rear tyres? There's some food for thought for you. But yeah, the super hard endurance tyre, the Le Mans special, as it were, that's going to be interesting, purely because of the lap length. Are we going to see teams using it? Well, we are, aren't we?
Really, you've got to use it to at least like double or treble stint the tyres.
Yeah, because Le Mans is such a long lap, so, and it's so many corners and Porsche curves. It's going to be crucial, the super endurance tyre, and it's going to be interesting seeing it in use come the race.
The teams will find out. I mean, they do a lot of an extraordinary amount of testing, so they'll find out what is the best tire as far as making it last for 24 hours. I'm sure that may not exactly be the main concern. It just depends, you know, if it's worth it. You know, the time you lose over a course of a lap. We're on a track like a Le Mans. It most likely will be worth it, though.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think it probably will be worth it in the end. You know, you've got to be careful with tyre preservation and stuff like that during the course of an endurance race. As Cosimo Straponi in the pits now for CMHQ, or rather coming out of them. So he is out of the pits and stuff going on with them.
Here's a question for you, Joe. Pardon me.
Mhm.
How much faster is there a brand new set of tyres as opposed to a one stint new set of tyres?
I mean, it just depends on how you take care of them. If you are pushing as hard as you can, by the end of the stint, especially with our setup at least, the front tires are going to be very easy to overheat. You get to the corner and then it just kind of starts to slide, so you lose a lot of time in the second sector, about like 2 seconds if you really abuse them. So it can be a pretty big difference. If you take care of the tires, you can double stint and lose about a second, maybe, just depends. And that's with the hard tire, of course.
Yeah, and that is with the hards, of course. And, well, you know, the hard tyre, you don't get as much grip, but it lasts significantly longer than the softs and the mediums. And we've seen teams use it to double or triple stint before. You've got to do that in the Lagos, obviously. A couple of mod will be using the super endurance tyre, but, yeah.
Maintaining the tire temperature, making sure they're not overheating. That usually, with the hard tire, is the main thing that you have to be concerned about. Because you can overheat a tire and it still have 90% of the tread remaining. So managing, making sure you're not sliding around too much. You can push, slide the rear around, slide the front. You can gain lap time that way using the maximum slip angle. Your tires will not last though, and they will be a pain. Like you can really grind down the tires just through temperature alone.
Yeah, that can happen, and with an abrasive track like Interlagos, it gets exacerbated. Neil, I'm not sure whether you've done any practice or any test running around this track, but you seem to know from experience it's quite abrasive.
Is it just sort of like generally, watching races over the years, Interlagos just is really abrasive for some reason. I think it's because you've got so much accelerating and braking while turning and while using that weight shift as well.
And turns like turn 2, or 3, I don't know. That long left-hander to start off the lap. You're trying to find as much rear grip as you can, and that's definitely one area where you'll use up that right front or right rear a little more extensively than you would on say like a different track. So you got areas like that, and then the long up left-hander or right-hander rather, where you're using up the left front tire. Those high-speed corners, it's definitely where you add a lot of temperature to the tires as well as grind them down.
Yeah, temperature, of course, you overheat your tires to give less grip. Less grip means more understeer. More understeer means more tire heat. It's a slippery slope, really, that you've got to negotiate. And I'm sure that JNS will be experiencing that in the front-wheel drive Nissan even more than anybody else. But still, it is difficult to deal with sometimes. But dealing with it, they are doing, and they have done very well throughout this race.
Yeah, and when I've said it before, when you're double stinting, triple stinting, whatever you're doing, taking care of the tires under braking as well, you lock them up, that could be a very long-lasting effect. I mean, obviously it adds more heat to the tires, but flat spotting is never a fun thing. It's a distraction, and you need as few of those as you can manage.
Yeah, you just got to get on with it, I guess. Flat spots, such a pain in terms of performance and stuff. Oh, Bob Brake got close to Jack Mix there. But yeah, such a pain in terms of overall performance and that, and that can distract you. They can cause actual tyre grip problems because they're not fully round tyres. You've got lumpy bits throwing you off, suspension jump, and of course suspension failure for Kimi Räikkönen in Formula 1 once. But
right,
yeah, flat spots are really bad things. So don't ever have them. Just don't have flat spots.
You might be seeing some of these guys using the brake bias, changing that around corner to corner. Like you said, Neil, braking while cornering, having a slightly more rearward brake bias for those corners would be pretty helpful. I think a lot of these corners are flowing enough. You see a lot of these fast guys probably pushing the limits on how far they can have those brakes towards the rear. That's where a lot of time can be gained.
Yeah, lots of gains can be made, and if you nurse your tyres well enough, you can extend the life, and life is life in endurance racing. Well, when I say life, tyre life is actual, stint life, and stint life can make the difference. So, be a good driver in endurance racing, and you'll get the rewards. And I'm not just talking about safety rating.
You say that keeping about tyres. John Davis in that undercover sim racing car just had a crash that lasted for about 5 seconds till he eventually spun out. Just round outside, turn 6 again. Just lost the rear end and tank slapped it all the way to turn 8 and spun on the exit of turn 8. It was rather majestic how he managed to hold on the car for that long.
Yeah, that is good car control. In fact, I'm going to go have a look because we might have another nominee for the Kaichi Shishiro award at this rate. Where was it? Where you lost and then had a crash? If it ended in a crash or a spin, then it kind of doesn't count. Oh yeah, it was through. Oh yeah, it was coming into the same turn Oscar Hardwick did. But then he slid and slid a bit more and then spun and then Turned around. No, that's not really a candidate for the award, unfortunately. Jordan, you tried, mate, but it wasn't good enough.
Jacobs now in the pits, in the 53 Flatline Racing car.
Yeah, well, Thomas Jacobs is actually coming out of the pits in that car, to be honest. Maybe he's just gotten in recently, because boy, Bryson was in the last time I checked. So Jacobs is a recent addition to that Corvette. Drove in the cut team last year, of course, so not recent, but in terms of this race, recent. Either way, Sean Campbell is still in the pits without a front bumper. That champion car has been in for a while now. That can't be healthy.
Yeah, he has been in for quite a while now. It's dropped all the way down. It's now 6th in class, isn't it?
As is Broadbent.
As is Broadbent. Is he in the pits as well?
Yep, Jimmy is. You can see the red, blue and white GNS car. The Nissan there in, and he's in the pits. No damage though, just the tyres not properly. Gonna put on a new set of super hard, durable, ultra slick, super compound tyres, as he, well, you might translate from Japanese to English. Gonna put those on to take him to the end of the race.
That should be good for him. It'll just be filling it up with fuel, and just just essentially filling it up with fuel until the end. He's got nothing to lose. He's 5 laps down ahead on the car ahead, 2 laps ahead of the car behind. It's just driving for the last half hour. A nice Sunday drive for Jimmy Broadbent here.
Didn't look like he actually took tyres. Actually, it looked like it was just a fuel stop. So, yeah, obviously, lots of stuff going on there. Actually, point of interest. Look at the attrition rate. We've only lost 7 cars from this race. That's actually pretty good.
And I imagine, I mean, you mentioned a Sunday drive, watching some of these prototypes navigate, the LMP1 specifically, navigating some GT traffic. They're very polite about it, you could say. Of course, nothing to really gain here by being aggressive. They're, it's a Sunday drive, taking it easy. I would imagine we're not going to see any more attrition from here, besides any like solo accidents, solo spins.
I mean, sometimes in this race it's been about drivers just minding their own races rather than minding anybody else. And, well, speaking of drivers, with about half an hour to go in this race, I think it's about time we started looking at drivers and teams of the day. So, I'll go to you first, Joe Nathan, since we're talking to you. Is there any teams or drivers that you would give your reward to?
I mean, it's tough for me to pick out just because I've been halfway through, I've been paying attention, but I mean, really just the resilience from the 22 team has been fairly impressive. I mean, with all that's gone wrong with them, they're still running 4th, they're still running, and that's what I think is really important. And they were always competitive from start to finish. Just really anyone who's stuck around to be in the top 5. I think we've mentioned Baldwin, the number 64 GT car. They're on pace to set a great finish, and in fact, they're running 4th. Although that might change. Yep, just did.
Just
they'll be
came into
5th.
the pits, yep.
But a top 5, that's still huge for a team. If you've not finished in the top 5, that's a big confidence boost. And this is a 6-hour race, so you're going to see more attrition in the 24 hours. Just really teams that are, keeping their heads down and staying focused, of course, no matter the circumstances. Any team that's made it this far has done a great job navigating traffic and changing conditions. So really, it's hard to pick one specific team.
Yeah, very difficult to pick one team specifically. Any particular drivers teams of the day for you, Neil Higby?
I think my car of the day has to be that satellite racing car. They've had a horrid season up to now, as Ryan Walker, we had in earlier, said they were just hoping to maybe get a top 10. But here they are in 5th place. A fantastic drive for them today, and it will have to be that number 64 satellite racing car.
That's funny. We're not going to choose the same car. I know Joe Nathan mentioned the GNS car. You're mentioning the satellite racing car. I'm also going to pick a GT, but it's going to be the number 77.3 wide. Because, in a race where people have criticised, and we may have criticised the prototype entry, the 3-wide GT car has just gone on with it. They've had a race. They've not messed about. They're 2nd in class. They're going to have a very, very respectable result. And they're going to go, quite well. They're 5th in the championship now. They're going to get a significant amount of points. and they're going to deserve them. There you go. We've all come out with different winners.
And since you've actually mentioned the 77 car, I mean, from personal experience, they've run a pretty clean race, pretty solid. I know, I've spent way too many laps stuck behind that 77 car before I got tangled with a P2. I mean, you know, just running consistent laps, like I've said earlier, not focusing on what's going on around you, as far as the standings, and just letting things fall into place. And you know, 37 seconds or so behind the lead GT car, that is very a good position to be in. Of course, P2 always. You know, it may not be the end goal.
First loser.
First loser, right? If you're not first, you're last. But you know, I mean, you take what you can get, and P2 is definitely a great finish. But it's not over, and if there is a mistake from the 94 car, the 77 set themselves up to be in potentially striking distance.
Yeah, potentially striking distance. So, you know, there's still a chance. While we're on the topic of the three-wide, delivery is phenomenal.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Really striking.
It was a pleasure to be stuck behind that car.
It does look lovely. So there we go then. We've all come out with different winners for the driver stroke team of the race. We can't just come to a unanimous conclusion. Let me tell the Travelers Martis Voitala! Oh, when he spins it! Almost a candidate for the GTO award, but it doesn't quite come out that way. If he'd held that, he would have been up there with the candidates. But speaking of which, I think the community voted
Oh my
and
goodness.
Oscar Hardwick won that. So well done, Oscar.
Yeah, there you go. A mistake there from the 77. It's not something we've seen yet, I don't think. By the way, does Oscar get a medal for that, or a cookie, or
What
something?
he gets my personal respect. And
there
that's
you
worth
go.
more than anything. He wins the
Yeah.
KTGCO award for glorious drifting, and that should be enough.
There you go. Yep.
It is absolutely no surprise this goes to JNS, of course.
All of these guys, they're all racing for your respect, so, you know, that's the ultimate goal. They're not here to win, right?
No, they just want me to like them.
Exactly. Set some mean drifts and get some respect. That's what it's all about.
Honestly, mean drifts don't just earn my respect. By default, everybody has it until he loses it.
I see.
I must say... Sorry, you go.
Really, they're just racing for racing's sake, because everyone already has it.
There you go.
I must say, often teams use the rear of their car to put messages on. For example, in my touring car that I'm using for a different league, I've got branding on the rear bumper. I know in the 12 Hours of Bathurst, someone put the face of Ainsley Harriott on the back bumper. But I have just noticed that the satellite racing car does have Hi Mum on the back of the car. So
I've been noticing that for the last 6 hours.
I think
Just
that's
now noticed that.
Yes.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness.
There you go. Neil Heatley making a very intelligent observation, ladies and gentlemen, because he must report he's just had an off, but he's been overtaken by Adam Hodgkinson as well. DHR up to 6th place now. Thomas Jacobs is existing, but Hodgkinson avoids him. But yeah, just under half an hour to go now in this race, and it's been a lovely 6 and a bit, well, it would have been a lovely 6 hours of Interlagos in half an hour. It's been a lovely 5.5 hours of Interlagos in the meantime.
It has been. It's been a very exciting race. It's really had everything. It's had close battles. It's had the downpour that you so often get into Lagos halfway through the race. The sudden downpour, the drying track, seeing who's going to be better. Drama with the GNS car and everyone else. It's just been a rather exciting race.
Well, let's just see how the rest of it pans out. I guess it has been a solid and exciting race. It has been an utter pleasure to be back in room 1 again, I must say. Obviously, I would normally be in room 2, and I love doing that just as much. But I was needed today, I turned up, and I've loved being back in room 1. It has been an utter pleasure, and hopefully I can be in room 1 more in the future. But it's not my call, as I said before. I'm just here to do what people tell us to talk about. With artistic license, of course.
With artistic license, of course.
Yeah, because I can say stuff, but it's going to be with me own northern flair, right? Marcel Offerman's pits in the sim racing for Holland car. That's probably racing related. We should talk about the racing.
You can see him coming on the pit road. He locked him up pretty badly.
Now, I'm going to watch that. Actually, no. He didn't stop. So I think there's a drive-through being done, maybe for track limits. Now, isn't that ironic? Mr. Studio 397 falling to the track limit penalties.
Oh, is it? It was just a straight drive-through, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was.
track
No.
limits. I think track limits are speeding in the pit lane, but there you go. Marcel Hoffman's experiencing his own simulation.
So that does give Baldwin the position, although
does.
Offerman's isn't too far
It does.
behind.
Baldwin goes through.
So it's
Baldwin
P4.
up into 4th.
Yeah,
Incredible, just taking care of your stuff, staying out of trouble.
there you go.
And now you just gotta, like I said, stay focused on your own race. Don't worry about what the 52 is doing. I mean, if Offerman's does catch up, Baldwin can make that decision.
It's fine. Baldwin was getting taken out by a P2 car there. It's the bright green and black one. I think it was flatlight.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
he was
boy.
getting very close to Delgado there, but no
He was getting
contact.
to know
Yeah.
him personally. Let's put it that
Right.
way.
Yeah, Baldwin though still going, as is Delgado. So yeah, racing still going on. Marcel Hoffman's a bit of catching up to do, but yeah.
Does look like that is the closest battle on the track. Definitely one to keep an eye on.
And it's in that class as well.
Correct. Yes.
So it won't be the closest battle for long, but at present it is the closest battle.
I'm just waiting for the next lap to see what Offermans can offer in relation to Baldwin. That's when Offermans was essentially his last lap was essentially his out lap, if you will. So just got
Right.
to see what he can respond with. We may get a very nice, tasty battle to finish off the 6 hour of Interlagos.
Will it be as tasty as the pizza nearly ate? Well, that's the question. That's
This
the
is
question.
what? Sorry?
Will
The-
it
the
be
pizza.
as will it
Oh,
be
the
as
pizza.
tasty?
How would you rate your pizza? 0 through 10. 10 being pretty good. 0 being not that good.
I ate it, it was a pizza, it was quite good, it wasn't too great, solid 7. Not enough meat or barbecue sauce.
A solid 7 from Neil
Barbecue
Heaney.
sauce.
There you go.
Canestraccio was hilariously twitchy through the Senate S that time round, I believe. It certainly looked like he had a bit of a handful going down there, but with Davis and number 50 coming in yet again, no idea what that's for.
Yes,
But indeed,
Straponi in as well.
This is Marcel Offerman's first flying lap after that drive-through. Let's see what he can offer Baldwin.
Yeah, what's Baldwin going to have on his plate? It's a Marcel Offerman's, but what lap time is he going to put out? He's going to cross the line. He does a 1:32.414. So
Gained a half a second to that previous lap in Baldwin.
well, come back
That's
on.
a good rate.
Come back on, maybe. Baldwin is just coming down the back straight, and Offerman's going into the back straight now. Not that much in it, you know. He's only got 23 minutes.
And of course,
think the
catching
gap
is one thing, passing is another.
The gap between the two at the moment is about 4.5 seconds. If it's half a second a lap, that's 9 laps. About a minute 30, that I make that about 13.5 minutes. We might have a very interesting battle in the last 10 minutes, in the last 5-10 minutes. For
Seems
that
less
fourth
than that
position
now.
in class.
I'm seeing
Well,
3.2.
Yeah,
Again,
this
it might
could...
just be swings and roundabouts. It might be that the satellite racing car is faster in a straight line than the sim racing for Holland Cup. We just need to see next time they cross the line.
It just
Well,
depends on what you
maybe.
set your car up for.
Well, maybe we can go on board with the sim racing for Holland car as he chases down Alan Baldwin, does Marcel Offerman. That would be a nice thing to do, wouldn't it? We've already had an on-board lap with the GT, so I doubt we're going to do another one. But just for reference's sake, let's see where Offerman is in terms of Baldwin. I mean, it would be interesting to see, right?
Baldwin just did a 34.1, a slow lap from him. Offerman's a 32.8, 1.2 seconds that last lap.
There's 3.1 in it and it stands. Look how close you can see Baldwin now. That is just going to really drive Marcel to catch him.
Indeed, it's going to certainly seem the next person in front of you pushes you on to catch him, especially if you know you're about the same pace as him or ever so slightly faster.
Yeah, you know, if you know you're there on pace, then go for it. By all means, please do. But, you know, how else are you going to make track positions up? That is the question. But, yeah. Marcel Hoffman's really going to work in this Corvette at the moment. Trying to catch up Adam Baldwin.
But it's
And I
also...
imagine... Go ahead.
No, you go.
I was going to say, I imagine Offerman's is going to be fairly confident around here, so he's not going to be, you know, too stingy about the racing line. But I wonder how Baldwin's going to be attacking the next few laps, whether he is going to be eager to, you know, make sure he gets the preferred line every time.
That's the question. Will he get preferred line? And we're going to check the lap times, of course, because that's important to do. At the moment, though, the gap to Baldwin is coming down ever so slightly. It's 3 seconds dead.
So let's have a look this time round. It's a 32.7 for Baldwin.
Hoffman's response.
32.2.
Yeah, so he's quicker.
Responds with the 32.2.
He's quicker, so it's all about catching him. 2.4. The gap has come down big time, but then comes straight back up again.
Again, it's all about what you set up your car for. Joe, looking forward to Le Mans. They're speaking about sort of like passing. What is your car going to look for in terms of setup, and where are you going to find the most passing at Le Mans?
That's a very good question. I'm not too familiar with Le Mans. I've not really spent any large amount of time there. A lot of difference in downforce levels is where you're going to be seeing the passing. As far as, you know, the straight line slipstream is going to be a huge help, and you might see a few passes just based on slipstream alone, but you never know. It's just, you know, different setup theories. Although a lot of people are going to be running negative rear wing, that's for sure.
Lift, nice bit of lift.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it didn't really work out in this race with the the 76 Ferrari flying around, but you never know. I mean, Le Mans is a different track.
Well, I've never noticed a car that would actually set up the rear wing to provide lift, but it's an interesting strategy, that's for certain. You'd expect it would provide downforce, but maybe you want lift if you want a high-speed track.
Well, I mean, as far as the setup menu and the rear wing values, a lot of teams are maximizing, especially even here. They're trying to maximize the straight line speed. One of the best ways to do that is run a negative rear wing value. I think for this race, in the dry, we were running a rear wing of 1 because we were more set up for the second sector. But as far as what other teams are running, you know, we were struggling in the straight line. So I imagine they could be running as high as or as low as, rather, like -8.
Well,
it's possible.
I wouldn't even so much as dare do that. You know, the only time I'd want lift is on an airstrip.
Well, I mean, when you set up with that low of a rear wing, you compensate in other ways with the setup. So you're looking for that straight line speed, and you definitely give up a lot of grip in return. You have a rear wing that low, upper right, uphill double right-hander. That's one place where you're really going to struggle because you rely so much on that rear wing to provide rear grip, and without it, you'll be all over the place. You'll be all sorts of sideways, and that is an easy place to not only lose control, but definitely lose your front bumper or what have you.
You don't want to be doing that in a race because that costs you downforce, especially if you're a prototype where there's downforce aplenty. I mean, losing the front corner off that usually means recourse to the pit lane, but in a GT you can pretty much get away with it, I guess, unless you really do have to come in.
Yeah, it usually, I mean, the GTs are going to prefer to have as much downforce as possible within the setup that you're running, just because, I mean, it's so limited as it is. You're seeing Offerman's, he's catching up to Baldwin. Slipstream and dirty air is going to play a role here. We might see Offerman's make a few mistakes as he catches up and gets some dirty air from Baldwin. This is going to be an interesting one, just seeing Baldwin's approach.
Yeah, Baldwin's approach to this is going to be an interesting one to watch, and well, as he battles Offermans, who is trying to catch up and in fact succeeding. He's 1.6 seconds behind. I mean, to see how he deals with them.
Yeah, and the last lap between the two of them was essentially identical.
Yeah, you see, as I just saw on the stream, the Atlantic Motorsport LMP2 flashing little lights at the 64, just letting him know that the LMP2 is there. You see, guys usually they might leave a little bit of room. You see an LMP car flashing lights, usually means I'm coming up the inside. Baldwin not fazed by that, so this is kind of that point in the race that I mentioned before where if you're Baldwin, you just kind of hope everyone knows what kind of situation you're in. Make sure, you know, that they're aware that you're not really interested in giving up any sort of time at all, because naturally you're giving up time to Offermans and you need every 10th you can get.
If I was Adam Baldwin, I'd be looking very carefully out the rear view mirrors at the moment, and in fact, if I'm looking out the back of the camera, the rear facing camera on Baldwin's car. Offermans is just getting closer, closer, closer and closer to him. It must be cause for concern at this point.
But indeed, that last round, Baldwin actually gained 3/10 on Offerman, so every single 10th that he can gain is certainly going to be helpful, especially with, again, it's just the ebbs and flows of where you catch traffic, especially in these GT cars, is where you have to let them by.
Especially in certain parts of the track. Like the double up, you see right there, actually, the number 2 DHR prototype being patient there. He might be aware of what the 64 is dealing with, because you know you don't want to meddle with those race with the other guys' race, going side by side in any stretch. That double right-hander. It's going to cost the GT a lot of time, especially to the car behind.
Offermans goes a little bit wide through turn 11 there.
Yeah, just a little bit, but he's going to have the run down for Young Cow, and well, that Ferrari, let's see what sort of speeds it's hitting on the straight. I'm going to keep an eye on Baldwin's VMAX, as well. Offermans and Baldwin vie for position on these final laps of the VEC 6000 at Lagos. About 250 something, I think, for Baldwin, though I wasn't checking, though maybe in the Interlagos will be a better reference point.
Indeed, well, no, the speed trap for Interlagos is actually coming into turn 1. So that must be the terminal velocity of these cars around this track. But indeed, Baldwin gained half a second. Offerman's going wide again at Curve de Sol in turn 3. Perhaps the pressure is starting to get to Marcel Offermans.
It did look like there that heading into turn 1, Baldwin had 268 and Offerman, if not 268, 267. So they seem to be fairly equal there.
I would have imagined the Corvette and Ferrari both quite all-rounders, even though the Corvette has a 7-litre V8 and the Ferrari only 4.5 litres. You know, they are quite evenly matched in this sense, although I imagine the Corvette has more torque, so better acceleration.
And they both are dealing with the same amount of traffic as far as cars ahead of them. I mean, Baldwin might be a little closer to lap traffic, but as far as slipstream and dirty air goes, they're dealing with about the same amount. So there's not really like a slipstream advantage or disadvantage, you could say, for Offermans at this point. Although you can imagine Baldwin, you know, the same thing as I've been saying with the approach. You might be flashing that light, trying to get by as quickly as possible. You don't want to be held up at all.
Yeah, and Offermans just went a little bit wide of Young Cow again, but Baldwin versus Offermans, going to be able to see how this battle lines up with the 12 minutes that are left to go in this race. Coming into turn 1 then. Baldwin doing 266, Offerman's 266 as well. As we see, these cars so even in a straight line. As well, now Nicky Jakovic wants to get involved. He's going to have to lap Offerman's, and does so.
What I'm seeing from Offerman's,
6/10s.
Yeah, I'm seeing from Offerman's, it's not really the rear that's wiggling around any, but he's running wide, so I can only imagine he's losing grip in the front tires. I'm not sure it's necessarily related, but when he did serve that drive-through, he did lock up pretty heavily, and it might be taking an effect here. I can also expect for him to be pushing fairly hard. You know, like I said earlier, once those tires start to overheat, it's hard to bring him back down. And of course, he doesn't necessarily want to, because he's got nothing to lose by pushing him.
Off at Curve de Sol.
Oh no, Grauer! off. That's not good for Matthias. Oh, he's cracked the wall there. And luckily, he's in the pit exit bin. So easy to avoid. Easy for him to get it running again. And easy to see that he has no suspension damage. He can just keep it going again. What actually happened? It was he dropped it on the curb, hit the wall, went round. Oh, he actually came off the track and then very safely rejoined where he did. Then that was very well done from Matthias Grau, must be said. Good example of rejoin.
And good thing there wasn't too much damage. Last thing you want to see if your Offerman's is a code 80.
Scary moment, Broadbent there. He'll be annoyed, he's getting held up. Holtz cap 2 once through Matthias Grau. He's got 3 prototypes hounding him at once here. What is he supposed to do? Broadbent, look, he's just chasing him around again. But what is Matthias Grau supposed to do in a situation like that? I can feel for him, I really can. I've had that before myself. Everyone wants to go through at once and you just expect it to get out of the way when you can't let 3 cars through in one corner.
If I was Marcel Offermans, I'd start playing the Jaws theme tune if I was him. That gap is starting to close again. It's a bit rubber banding, this gap, but Baldwin hampered there by that prototype, which I think is the 19th MHQ car slightly.
Yes, it was.
He went to turn into turn 5, but had to get out of it again because this MHQ car was already there. But I'd start playing the Jaws theme tune if I was Marcel Offermans.
He's getting held up by Almeida's existence here, but Almeida is ahead of them, I believe. Yep, that is actually Baldwin trying to unlap himself on Almeida, and it's put Offerman's right within it. Look at the gap. It's not nearly as big as it was before. Marcel Offermans, look at this speed he's carrying.
This is not going to be good for Baldwin. I can only imagine the nervousness he must be experiencing. He needs to get through.
And in Baldwin, you're in for some hard times, mate. If you don't catch up soon, that's your problem. Marcel Offermans is coming to get you. It is going to be the Dutch versus the American teams, I believe, going into this one. And look, you see how close he is now? This has to be a chance coming up.
So close between the two of them. But there's Almeida pulling out slightly. Indeed, that is Almeida just letting off the throttle, letting Baldwin pass, but not Offermans.
Not yet, at least. He just moves to the right there, doesn't fight it. Straight through goes Offermans. Almeida knows there's not much he's fighting them. He's way ahead. He doesn't have anything to worry about, and he's going to win this race in the GT class in this race.
Nice respect from Almeida. They're doing the right thing, making sure this battle can unfold naturally. Although it does seem like Offermans lose a little bit of time there, but definitely better off for both sides, I think, to see this, see how it really will play out.
And you got Kasdorp as well, who's just gone through. But here we go, Offerman's on the charge again, as he's found his groove with about 8 minutes to go in this race. Really has found his groove now as Marcel Offermans. He knows what he's got to do and how long he's got to do it in. Adam Baldwin can only watch at this point, I think. Boy, Manon's going to come through.
Wouldn't necessarily say that, but I mean, it all comes down to what Offermans is planning. You know, he's been so methodical as far as taking that gap down. Of course, it's kind of gone back and forth a little bit, but it's been fairly steady. I think this is about the pace that we expected it to come down at, and as a whole, when you're evenly matched with another car, it becomes very difficult, and your overtaking opportunities are very limited as well. Baldwin, of course, probably does not want to give up that position, and the difference between a mindset from the 5th hour of the race, when there's 5 hours left and when there's 5 minutes left, it's an entirely different mindset.
Yeah, so much different mindset. Jimmy Broadbent wants to come through now, and Adam Baldwin. Baldwin is not able to move in this corner, but Jimmy's right there. He's going to go down the inside, though. And well done, Jimmy. Marcel Offermans runs a little bit wide, though. And, oh, well, not a good entry into the next corner either. That's not good for him.
I can only imagine having troubles with the front tires.
Yeah, but look at that lock-up from Baldwin, though. He's feeling the pressure, too. race is coming to an end, and Adam Baldwin's just going to hold this now to keep this place for satellite racing. Remember that this is for 4th in class. This is serious business.
Yeah, seeing
Oh,
some
look how
lockups
close he
there.
is now. You see, he's got that perfectly out of there. Offerman's, was it? Oh, Baldwin made a mistake on Young Cow, and Offerman's is on the back. That's how we got that close, of course. I didn't quite say that, but Marcel Offerman's, this is your moment. Or not, he doesn't go for it yet. But look at the lockup from Baldwin. He's put, this is exactly it. Marcel Offerman's just wanted to put him under pressure, and he's done that, plus 15.
Oh my goodness.
Neil,
You have to...
There must be a mega flat spot on the front left of that Ferrari now.
Right.
There has
Yeah,
to be, surely.
That's going to put Baldwin off. And look, he's done it again. He's feeling the pressure here, Alden Baldwin. He cannot deal, evidently, with the fact there is a Marcel Offerman's behind him, or he's dealing with it in a way that involves flat spotting his tyres. And Marcel Offerman's just sitting there, rubbing his hands with glee.
I do imagine at this point they're both suffering from tire issues. I would say with the rate that Baldwin's been flat spotting, it's probably more issues there than Offerman's, but both struggling towards the end of this race.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this pans out. But I mean, Offerman's going to have to draft down the front straight. If this is the case, he's going to have such a long run from Young Cow to turn 1. And look, he's closed up that much of Baldwin in that turn alone. But then Baldwin's going to get the good exit. But Offerman's is going to have the slight draft, which will take it significantly more draft, because he was Traponi in the pits again for CMHQ in P7. Leading quite a lot in these last couple of laps, actually. So maybe he needs to splash of fuel and then come straight back out again. I don't know. But Offerman's, well, he's got Davies in front of Baldwin to help him out slightly, but Davies is running away.
Right, if it stands... Oh no, I'll tell you after the race, the rough standings. I can't tell you now. This race is so exciting.
Yeah, we don't want to ruin it with statistics.
Right.
Marcel Offerman wants to ruin the 4th place of Baldwin, though. Look at this. Goes in again. Baldwin looks up again. He's flat spotting the heck out of those tyres. Offerman's really pushing hard here, and he wants this 4th place from Baldwin. But he's going, you see, he closes it, but he can't get it done. Bjorn Varmeyer pins as well for Seawolf Net Race, but Offerman's really looking left, right, and centre here. And Jimmy's got prototypes behind him, Paddy Hodgkinson and Holtzkamp.
Oh, and a string of GTs as well. All aboard
Wow.
the GT train.
Right? This is crazy. I think you've seen a lot of respect from these prototype guys that don't
There's
really
a car
want to get involved.
backwards.
Oh, that's Davies. He was ahead of Baldwin.
Davis.
But this
Davis
is the thing.
again backwards.
Offerman's can't afford to let these prototypes through at a point where it's going to disadvantage him, because he's fighting for serious position against Baldwin here.
Oh, he's gone straight on almost.
But he's going to get blue flagged the heck out of here. They're both going to keep right. Through goes Patty, through goes Hodgkinson, and then further through goes Jagovic, the race leader. They've got McDonald, Holtzkamp, and Almeida to deal with as well.
Extremely wide there.
Yeah, you had to let the prototypes through. That may have compromised them slightly, but McDonald and Holtzkamp will have to wait till after turn 1 at this rate. Maybe in the run-up to turn 4. No, McDonald's trying to go for it now, but he just failed. It's not going to work out, but Offerman's, yep, he's just going to
Two
keep...
laps left for these. Oh,
Offerman's has gone to the inside. Remember, Baldwin has to let them through as well. This has not helped sim racing for Holland in any way, but it won't help Adam Baldwin anymore, because McDonald wants them into the corner. He's going to be compromised on the outside. Holtzkamp will want through soon too, and Offerman might be able to take advantage.
2 laps left for these GT cars. 2 laps left.
Just 2. Well, it feels like just 2 minutes ago when this race was starting, and we didn't know who was going to win it. But now it's becoming more and more obvious it is probably going to be Team Virus overall, that it is probably going to be Stefan Holtzkamp in P2, and probably going to be Daniel Almeida in GTs. But then again, Alex Vitala's on the same lap. Well, this battle between Offermans and Baldwin rages on, and it will rage on till the end of the race by the looks of it. Offerman's just trying his hardest at this point. Must keep going, must keep charging, must hope Baldwin slips up where I can get him. 1 minute to go in this race now, and it really is crunch time for these guys at this point. But the time has come to crunch the numbers, ditch the numbers, race till the end.
Oh, so close with the Atlantic P2 there.
Yeah, Tonga got quite close, but Baldwin, still there, still alive.
Ooh, yeah, definitely.
Last lap for these cars.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Baldwin does not want to give up anything, although if I were Baldwin right now, I'd be feeling a little bit more confident and comfortable with this lead. Track position being so key and Offerman's front tires not quite giving him the grip he needs. He's making way too many mistakes. He's running out of time. A thing that looked like it would be a sure thing has not materialized yet for Offerman's.
Time is certainly running out. Time is not of the essence. Time is something that these drivers do really not have much of anymore. As we are about to tick on a minute 3:63, it is the last lap already of this race. And well, I didn't notice it was going to be the last lap. And because it is the last lap, that means Nicky Jakovic coming round turn 12, round turn 13, round turn 14, round turn 15, all of the turns in the world. I get to be a bit smug because I called it. I don't have to eat a hat. It's Nicky Jakovic and Team Virus who will win it in the LP1.
Offerman's trying to go around the outside of turn 10. That isn't going to work. Baldwin certainly feeling the pressure coming down Chicago. Only one braking zone left for Alex Baldwin. So close, almost a touch between the two. Offerman's gets sideways coming off of Chicago. It's just going to have to see and wait what happens.
Will it be the draft?
Can Offerman's get into the draft between these two? Round 13, up through Sabine in the boxes. Offerman's closing, so close. They're going to go side by side across the start-finish line. Offerman's going for it.
No!
Baldwin
Just missed out.
For fourth place.
Oh
Just
my
missed
goodness.
out.
Fantastic finish.
Just missed out by an under a tenth of a second. Offerman's chased him all the way to the line.
Incredible.
Though. He never yielded, did Marcel Offerman. It'll be position number 5 for him, 4th for Baldwin, 3rd for Jacob. Sean Campbell will be down in the GT's prototypes area. Daniel Almeida though wins it for Vela Simsport in the 94. Number 77 will get 2nd. We've got Stefan Holtzkamp, winner in P2 for Magenta Warriors. 1st win of the season for them. Sam McDonald 2nd in Vela Simsport. 3rd will be for Valmeyer as he crosses the line now. Capella 4th, Delgado 5th in the 31. But he's run out of fuel, I think. Delgado. He might not get it. But he actually will because he's so far ahead of Guardia. But he won't make the end of the race. He's actually run out of fuel.
That's the Gadget, the
Unbelievably.
flatline car who was in a 5th place in class. That actually promotes the Atlantic car one more place up into 5th.
Does it though? Because Guardia is 33 laps down. He's so far down on Delgado. He'll, even if he DNFs, he'll get that place. But well,
that's a good point, actually. Very well
he's
made.
made it so far in the race. I don't know what the official ruling from Jimmy Allison's going to be on this because he's pretty much half a lap away. Well, what a dramatic turn of events there. But yes, Nicky Jakovic, winner for Team Virus, the number 4, bolsters their brilliance. Yep, full lap before doing anything crazy. Jakovic celebrates in style. Has he blown the engine on that Virus car? I think he has. Well, yeah, that's one way to do it. But yeah, winners in LMP1, Jakovic and Virus. And then Kaz Dortmund fell in 2nd. Then it is Wanaco. Then it is Janus Endurance in the 22. Then Ethan Patty in the number 2 DHR. But yes, we have winners up and down the classes. And my question is, what's going to happen to the number 31 car? But that'll be a story for another race, I guess, because they're just stuck there and they will not make the end of this race by the looks of it. But yes, what a race, what a broadcast, what a fantastic event this has been in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Any closing remarks from you, Neil, Heatley and Joe Nathan?
It's fun. Fun being a part of this, driving and talking about what's happening. Gotta say, number 64, Baldwin, really impressive. So, congrats to them and their finish.
Anything from you, Neil?
Fantastic drive from Baldwin again, but just looking at the championships going into Le Mans, Virus is leading the P1 championship by 12 points. They have to finish 2nd to guarantee the championship at Le Mans. In the P2 class, Atlantic leading by 13 points jointly over Scuderia GT Italia and Seawolf. Both of them 13 points behind. To guarantee the championship, Atlantic needs to finish 2nd. But in the GT class, Velez, with that fantastic victory today on Dark Racing's misfortunes, leads by 15 points going into Le Mans. All the 94 Velez car needs to do at Le Mans is finish on the podium, and they've won the championship.
Well, it's shaping up to be a very, very good Le Mans indeed. Do not miss it. You'll have to be square to miss it. Be there, for goodness sake. We've got the VLRS 12 Hours of Le Mans as well coming up. Do not forget that. And, of course, we have the pleasure of having that on the 20th of May, 2017. And we got the likes of Formula Truck Cup and that coming up in the meantime. But remember, the 3rd of June, it all comes to an end at the 24 Hours of Le Mans on that magical day. But until that day, I have been Joshua Anderson, and we've got some people in the waiting booth. Do we interview them? That's the
Go on,
question.
mate, as well. Go on.
Ah, go on. That was a fake ending. Let's bring them in, shall we? We've got a very happy Arnie Schoenfleet and Daniel Almeida here.
Yes, hello guys.
Yes, hello.
Well, you faked us out with the ending there, but well done to you two on the win. It must feel great.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. With the 60-second stop and go and then still win the race. Great race. Great fun. Thanks.
Yes, Arne did a fantastic job there in his stint, so it was really amazing coming from basically the very last position to the first position, giving me the car. And then, let's say, my stint was just very interesting because I didn't switch tires a single time, so I had to triple stint them to the end. And yeah, it was quite tricky towards the end, but it's amazing. Like Arne said, amazing feeling. We are leading the championship now, so that was a perfect race.
Indeed.
You're not the only winners either. We've got Adam Taylor with us as well.
Hello.
Of course, representing Team Virus or LMP1, Adam, well done, Adam. And you've pretty much put yourself in a great position for Le Mans. You only now have to get a podium there, and you have done it.
That is really good. Yeah, it was a difficult race today. We were really happy to have the result we did.
Yeah, must be happy with that. And going into Le Mans, you know, confidence must be high that you can take this championship.
Yeah, if we stay out of trouble, we should be able to get on the podium. It's going to be a long race, though. We just have to make sure we don't have take too many risks and do our best.
Yeah, Le Mans really looking to be a great race, and hopefully he'll do well now. And no, it's not just you either. We've got a Yuri Karstorp.
Good evening.
All of a sudden, everyone wants to be interviewed. Welcome to you, Yuri. Of course, with that finish for Velis Simsport as well, you're still in contention for the title going into Le Mans.
Yeah, still hanging in there. Not exactly the result we wanted, but
still, you know, very strong looking in Le Mans. The final race of the season. How excited are you for it?
really excited. Anything can happen in Le Mans. It's such a long race, and you've seen already in 6-hour races how much can happen. Double points, it's really going to be... It's where the championship's going to be decided, and I'm happy that it's still kind of close, so should be good.
It should be very good indeed. Thank you, everyone who joined us. On a Schoenfleet, of course, as well as other teammates and friends, including Adam Taylor, Yuri Karstorp, and, of course, Daniel Almeida. And as Yuri very rightfully says, the championships are still wide open coming into this final race at Le Mans. It's an exciting one. It's still close. Don't miss it. June, you'll be square if you did. But from me, Joshua Anderson, and everyone here at the Virtual Endurance Championship and SimRacing.club, it is very much goodbye and see you at Le Mans.